You're lying there, arms crossed tight over your chest, jaw clenched just beneath stillness, waiting for sleep to come, but it doesn't, not yet. You're wired, yes, and exhausted too, body still braced from the day like a signal hasn't been sent that you can let go. The mind is loud with the echo of what's past, things said, things left unsaid, tasks unfinished, decisions made without full breath, but your body remembers every shift in tension, every inch it held on. You're not broken for being this way. This isn't failure. It's just a nervous system that hasn't had time to catch up with the truth. You are safe now. This is a calming practice, not medical advice or treatment. If stress or sleeplessness is wearing you down, a doctor or therapist is the right person to talk to. But what this session offers is space, gentle, unhurried space for your body to unclench on its own. No pushing, no forcing, just room to settle into the fact that there's no need to be on guard anymore. You don't have to fix anything tonight. You don't have to do a thing except let yourself be here exactly as you are. That bracing in your chest, the tightness across your shoulders, the faint pressure behind your eyes, all of it is welcome here because the body remembers, long before the mind does, that safety comes not from being ready for danger, but from knowing there's no danger to face. Let me tell you something about breathing, about what happens when you let out a breath longer than you take in. It doesn't sound like much, just exhale slower than inhale, but it's one of the oldest tools your body has for calming itself down. The long exhalation is the brake pedal built into your nervous system, a quiet signal to your brain that says, the threat has passed. You're not in danger now, not today, not tonight. So we'll begin there with breath. Just 3 or 4 slow cycles, just enough to invite stillness in. Inhale gently through the nose, let it move into the belly, and then exhale, slowly, deeply, letting every last bit of air leave your body like a sigh you were never allowed to give earlier. Breathe in 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3, and on the next inhale, feel how soft your chest is beneath your arms. Feel how that weight, those crossed hands, that folded posture, begins to loosen just slightly as you exhale into stillness. Not because you're trying to change it, but because your body knows what calm feels like even when you've forgotten. Now let's do this again, same rhythm. Inhale through the nose, fill gently from below, and then, on the exhale, stretch that out as long as possible, not forcing, just letting it happen. Let your lips part slightly at the end of the breath, a soft release, like you're handing something back to the air. Each time you breathe out longer than you inhale, you send a message, I am safe now, not I will be, but I am. That's all that matters. The body doesn't need logic or promises. It needs sensation, and this long exhale is a sensory signal of safety. Try it again, in through the nose, full, gentle breath, and then out slower than you came in, so slow your ribs feel like they're falling down into stillness. Your shoulders drop an inch, not because you told them to, but because your body no longer needs them up high for defense. Now let's stay here with that rhythm a little longer, just the breath and the space between each cycle, letting the silence in. There's nothing to do but feel this moment, the weight of air in your lungs, the softness at the back of your throat as you exhale, the quiet rise and fall beneath your arms. If your mind wanders, and it probably will, that's not a problem. It's just thinking doing what it does. But when you notice, gently return to the breath, without judgment, as though this moment is already perfect exactly as it is. 1 more cycle in through the nose, filling slowly, letting your belly rise like water rising in a quiet cove, and then out, long, slow, longer than the inhale, until every last trace of tension leaves your body with that exhalation. Let go just for this breath, let it all fall away. You don't have to be perfect at this. You don't even need to feel calm yet. The act of slowing down is what matters, not the feeling you get afterward. That's a side effect, like sunlight after rain. something that comes on its own when you stop trying to make it happen. Now let's shift our attention, slowly, gently, from breath to body to space around you. Close your eyes if they're open, and let your gaze drift, not to anything specific. Just let your sight settle into the room, not searching, not scanning, just being there in this quiet dark, where walls are soft shapes, the ceiling is a distant plane, and the door far over there is no longer an exit or entrance. It's just wood and frame. Let your awareness move slowly through the space around you, one corner to another, not needing to name anything, not even remembering what objects sit here, just feeling their presence like quiet shadows in a room that has known many nights. Feel how still it is, no sudden sounds, no movement out of place. The air holds its breath with you, and the walls don't care if you're awake or asleep. They've seen both, and they remain unshaken. No one's coming, nothing's changed since you last laid down. This room has not forgotten you, but it doesn't expect anything from you either. It simply is, and so are you. Let that sink in for a moment, this space being safe, because nothing here threatens you. You don't need to defend the walls, or guard the door, or watch every shadow. Your nervous system can hear, you're not on duty. The alertness that's been humming beneath your skin, the quiet hum of readiness, it doesn't need to be on now. Let yourself notice, just for a breath, how much safer it feels when you stop pretending danger is near. You don't have to believe it yet. Just allow the possibility. There's no reason to brace. No one here needs your protection. Nothing in this room wants anything from you. Now gently, so gently, let that awareness return inward again, back into your body, not with urgency, but like a slow tide pulling back toward shore. And now, we begin the quiet work of releasing what's been held too long. Start at the top, where tension often gathers first. Your jaw, the muscles under your ears, that subtle clench behind your teeth, as if you're still chewing on something heavy from earlier in the day. Let it go, not all at once, but with each exhale, loosen just a little more, so that even your tongue can feel softer against the roof of your mouth. No need to force anything open, just invite softness, like water finding its way through cracks in dry earth. Your jaw is heavy and warm now, as if you're resting it on something solid. Let the corners of your mouth fall slightly, not into a smile, but just into stillness. Your teeth are relaxed, unclenched, even the ones that were locked for hours today. Now let's move to your eyes, those small muscles around them, so easy to forget until they ache from being tense too long. The tightness behind the brow, the pressure of watching, waiting, assessing, all of it can soften now. Let your eyelids feel like they're growing heavier, not falling shut, just sinking down into peace, as if gravity is finally allowed its due. Not asleep yet, but ready to rest. Your shoulders, not lifted, not held up like shelves for the day's burdens, just resting now, letting gravity do what it was always meant to do. Feel how they begin to slide down from their perch near your ears, slowly, without force or hurry, as if you're finally allowing them to forget what it means to carry so much. There's no one watching, no need to prove strength by standing rigid in the dark, just softness settling into those hollows where tension used to live. The skin over your collarbones feels loose now, not sagging, but simply unstrained, like fabric that has been folded too tightly for hours and is finally allowed to unfold. Now let's turn attention gently toward your hands, still curled inward, fingers pressed hard against palms as if holding onto something invisible from earlier today. Notice how the knuckles feel tight at first, almost sharp with resistance. Not because there's anything left to grip, but because habit has taught them to expect pressure to stay ready. Let that change now, not by forcing open, but by inviting release like a slow tide pulling back over warm sand, one finger after another. Let each fingertip loosen its hold, the thumb first, then the index, the middle, ring, pinky, as if you're letting go of small weights one at a time and placing them gently on the bed beneath your body. Let your palms open now, not into an offering or gesture, but simply into stillness. Feel their shape against air, light, almost weightless when they aren't clenched. The skin is warm where it touches itself, not hot, just alive with blood returning to places that forgot how easy rest could be. Your wrists are softening too, the bones beneath them no longer trying to brace or block anything. You don't have to protect your hands from danger anymore. They've already passed through enough. Now let's move deeper into the chest, not a place you often visit unless something is wrong, but right here in this quiet moment, it's possible to notice what lives beneath the ribs. That subtle tension just under the breastbone, where breath sometimes gets caught when life feels too loud. There's no need to fix anything, only to recognize it for what it is, a memory of holding on. Let your chest rise slowly with each inhale, not deep, but steady. And then let it sink again, with an exhale that goes longer than the in, like water flowing downhill through quiet stone. As you breathe out, feel how your upper back begins to relax, as if someone has quietly unbuttoned a shirt inside you. The vertebrae along your spine don't need to stay locked into position anymore. They can soften their alignment just slightly, not collapsing, but releasing the pressure that's built up from sitting too long, thinking too hard, staying awake when every part of you was begging for stillness. Now bring awareness down through your belly, where tension often hides like a secret, not sharp or painful, just tight in a way that feels familiar after so many days lived with urgency. That constant low hum beneath the surface, not fear exactly, but readiness. The body's version of an old alarm clock stuck on repeat. Let it go gently, as though you're unzipping your own skin from the inside out. Don't rush to empty space, just let the muscles yield a fraction with each breath, letting warmth seep into that area like sunlight through cracks in winter walls. Your navel becomes soft, almost hollow, not because there's nothing inside, but because it no longer needs to guard anything. Feel your lower back now, where the spine meets pelvis, one of those places people forget until they ache from holding still too long. The muscles here have been working overtime all day, trying to keep you upright when fatigue demanded otherwise. They don't need to do that anymore, not tonight. Let them loosen like clay left in rain, slowly softening, reshaping into something more forgiving than force. Now let your legs take their turn, starting at the hips, where tension settles after hours of sitting or standing without release. There's no demand on these limbs today. They don't need to walk anywhere, run from anything, carry any load. They can simply rest. Let them fall open, not into surrender, but into acceptance. Your thighs are heavy now, thick with quiet, as if gravity has finally been given permission to pull down without resistance. The knees bend slightly on their own, not because you've decided to move, but because your body remembers how easy it is to let go. Let the calves unclench from where they were once coiled tight against the floor, like springs that have stopped winding. Now feel your feet, toes splayed gently apart, soles pressed flat into the bed, not gripping or pushing, just resting on a surface that holds them without asking for anything back. The skin is warm, alive with sensation, even in stillness. You can't tell what time it is out there beyond this room, but your feet know they don't need to be ready. Let's pause here and simply feel the whole body as one field of softening, not separate parts anymore, just a single presence that has decided, without fanfare or demand, to stop fighting. The arms still crossed over chest. That posture is no longer required. It was never about protection, only habit. Let them drift apart now, slowly, like leaves falling from branches in slow motion. Let your right arm unclench first, the fingers releasing one by one until they lie flat against the bed, palm up, offering nothing, receiving everything that's already here. Then let your left hand follow, drifting down, as if guided by a current beneath skin and bone. Now let both arms fall open to either side of you, not reaching outward, but simply letting go into space, like two rivers meeting in still water after long journeys through rocky terrain. They don't need to return anywhere, they're already home. Feel your body now, lying on the bed as if it were made only for this moment. The mattress conforms softly beneath every curve and contour, not fighting, just holding you with steady consistency. No one needs to tell you where you belong, because you are here, present, unguarded in a way that feels rare. The air around your skin is still, warm from the heat of being awake all night, but it's cooling now too, like fire fading into embers. You don't need to chase sleep. It doesn't require effort or performance. Just stay where you are not trying, just allowing. And in this quiet between breaths, notice how your body begins to sink, deeper than before, as if the bed is drawing it down gently, like a hand pulling someone underwater with care and no fear. Not sinking into emptiness, but falling towards stillness that feels ancient, familiar, older than anxiety, older than memory. There's nothing left to defend, not your jaw, not your eyes, not even this thought about whether you'll ever sleep. You're already doing the work of resting. The nervous system hears it. There is no need for watchfulness anymore. There are no enemies here, only silence and softness that has returned. Let go again, just once more with each exhale, as if telling your body, without words or proof, you're allowed to stop. You don't have to earn rest. It's not a reward for surviving the day. It is simply yours. Now let your attention drift even further inward, into that quiet space behind where breath meets bone, where stillness has been waiting all along, not in some faraway place, but right here beneath skin and thought. There's no need to find it. You're already within it. The night holds you without asking for anything back. The walls don't care if your mind is racing or silent. They've seen both and still remain unchanged. You are safe not because nothing bad happened today, but because there's no longer a reason to stay alert. Your shoulders are no longer holding up the weight of the day. They've begun to melt into the bed like snow under slow sunlight, not falling, just transforming, becoming something softer than resistance. The space between your collarbones is wide and open now, as if a door has been left slightly ajar for breath to pass through freely. You don't have to push it open, it's already there, waiting. Let the skin along your arms feel the air moving across it, just barely, not cold, not hot, just present. Like the quietest whisper of wind that doesn't need an answer. You are not responsible for what happens next, only for being here, in this moment, with your body finally letting go. Let your breath settle into a rhythm so slow it almost disappears, each exhale longer than the last, as if time itself is folding inward, pulling you deeper into stillness. And when you feel that pause between breaths, when there's nothing left to do or say, let that space stay. Don't rush to fill it with thought, just let it be like a pond after rain has settled completely. No ripples, no surface tension, just depth. Now imagine the weight of your body not as something you carry, but as something that carries you, not burdened by gravity, but cradled by it. The bed isn't holding you down, it's supporting every inch of you with a kind of quiet intentionality, like the earth holds roots without speaking, or how water holds fish in silence, never demanding anything back. You don't need to be useful. You don't need to prove your presence. Your body is already enough, just as it is. Feel the way your spine curves gently into the mattress, not straightening, not correcting, just allowing itself to follow the natural arch of rest, like a river returning to its bed after traveling over rocky ground. Each vertebra softens one by one, releasing tension that's been stored for hours, maybe days, perhaps longer than you remember. There's no need to name it, no reason to fix it. Just let each segment relax into the space beneath it. As if gravity has become a friend rather than an enemy. Now bring your attention down through your pelvis, not searching, not judging, just noticing how your hips are beginning to release their grip. The muscles around your tailbone soften like wax under low heat, melting slowly and without resistance. Your lower back no longer feels tight or contracted, just warm, heavy, settled in the curve of where bone meets bed. You can feel the faint warmth rising from deep within, not excitement, not anxiety, but a slow, steady pulse that says, I am here, I am safe. There's no reason to hold on. Let your legs follow suit, your thighs unclenching slowly, like hands opening after being clenched for too long, each muscle letting go in turn, one after another without urgency. The knees relax into the curve of their own shape, not forced straight, not held rigid, just resting as they were meant to rest. Your feet, now drifting towards stillness too, toes uncurling gently, soles releasing pressure against the sheets, no longer braced for action or escape. They don't need to push forward. There's nowhere left to go. And your hands, already open and quiet on either side of you, palms up, fingers relaxed, like they've been waiting all night to surrender their grip, not because anything was wrong, but because the body has finally learned what it means to rest. Not as a reward, but as its natural state. The skin is still warm, alive with sensation, but now that warmth isn't racing or spreading outward in panic. It's steady, like embers glowing beneath ash. Let your awareness move through one more layer of release, not fixing, not pushing, but simply being present with the quiet unfolding of softness. Your chest rises and falls not from effort, but from ease, each breath arriving as if it were already here when you began this moment. No need to control it, no reason to force it. The body knows how to breathe, even when the mind forgets. Now imagine your nervous system not as a machine that's stuck in overdrive, but as a river after rain, turbulent at first, rushing through canyons of tension and thought, but now beginning to slow, widening into flatlands where water moves only because it has nowhere else to go. The current is still moving, but gently now, no longer fighting against banks or obstacles. It doesn't need to reach the sea yet, just let itself flow, 1 inch at a time, in silence. This isn't about speed, this isn't about arrival, there's no destination. Only this, you are sinking deeper into your own body, not away from it, but within it, like returning home after a long absence when the door is still open and everything feels familiar, even if you can't remember what you left behind. The room around you hasn't changed, but your relationship to it has. The walls aren't barriers anymore, they're just there, solid, quiet, unbothered by your thoughts or worries. They've seen countless nights like this, hundreds of people lying awake in stillness, and they remember nothing about them. Not one name, not one story, just the shape of someone resting, breathing softly beneath their gaze. You don't need to be remembered either. You don't have to leave a trace behind. Just being here is enough. Your breath doesn't need to be perfect. Your body doesn't need to be still, it just needs to be. Let go again without saying the word, without making an effort. Let it happen as naturally as water finds its level. The jaw, already softer than before, now unclenching further, not from willpower, but because there's no longer any need to guard. The tongue relaxes against the roof of your mouth, not stiff or pressed forward, just resting, like a quiet secret held between teeth and breath. Your eyes stay closed, not straining to see anything, not searching for answers in darkness. They're simply resting, like two small rivers that have finally stopped flowing because they've reached calm water. No one's watching them, no one needs them to perform, just let the lids rest, heavy but not tired, as if gravity has decided to be kind. And your mind, it hasn't gone away, but it's no longer leading. It's drifting now like a leaf on a slow-moving stream, carried by something larger than thought. You don't need to fix it. You don't have to silence it. Just let it float. And when it bumps into another idea or memory, don't grab hold. Just let it pass through like mist over grass. There's no reason to stay awake. There's no reason to fight the quiet. The body knows what to do. It doesn't need you to tell it how. just to stop trying to control it. Feel your arms now, not as limbs, but as parts of a whole, softening further into the space beside you, not reaching for anything, just existing where they are, like branches in a forest that have stopped growing and simply begun to rest. Your hands lie open on the bed, palms up, fingers loose, like two small vessels waiting to be filled with nothing at all. And your breath still coming slowly now, each out-breath longer than the last, as if your body is saying, I am not afraid of what comes next, because there is no next. There's only this, only now. The air around you feels thicker now, not heavy, but full of stillness, full of presence, not empty space, but rich with the quiet hum of being alive without needing to prove it. Let your skin feel everything without reacting. The weight of your body on the mattress, the warmth beneath your back and legs, the way the fabric brushes against you as if brushing away dust not from a surface, but from memory. You don't need to remember anything tonight. There's no story to tell, no past that demands attention. Just this, you are in the body, and the body is resting. There's no pressure to fall asleep, no urgency to arrive at anything. This isn't about performance. It's not a test. It's simply space for your nervous system to remember what it means to be still, not because you've earned it, but because you are allowed. Your arms are no longer holding anything, not your body, not your thoughts, not even the weight of expectation, just resting where they lie, across your chest like a gesture that's forgotten its reason, but still warm, still familiar, as if they've been folded into this shape so many times before that the motion itself has become memory. The skin on your forearms feels loose now, not limp, not weak, but soft with release, the way cloth settles after being held in tension for hours. No longer taut against bone, just lying there, breathing in time with your breath, each inhale lifting it slightly, each exhale letting it sink deeper into stillness. The fingers of your right hand, they've uncurled slowly, not all at once, but one by one like petals opening after a long night of closing, the tips no longer pressing into the palm, just floating above the surface, as if gravity has decided to let them be. And your left hand, it's turned slightly inward now, thumb relaxed against the side of your index finger, not gripping, not resisting, just resting in its own shape. You don't need to remember what they were meant for tonight. No task, no action, only this, their presence is enough. They are here, they have stopped trying. Now let your shoulders go, not drop, never force it, but sink, like stones settling into deep water where there's no rush, just the slow release of pressure built up over days, weeks, maybe longer. The muscles around your collarbones, they've been tight for so long, knotted from carrying things that weren't theirs to carry, and now, without you asking them to, just by letting go, the tension starts to unspool, not in a rush, but like threads unraveling at their own pace, one after another. Each strand softening as it's released. Your neck doesn't need to stay straight anymore. It can rest where it wants, no longer holding up the weight of vigilance, just letting its natural curve return like a bow that's been drawn too long and is finally allowed to relax. Your jaw still holds some shape, but not the old one, no longer clenched in defense, not pushing forward with tension, just soft, quiet, like clay left out after being shaped. The back teeth are no longer pressing together, the front ones aren't grinding or clamping down, just resting apart, as if they've remembered how to be still without meaning anything by it. That small muscle beneath your ear, the one that pulls when you're tense, has stopped twitching. Not because you told it to, but because there's no reason for it to work anymore. You don't need to guard the space between your lips. The air inside your mouth is warm and still, like a cave with no entrance or exit, just fullness without urgency. Your tongue, it lies flat against the bottom of your mouth now, not pressing forward, not curling back, just there, as if it's decided to stop performing, to let silence do its work. It doesn't need to form words tonight, doesn't need to taste anything special. Just be present, like a quiet guest in a room that's already at peace. You don't have to speak. You don't even have to think. The tongue can rest like the floor of a well where no one drops any stones anymore. Your eyes are still closed, but they're not hiding anything, just resting beneath their lids, as if they've stopped needing permission to be still. They haven't been used for searching or judging or reading the world. There's nothing left to watch over tonight. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't a void. It's full of softness, like velvet that has soaked in all the quiet you've carried forward into this moment. You don't need to see anything to be safe here. Your vision doesn't have to keep working just because it can. It's allowed to shut down, not out of failure, but as a gift, like closing your eyes when someone says, "You can stop now." And the space around you, it has no edges anymore, or if it does, they're blurred like a room seen through fogged glass, everything soft at the corners. The walls aren't holding anything, just being there, not asking for attention, not demanding to be noticed. The ceiling isn't above you, it's part of the same air that fills your lungs. And when you breathe out, it doesn't escape into nothingness. It simply becomes one with the stillness around you. There's no need to reach outside this quiet. You don't have to find anything in here. Just let yourself be held by it, by all of it, as if the room itself has wrapped its arms around your body and said, "Stay." Now feel how your ribs move, not with effort, but with breath, each slow inhale widening them slightly, like a gentle opening of a door that hasn't been opened in years. And then the exhale, longer now, letting go from deep inside, as if your belly is releasing something older than memory, some held-in weight no longer needed. The muscles beneath your diaphragm relax with each out-breath, not because you told them to, but because they've realized there's nothing left to fight. Your stomach isn't tense anymore, no knotting from stress or worry. It just sits where it is, soft and full of quiet, like a sack that was filled with too much for too long, and now has finally been emptied by gravity alone. Your back, your lower back, the small of your spine, it's no longer braced against an imagined threat, not locked in place to prevent movement, just letting itself rest, as if it knows its job isn't to hold you up anymore, but to let you down. You're supported by the mattress, by the floor beneath it, by everything that has held you through every night before this one. No need to stay upright, no obligation to remain alert. Just feel how your pelvis settles into the bed, not sinking, not falling. Just becoming part of the surface, like a stone resting in water that no longer needs to fight for position. Your legs now, your thighs and calves, are softening too, not from fatigue, but from surrender. The tension in your quads has melted away, not because you relaxed it, but because there's nothing left to contract against. You're not bracing for a fall or a sudden noise or someone calling your name. There's no one here who needs you to respond. Your feet, they lie flat on the bed, heels touching lightly, toes not curled or gripping anything, just resting like two quiet islands in a sea of stillness. The soles feel warm now, not hot, but alive with sensation, sensitive, yes, but not reactive. They don't need to push forward, don't need to move, just be where they are. And your whole body, it's no longer trying to stay awake or to fall asleep, just existing in the space between, like a leaf floating on water that doesn't know whether it will sink or float, because it doesn't matter anymore. The idea of sleep isn't leading you anywhere. You're not chasing anything. You're simply being held by this moment, by your own body's slow, steady return to itself. There's no urgency in the breath, no need to speed up or slow down. Just let each exhalation be longer than the last, like a thread that keeps extending without breaking. And each inhale just enough to keep the cycle going, not too much, not too little, just what the body needs right now. Your skin is still sensitive, but not in a way that demands attention. It doesn't need to react to every shift in temperature or pressure. Just feel how it receives everything without resistance. The fabric of your shirt against your chest, the slight touch of air on your arms as they lie open, the warmth spreading from your core outward, all of it entering softly, like light through a window that's never been closed before. You don't need to interpret any of these sensations. Just let them be, part of the quiet hum of being here, not doing anything special, just resting in your own form. Your arms are still folded across your chest, not tightly, no longer clenched like a barricade, but resting there as if they've remembered their purpose, to hold you close, not to keep anyone out. The weight of them isn't burdensome anymore, it's just there, like the quiet pressure of an arm around someone who is already safe. You don't need to push your hands into your shoulders or squeeze tighter to feel protected. They're enough as they are. And now slowly, one by one, without force, without instruction, the fingers begin to uncurl, not because you decided to let go, but because the body remembers how it feels when no one is watching, when there's no need to defend, when being soft isn't risky. Your right hand lifts slightly, not rising, just shifting, to rest palm up on your thigh, and then the left follows, fingers spreading gently against your skin like roots finding soil. The pads of your fingertips aren't gripping anything, they're not holding onto a memory or a fear. They're simply receiving the surface beneath them, the warmth, the texture, the fact that it's real. And as each finger settles, there's a quiet release in the joints, like water slipping through sand, no sound, just movement. Your wrists are soft now, not stiff from hours of tension, not locked into position like they've been waiting for something to happen. They're loose, open, letting gravity pull them down without resistance. Your chest still feels full, but differently than before. Not tight with effort or fear, but filled with space, like a room that was once crowded and now has been cleared out so the air can move freely again. The breath moves through it easily, not forced, not shallow, just passing through as if it belongs here. You're not trying to make your lungs expand further. There's no need to take in more oxygen. Just let each inhale be what it is, light, quiet, unearned, and then the exhale lengthens again. Longer than the last, slipping out like a thread, unraveling slowly from a seam that was sewn too tight for years. And now your shoulders, they're not rising toward your ears anymore. They've stopped their vigilance. No longer tense to react, no longer coiled against an imagined blow. They're sinking softly, evenly, like stones lowering into deep water. There's a slow release in the trapezius muscles, the ones that held tension from waking up too fast, from answering calls you weren't ready for, from carrying conversations you didn't want to have. Now they just settle. Not dropping, but releasing their grip on being always alert. Your collarbones feel open now, spaced apart, like they've stopped trying to shield the throat, stop protecting what doesn't need protection. The skin along your neck is warm, not flushed, not tight, but alive with a low hum of sensation that isn't asking for anything. It's just there, receiving all input without needing to respond. The air brushes over it lightly, no reason to flinch. Your jaw, you may have forgotten you were holding it shut until now, but the muscles beneath your teeth are loosening, not in a sudden way, but like ice melting at the edge of a creek, slow, quiet, inevitable. The hinge behind your ear unclenches slightly, as if some long-standing pressure has finally been released from behind the bone. You're not trying to fix anything. You don't need to relax harder or clear your mind. There's no checklist of things to let go of. What's happening is natural, like a river finding its course after being dammed for too long. The body doesn't need permission to return to itself. It only needs time and space and the quiet assurance that there's nothing it must defend against right now. And your hands, they're still resting on your thighs, palms open, fingers spread like leaves on a branch catching sunlight. There's no purpose in their shape anymore, no need to write or type or reach for something or push away what doesn't belong. They're simply hands, part of you, not tools, not weapons, not barriers. And they feel it too, they know they don't have to do anything. The space between your shoulder blades, that narrow ridge where tension builds from sitting too long, from hunching forward in thought or stress, now it's softening. Not because you're stretching or adjusting posture, but because the body has stopped fighting its own shape. It's no longer trying to be taller, more present, more alert. Just being here with all its weight and form is enough. Your spine isn't straighter than before, it's not any different in alignment, but the muscles along it, those deep stabilizers that have been working overtime for days, now let go of their vigilance. They're no longer holding your posture up like a scaffold. You're supported by everything around you, the mattress beneath, the floor below, the air pressing gently on every surface of your body. Your spine doesn't need to be rigid anymore. It can curve now, not from weakness, but from surrender. And in that softening, something shifts, not dramatically, not with a flash, but slowly like dust settling after a storm. The sense of being held grows deeper. You're not just lying on the bed, you're becoming part of it. The way cloth folds into itself when wet, or how weight settles into soil after rain, there's no resistance, just acceptance. Your feet still flat on the mattress, heels touching lightly, toes splayed in softness. They don't feel tired anymore. They've stopped trying to prepare for movement. There's no need to stand up, no urgency to go anywhere. Their warmth spreads, not outward, but inward, into your legs like a slow tide that doesn't demand anything from the shore. The muscles of your calves are quiet now, not cramping, not twitching with nervous energy. They're just resting like leaves on a tree after the wind has passed. You don't need to flex them or stretch them. They're already relaxed in their shape. The tendons behind your knees aren't taut anymore. They've stopped bracing for a jump, for an escape, for something that didn't come. Your thighs, they were clenched earlier, tensed from hours of sitting upright, from the internal pressure of waiting to fall asleep. Now they're not pushing against anything. They don't need to keep your body stable. They can just be where they are, the flesh heavy but not burdensome, warm without heat, still without stiffness. And in this quiet, there's a kind of listening happening that isn't auditory. It's not about hearing sounds from outside, no creaks, no distant hums, no whispers on the air. But you're aware of something else. Your body is turning inward, not to analyze or judge, but simply to notice what's already here, what has always been there beneath all the noise. You don't need to find sleep. Sleep isn't a destination. It's not something you have to catch or earn. It's more like an arrival that happens when the body stops resisting its own form. When it realizes it doesn't need to fight anymore. When it trusts that even if no one is watching, even if nothing changes, it's still safe. And now your arms, still resting across your chest, they're not a wall anymore. They're not guarding anything. They've become a kind of embrace, not for someone else, but for yourself. A quiet gesture, you are here, not because you're supposed to be or because you have responsibilities, but simply because you exist, and that's enough. The folds in your shirt, where fabric meets skin, are soft now, not tight against the chest, not pressing into the ribs like a restriction. The material drapes loosely over your body, moving with breath, not resisting it. There's no need to adjust it, to smooth it down, to make yourself look better or more composed. It's just cloth, and you're underneath it. And as each exhalation grows longer still, each inhale softer, lighter, the sense of separation between you and the body begins to blur. Not because you've lost awareness, but because there's no longer a need to keep them apart. The mind isn't trying to control or observe anymore. It's just being part of this slow return. There's no effort in it, no striving, just the breath moving through you like water through a channel that was once blocked, but now is open again, not because someone cleared it, but because the river found its way back on its own. Your eyelids feel heavy, not from fatigue, not from sleepiness, but from stillness. They don't need to stay open anymore. They're no longer guarding your vision. You don't have to look for threats or meaning in shadows. The room is quiet, and so are you. Your arms still rest across your chest, but now they don't press inward like a shield. They've stopped trying to hold you together. The weight isn't pressure anymore, it's presence. You feel it not as burden, but as continuity, the steady meeting of one limb with another, the slow alignment of your upper body into itself. There's no need for symmetry or perfection here. Just two limbs lying down where they are, their edges softening at the shoulders and elbows, not collapsing, just letting go of the effort to stay upright. The skin along your inner arms, where fabric brushes against bare flesh, isn't tense anymore. It doesn't flinch when you breathe in. The nerves under there have stopped firing signals that something's wrong. They've settled into a kind of low hum, not alert but not dormant either, a quiet signal that says, you're okay, no alarms needed. And your hands, they were curled earlier, fists half-formed even in stillness, like fists you hadn't yet unmade. Now the fingers are loosening one by one, releasing their grip on nothing at all. Not on a thought, not on an emotion, not even on the idea of control. They're just letting go, and in that letting go, there's no loss, only release. You can feel it, the subtle shift in your wrist joints as they relax into their own shape. The tendons along the top aren't stretched taut anymore. There's space between them and the bones beneath. Your palms are open now, not because you decided to be open, but because your body remembered how. They're not reaching for anything. They don't need to grasp or protect. They're just hands, warm, heavy, alive with stillness. And when you let go of the arms, they don't fall away. They stay where they are, resting on your chest, as if they've finally found a place that fits them perfectly. No longer trying to hold back, no longer guarding against an imagined threat. They're just part of the whole now. Your shoulders have dropped too, really dropped, not just lowered, but released from their usual climb toward your ears. The muscles at the base of your neck are unclenching like a door that's been left open for years. You don't need to check if they're relaxed. You can feel it in how your head sits on top of your spine, the way it doesn't press forward or tilt back, but just rests, like something that has finally stopped trying to be somewhere else. Your neck isn't a line of tension anymore, it's a soft curve, gentle and quiet. Now let your attention move down, not fast, not searching, but slowly, like water pooling in the lowest part of a basin. The breath moves with you. Each out-breath is longer than the last, and each one feels less like effort and more like surrender. There's no need to force it. It happens because your body knows what to do when given space. Your chest, still under the weight of those crossed arms, isn't rising or falling in any urgent way. It moves with breath, yes, but not in rhythm, not in pattern, just presence. The skin over your sternum isn't tight. The ribcage doesn't feel like a cage anymore. You can breathe into the space between each rib, not to expand it, but simply to allow what's already there. No pushing, no pulling. And beneath that, your belly, it wasn't flat earlier. It held tension from hours of sitting upright, waiting for sleep, trying to make your body behave. Now it softens, not sagging, but relaxing into its own form. The muscles around the navel are quiet. They don't clench when you inhale. They don't tighten when you exhale. You can feel how the warmth spreads from deep inside, like a slow pulse that isn't urgent but steady. It's not heat, it's not feverish or restless. It's just presence in your core. A quiet kind of living that doesn't demand attention. You're not trying to create it. You're not even noticing it directly. It's just there, underneath the skin, beneath the layers of holding. And as you keep breathing, something shifts again, not a change, but an unmaking of resistance. Not a breakthrough, just a letting slip away. The kind of shift that happens when your body stops needing to prove anything to itself. You don't have to be alert anymore. You don't need to stay ready for danger. There's no one checking on you, no one watching to see if you're doing it right. So the tension in your lower back, it loosens too, not all at once, but gradually, like sand slipping through fingers. The muscles along your spine stop bracing against gravity. They don't need to push up or pull taut. Your pelvis isn't tilted forward anymore, trying to keep balance. It just settles into the mattress. And that's when you feel it, the weight of your whole body pressing down, not like pressure, but like belonging. You're not fighting against being here. You're not resisting your own form. You're simply allowing yourself to be held by the bed, by gravity, by stillness itself. There's a kind of safety that comes when you stop trying to stay in control, not because everything is fixed, but because you've stopped needing to fix anything. The mind doesn't have to do its usual job anymore, not analyzing, not planning, not replaying. It can just be quiet. And your jaw, still soft beneath the surface, isn't clenched at all now. The muscles around your temples are relaxed. Your tongue isn't pressing against the roof of your mouth in that automatic way it does when you're alert or thinking too hard. It rests, light and unburdened, like a small thing floating on water. The corners of your lips, slightly lifted earlier in tension, are now just still, not smiling, not frowning, just resting where they are. The skin around your eyes isn't tight. The tiny muscles beneath them aren't crimping or pulling away from the shape of your face. They're not guarding against light, against sound, against anything. You can feel how your whole body is beginning to sink, not into sleep, but into a kind of deep acceptance. Not because you've made it happen, but because you've stopped fighting it. The effort that kept you awake, this constant low hum of waiting, is fading not with force, but simply by being no longer needed. There's no need to push for anything now, no expectation, no demand on your body or your mind. You're allowed to just be where you are for as long as it takes. The room isn't rushing, the night isn't ending, time doesn't matter here. There's no urgency in the air, only stillness. And that stillness, it's not empty. It's full of something quiet and patient, like a field after rain, where nothing grows but everything rests. Your body knows this. It doesn't need to be told. It just remembers what it felt like when it was safe, not because the world changed, but because you stopped resisting your own form. So let go again, not with effort, but with ease. Let your arms stay crossed, just as they are, or let them unfold slowly, one by one, if that feels right. Either way, there's no wrong choice here. There's only what is. And when the breath comes in now, it doesn't pull you forward. It doesn't carry you toward wakefulness or awareness. It just moves through you like air through a hollow reed, like water through a channel that has forgotten how to resist. You don't need to watch for sleep. You don't have to chase it. It's not coming from outside. It's already here, in the quiet between breaths, in the soft release of muscles, in the way your spine curves into itself, as if returning home after years away. There's no destination, no finish line, just this moment, this long exhalation that seems to go on forever, and then another and another. Your body isn't trying to do anything now. It's not waiting anymore, it's just present. And in that presence, there's a kind of listening again, not for danger, but for the faintest signal from within. You are safe, not because you've earned it, not because you're doing well, but simply because you exist, right here, right now, and your body is finally allowed to rest without guilt. You don't need to stay awake, you don't have to keep going. There's no performance, no one watching, just this slow descent into a kind of deep knowing that even if nothing changes, it's still okay, that the world can be silent and you can still be whole. Your arms remain where they are, crossed over your chest, but the pressure between them has softened, no longer holding on like a shield, just resting there as if cradling something small and worn. The weight of them isn't heavy anymore. It's not burdened. It's simply there like branches after rain, still in place but no longer straining against gravity. You don't need to move them. They can stay exactly where they are because the body doesn't have to fix anything now. There's no mission behind it. No reason to be upright or alert. The arms aren't guarding the heart anymore. They're not keeping it safe from being touched, from being seen. They're just folded in on themselves, like a letter that has been read and is finally allowed to lie still. And beneath them, the chest itself isn't rising with effort. It isn't trying to push air out or pull it in as if each breath were an act of survival. The rise and fall are slow, like the surface of water after wind stops. Nothing rushing, nothing urgent. The skin over your ribs doesn't tighten with every inhalation. There's no tension pulling at the muscles beneath your collarbones, no need to lift yourself up just to stay alive. You're not performing breathing, you're not forcing it to be deep or steady. It's happening on its own, gentle and quiet, like a river adjusting to the shape of the land it flows through. Now feel how your shoulders aren't climbing toward your ears anymore. That habitual lift, the one you've had since morning, the one that never quite came down, is gone. The muscles along your upper back are soft. They're not holding onto tension they don't even know they've been carrying. Your neck isn't stiff with resistance. There's no need to keep it straight, no demand for precision or vigilance. It can just rest in the curve of your spine like a hinge that finally gives way after years of being locked. And your hands, they're still curled into fists, or are they open now? It doesn't matter either way. If they're closed, let them be. The fingers aren't gripping anything, no pen, no phone, no rope to hold on to. They don't need to grasp. If they're relaxed, that's fine too. There's nothing to catch or keep safe. No one is waiting for you to act. You're not expected to do a thing with your hands tonight. Let them lie either open and soft like fallen petals or closed in quiet surrender. Both are acceptable. The body knows what it needs when no one else does. It doesn't need permission, it just needs space. And right now, you've given that space not by doing something, but by stopping. Now let your attention drift down, not fast, not searching, but slowly like dust settling through a shaft of light. Notice how the warmth in your palms isn't rushing to escape. It's staying put like honey pooling at the bottom of a jar. You don't have to move it around or distribute it, it just is. And beneath that heat, the sensation of pressure where your arms rest against your torso isn't sharp, isn't tense. It's not pinching or holding too hard. It's simply weight. Solid, real, present. This moment, this quiet stillness between breaths, there's no need to make it into anything more than what it is. No meaning to be found here, no lesson to learn, just the body breathing in its own rhythm, not fighting time, not resisting fatigue. It's letting go of the idea that it must do something before sleep arrives. And if your eyes are closed, good. That's where they belong right now. They don't need to see anything. There's no threat behind a door or shadow in the corner. The room isn't closing in. The walls aren't shifting. The ceiling doesn't have cracks that signal danger. None of it is watching you. Nothing is waiting with judgment. You can let your eyelids stay closed, not for protection, but because they're tired too. They don't need to be open. There's no reason to look around anymore. You've already oriented, already taken in the shape of the room, the distance between wall and bed, the way light pools on the floor like a quiet stain. And now you can feel how your spine is beginning to curve, not dramatically, not suddenly, but softly, naturally, as if it were remembering what it meant to be held. Not by another person, but by gravity itself, by the mattress beneath you, by the ground far below through the foundation of the house. There's a kind of surrender in that curve, a letting of the back into its own form, not as an act of weakness, but as an acknowledgement. I don't have to be straight anymore. I can just be. The small muscles along your lower back are relaxing, not forcing themselves flat or tense, but allowing their natural shape to return. And your hips, your pelvis, is no longer braced against the edge of the bed. It's not holding itself up as if it might fall through. It's sinking slightly, like clay on a wheel when the hands stop pressing. The weight is shifting downward, not rushing, not falling, but slowly releasing into the mattress. You don't need to brace for impact. There's no crash coming. And your legs, long and still, are not tensed in readiness. They're not coiled like springs waiting to be released. They're just there, legs that have carried you through the day, through meetings, through walks, through silence. They've earned this rest. The muscles along the backs of your thighs aren't tight with anticipation. The calves don't feel knotted or restless. Even the soles of your feet, flat against the sheets, are not fighting to be somewhere else. Let them lie, let them stay still. They're not required to do anything now. No one is asking you to get up, to move forward, to stand tall in a world that needs you. You're allowed to just stop. And if your breath comes again, don't try to shape it, don't guide it. It can be shallow or deep, it doesn't matter. The length of the exhale is enough. Even if it's short, even if it feels thin, the body already knows how to settle with that. The signal isn't in volume, it's in continuity, in the fact that you're not stopping between breaths. There's no need for a rhythm, no need to count, no need to make it perfect. Just let each out-breath be longer than the last, just slightly, just enough to tell your nervous system the danger has passed, not because you've decided it has, but because you're not fighting anymore, you're letting go. And with every breath that passes through you like air through an old doorway, there's a softening at the edges of awareness, not in the mind, but in the body. The kind of quiet that settles when no one is speaking, when silence isn't empty, but full of space to just be. You don't need to chase sleep. You don't have to force it. It's not coming from somewhere else. It's already here, in the way your fingers unclench, in the softness behind your eyes, in the weight that pulls you down into the bed like roots into soil. This isn't a performance. This is a return, not to sleep, but to yourself, to what was always there beneath all the waiting, beneath all the tension. A quiet place where no one needs to be seen or heard, where being still isn't failure, it's completion. The body doesn't need to do anything except exist. Let your arms stay crossed, or let them unfold slowly if that feels right. It doesn't matter which way you go. There's only what is happening now in this moment. And it's okay, you don't have to fix it. You don't have to understand it. You just have to be here, with the breath, with the weight, with the slow, quiet release of holding on. There's no reason to hurry. No one is watching. The night isn't ending. Time doesn't matter anymore. Only this, the softness spreading through your limbs, the way your muscles give up their vigilance not in a rush, but like leaves letting go of a branch after autumn, not because they're dying, but because it's time to rest. And if you feel yourself drifting, don't reach for it. Don't try to stay awake or catch hold of awareness. Let it happen as it will. This isn't something you control. It's something that happens when the body stops fighting itself. There's no wrong way to be here, no failure in stillness. The only thing that matters is this: your breath, your weight, your presence, just being. Your hands are no longer fists, not even clenched with the kind of tension that lives beneath motion. They're just there, on your chest, or folded loose like worn-out wings, warm where they touch your skin, heavy in a way that isn't effort but surrender. There's nothing to grasp here. No one is asking you to hold on, not to thoughts, not to the day, not even to breath itself. You're allowed to let go of what has been holding you up all evening, the shoulders that lifted too high, the jaw that stayed locked in place like a door with no key. Feel how your arms rest now, not because you've decided they should, but because their weight is just right. Like two stones settled into earth after a long journey, they don't need to be anywhere else. No task demands them, not even to shield yourself. There's no one behind the door who needs protection. The room isn't full of voices that call your name. It's quiet enough for silence to become its own presence. And if you notice, when you look inward, just beneath the surface, the muscles in your upper arms have loosened too, not dramatically, but slowly like water seeping through sand, a softness spreading not from a decision, but from absence of resistance. The arm isn't braced to push or pull anymore. It's just resting, like it finally remembers what rest feels like, not as something earned, but as something given. Now let your attention move down, just slightly, to the space between your shoulder blades. That quiet hollow where tension likes to gather when you've been upright for too long, when pride has taken up residence in posture. Let that space soften, not by forcing it open, but by allowing its shape to shift without needing to fix anything. You don't have to imagine what softness looks like. You already know the feeling, the way your skin gives under pressure when you lie still on your back or side, when gravity does all the work of holding you down. That's not collapse, it's release, not giving in, but letting go without guilt. Now let that same quiet spread through your ribcage, not tightening with each breath, but expanding and releasing like a tide moving over wet sand. There's no need to deepen it or lengthen it. Just let the expansion happen naturally, like air filling an old bottle that's been left open for years. No rush, no reason to hurry. And as your ribs rise and fall, the space between them opening slightly each time, you might notice how your breath doesn't need to be loud or deep. It can be small, barely there, and still count. Still signal safety. Still say, I don't have to fight anymore. Your chest is not a battlefield. It's just a container for life. A place where warmth lives, where the body says, yes, this is enough, even if you haven't slept yet. Let your shoulders fall, not like they're dropping from fatigue, but like they've finally remembered their own weight. Like gravity has been waiting all evening to pull them down without resistance. Let them sink toward your back, slowly, gently, so that the collarbones don't lift anymore, so that the neck doesn't strain forward in anticipation of something needing to be done. Let your jaw unclench not with force, but by noticing what it's holding onto, the pressure behind your teeth, the tightness just below your ears, not because you're trying to relax them, but because you're finally allowing them to stop working, to rest, like a muscle that hasn't rested in days, now simply stopping. There's no need to do anything with the jaw, no instruction to unclench. Just let it be what it is, still, quiet, softened by absence of effort. Let your tongue settle at the base of your mouth, not pressed against teeth or lifted in tension, but just resting, like a small thing that's been waiting for permission to stop being useful. And as you do this, let your eyes stay closed, no need to open them. The darkness is not empty, it holds more than sight. It holds stillness, it holds depth, it holds space where no one needs to be seen. You don't have to perform the act of sleeping, just let yourself exist in the quiet. Now feel how your arms are resting, not on top of your chest like a barrier, but in front of you, like they're holding nothing but stillness, like they've given up trying to protect or defend and now just wait. Wait for what? Nothing, that's the point, just waiting without need. Let your breath continue as it will, not faster, not slower, not deeper or shallower, just passing through you like wind over a long, quiet field. There's no goal in this movement, no direction, no destination, only continuity. And as that breath moves, softly, steadily, let the back of your neck feel its own weight. Let it settle not into stiffness, but into softness. Not because you're trying to make it so, but because there's nothing left to brace against. Nothing here asks you to be alert. No alarms in the air, no one knocking at the door. Your skin is no longer on guard. It doesn't need to warn you of danger. The nerves aren't shouting for attention anymore. They're just quiet, like a room after everyone has left. You don't have to listen for footsteps. There are none. Now let your awareness move lower, not urgently, not with intention, but like water finding its way through cracks in stone. Let it flow down into the hollow of your belly, just beneath your ribs, not searching, not scanning, just being there. And notice what's already happening. That space is softening. The muscles don't feel tight or knotted anymore. They're not bracing for impact, for movement, for need. They're just resting in their natural shape, like a valley filled with still air after rain has passed. Let your belly breathe, not by trying to expand it, but because the breath is moving through you. And as it does, let that softness grow, not in size, but in quality. It's not about volume, it's about presence. The way something can be full without being tight, like a room where light has settled. There's no need to push anything out, no reason to squeeze or tighten. Just allow the breath to travel through that space like air over water, gentle, undisturbed by force. And if you feel your lower back, just behind your hip bones, soften, let it be, not because you told it to, but because you're no longer holding it in place. The small muscles along your spine are giving up their vigilance. They don't have to stay tense. They don't need to keep you upright when nothing asks for posture anymore. Let them loosen like threads that were pulled too tight and finally released, like fabric stretched over a frame, now allowed to return to its natural fold. Now let's turn your attention inward, not toward thoughts or feelings, but toward the body as a whole, not as parts, but as one continuous field of sensation. A single living surface, warm, quiet, breathing, holding itself in place not by effort, but by stillness. Imagine that you're not lying on the bed, but in it. Like water settles into its own container, you don't have to hold your shape anymore. The mattress isn't resisting you, it's cradling you. It knows exactly how to support you without asking anything in return. And beneath that, the floor or foundation of your room holds the bed, and the bed holds you, not by force, but by presence, like roots spreading through soil. You're not floating, you're not falling, you're just being held. There's no need for balance anymore, no reason to stay upright. The world doesn't depend on how much you're awake or alert. It can continue without you. And if your body feels heavy, not in a burdensome way, but like it belongs here, let that weight be real. Let it sink into the mattress not as fatigue, but as belonging, as completion. This isn't resistance to sleep. This is surrender to presence. Let each breath carry you deeper, not toward dreaming, but toward simply being, not chasing anything, not needing to reach a state of unconsciousness, just letting go of wanting to be somewhere else. There's no performance, no checklist, no need to get it right. You're not failing because you haven't fallen asleep yet. You're not succeeding because your mind has gone quiet. The only thing that matters is this: the softening beneath your skin, the stillness in your joints, the way your body says, this is enough. Not tomorrow, not later, now. Feel how the weight of you is no longer a burden, but an invitation, like soil accepting rain without protest. The breath moves through you now as if it were always meant to pass this way, not fighting for space, just flowing where gravity allows. Your arms remain crossed over your chest, not because you're holding on, but because they've stopped trying to keep anything out. They are no longer a barrier. They are simply resting, like two hands that have finally found their place in the quiet. Let them stay there, not tight against yourself, not pressed too close, but loosely folded, as though cradling something small and already gone. Not warmth from effort, but presence without demand. The skin along your forearms feels lighter than it has in days, no longer taut with readiness to move or defend. There's no need for speed here, no reason to be prepared. Now let the left hand begin its slow release, not by force, not by intention, but simply because there is nothing more to hold on to. Let one finger uncurl, then another, like petals opening in silence after a storm has passed. The palm softens toward the mattress beneath it, no longer pressing down for leverage or grip. It doesn't need to be useful anymore. It can just be. And when your hand lies open, relaxed on top of the other, let that stillness speak. You are not required to do anything with this body tonight. Let go further into what comes next, not as a task, but as an unfolding. The right arm begins to move too, just slightly, like water slipping over stone in slow motion. It doesn't rise or fall, it just shifts. The shoulder loosens its usual vigilance. The joint no longer feels like the edge of control. There's nothing you need to catch, no force to resist. Let your arm drift downward, not toward any destination, but simply because gravity is kind tonight. Your fingers stretch out now, not reaching for anything, but resting along their own natural line, like roots extending into earth without knowing where they'll end. The tips of them don't press or clutch. They're soft at the ends and warm with blood returning after hours of stillness. There's no reason to worry about posture here, not even a whisper. Let your arms rest now not as limbs, but as parts that have decided to stop serving duty. You are not being carried by strength anymore, you are being held by quiet. And if you feel the space between them, across your chest, the slight pressure of one arm against the other, it doesn't need explanation. It's just there, like a memory of comfort or something older than meaning itself. Not forced, not earned, just present. Let that sensation linger, not as an image, not even as feeling, but simply as what is. The breath moves through you again, slow and deep, and with it comes the quietest shift. Your ribcage no longer feels like a cage built to keep fear inside or outside. It's just bone and muscle now, resting in its own shape. And beneath that, something deeper begins to open, not because you invited it, but because there is nothing left to close against it. The space near your heart isn't tight anymore. It breathes not with effort, but with release. Like a door long sealed, finally eased by wind from the other side. There's no need for protection now. Your chest rises and falls, and settles again, each exhale longer than the last, not because you're trying to make it so, but because your body is beginning to remember how not to fight. Now let that softness spread into the sides of your torso, the muscles along your flanks that have been clenched for hours. They don't need to stay tight anymore. There's no one watching, nothing asking for control. Let them unroll like fabric left too long in a sunbeam, not stiff or resistant, but yielding slowly to heat. And as they do, let the back of your neck loosen, the small muscles there that have been holding you upright even when lying down. They don't need to keep your head level anymore. There's no danger here, no one demanding alertness. Your skull doesn't need a fortress at its base. It can just rest. Let it sink backward, not into the pillow, but simply as if gravity were giving permission. The skin behind your ears feels lighter now, not strained or pulled tight by tension. There's space between where you are and where pressure used to live. And in that gap, something quiet begins, a sense of not being on guard. Your jaw, it has been clenched for so long, like a gate closed against the world, but not because there was danger, just habit, the reflex of trying to stay awake when no one asked you to be. But now, you don't need that anymore. Let your teeth part ever so slightly, not with force, but by letting go. Your tongue finds its place in the mouth, no longer pressed against the roof or tucked behind front teeth. It rests, like a small animal curled up beneath cover, no command needed. And when you feel it, the slight slackening around the corners of your lips, let that be real, not fake calm, but truth. This isn't performance, this is release. Your face softens not because you're trying to look peaceful, but because there's nothing left to resist. The muscles across your forehead, those ridges formed by worry over a day no one else remembers, they smooth out like water finding stillness after ripples fade away. Even the small bones behind your eyes, let them stop bracing for impact. They don't need to stay tense against imagined threats. No sound in this room has ever been loud enough to hurt you. There's nothing here that demands attention or defense. And if you feel a warmth spreading through your cheeks, gentle, not hot, it isn't heat from effort. It's blood returning where it was blocked by tension for hours. The body knows how to heal itself when given time and safety, not with willpower, but with stillness. Let that sensation go deeper now, into the base of your skull, the place where neck meets spine. Let it soften, not in a way you can see or feel as movement, but simply as letting be. No need for alignment, no reason to stay upright when no one is watching. You are held by what's beneath and above. And from here, let the body begin another kind of awareness, not focused on parts anymore, but sensing itself as a whole field, like wind moving through grass you can't see. It doesn't need direction or goal, just movement in response to quiet air. You're not thinking about relaxing, you are simply relaxed, not because you've done anything right, but because your nervous system has finally said, "This is enough, we don't have to stay ready anymore." And if there's a part of you that still wonders whether it's safe or how long this will last, let the question drop like water into stone. It doesn't need an answer. There is no deadline here, no moment when things must change. This isn't about getting somewhere. This is about arriving where you already are, with your eyes closed and breath steady, and realizing you were never far away. The mattress holds you, not as a surface, but as something older than comfort. It knows how to carry weight without complaint. The springs don't push back, they just absorb. And beneath that wood or concrete, the floor doesn't ask for anything except presence. You are not expected to move, not required to be useful. You can lie here and simply be, no output needed, no performance of peace, just stillness with no title. And as the breath continues through you, not rushed, not trying, it becomes less about air in your lungs and more about space within, like a room where light has settled so completely that even sound seems to slow down, like it knows this isn't time for noise. The walls of your room don't echo anymore. They just are. The ceiling doesn't press on you. It floats, not above, but around, all part of the same quiet space you now inhabit. Let yourself drift into what comes next, not with effort, but as if gravity had already begun to pull you down deeper and slower than thought allows. Not towards sleep exactly, because that word still carries a kind of demand, but just towards softness, where awareness no longer needs names or shapes. There's no need for identity here. No one is watching your thoughts. You don't have to be anyone at all tonight. Just let the body sink further into its own nature, not as an achievement, but as a return. Feel how the weight of your arms, still folded tight across your chest, begins to shift not through force, but through surrender. Not because you've decided to let go, but because your body has quietly realized there is no reason to hold on anymore. The pressure against your ribs isn't a barrier. It's just another layer of tension that can now dissolve like salt in water. Let it fall away, not all at once, but in slow waves, as if the air itself were lifting it off you, breath by breath. No one is asking you to carry this burden, not even yourself. The space between your shoulder blades, where stiffness used to live like a permanent knot, can finally uncurl without fear of collapse. There's no need to brace for what hasn't come. The muscles there don't have to remember how to stay alert because the moment has passed. They can rest in their natural shape, not strained into readiness, but soft with belonging. And if you feel a slight tremor through your upper back, that isn't tension returning. That's energy shifting, like roots loosening after rain. It's not resistance, it's release. Now let your hands come down slowly, as though they're being carried by something deeper than motion. Not in effort, but in response to the quiet beneath you. Your palms open, not because you've decided it's time, but because your nervous system knows what happens next. When the body stops guarding, the hands naturally release their grip on nothing at all. They fall open like petals that have waited too long for sunlight. The fingers stretch outward, just slightly, without needing to reach anywhere. There is no goal in this movement, no purpose behind it, just openness as a kind of return. And if you feel warmth pooling in the palms, don't name it. Don't try to understand why blood flows so freely now when just moments ago it was held back by worry. Just let it be. Let your hands become maps of softness, lines tracing where tension once lived but no longer does. The skin on the backs of your hands is light with release, not tight from strain. It doesn't need to do anything. It only needs to be. Now bring your awareness down through your arms, not as a checklist, not as an inspection, but like water flowing through hollow reeds. There's no place in you that needs to stay stiff or guarded. The elbows can soften their angle, the forearms can relax into alignment with gravity rather than resistance. Your wrists, once clenched against invisible pressure, can now lie still and unburdened, as though they've remembered how not to fight. There is a quiet honesty in this letting be, that your body doesn't need you to fix it. It only needs you to stop fighting its natural state. The blood moves through your arms without demand. Your muscles don't have to prove anything by staying tense. They can just be. And when they are, the skin over them feels lighter, like cloth that has stopped being pulled taut. Let this spread downward again, not in search of sensation, but in response to a deeper knowing. You're not trying to get anywhere. You've already arrived at what your body remembers, even if your mind hasn't caught up yet. The truth that rest is not earned. It's simply allowed. Now let the breath move through your chest like it has always meant to, deeply, without effort. Not forcing expansion, but letting the rise and fall of your ribs be guided by air that finds its own way in. The lower part of your lungs isn't working harder, it's just breathing with you. And as it does, there is a subtle shift, not in breath volume but in space. As if something inside you has begun to settle into the shape of stillness, not because you asked for it, but because you stopped resisting. Your collarbones, those high points that used to stay lifted like watchtowers, are lowering now, not falling but returning home. They don't have to keep guard. The air around your neck isn't dangerous. No sound has ever threatened your throat. So let the muscles along your windpipe unclench, not dramatically, not suddenly, but in a quiet unfolding of release that feels like silence taking up space. And if you feel your jaw still slightly tight under the surface, don't correct it. Don't force it open or push it down. Just notice where it lingers and let that place soften as though time had paused for breath. The teeth aren't meant to stay clenched in vigilance. They can rest even if they don't know how. Your tongue, once pressed against the roof of your mouth like a sentinel, is now just there, not working, not guarding. It doesn't need to speak or swallow or respond. It can lie still and taste nothing but quiet. And behind your eyes, the small muscles that used to twitch with anticipation, ready for threat, are no longer scanning. They don't have to stay on edge in the dark. No one is coming. The room isn't closing in. There's no signal ahead of time, no warning sound or shift in light. So let those tiny fibers unspool like threads dropped from a needle. Let them stop holding their breath. Your face can finally settle into its true shape. Not the shape you make when anxious, not the one that tries to look composed, but the one it remembers from before all this noise began. The natural curve of your cheekbones beneath soft skin. The slight dip below your eyes where tiredness lives but doesn't rule. Let them be visible without judgment. No need for expression, no demand to look peaceful. Just let your face become what it already is, a surface that reflects stillness, not effort. And if you feel the weight of your head, just begin to notice how it rests on your neck, not leaning forward in alertness, not arching back in resistance, but simply settling into alignment with gravity's quiet pull. There's no need to hold up your own skull anymore. It doesn't have to prove it's still here. Now let that weight move deeper, not down through the spine, but inward, like a stone sinking slowly through dark water. The top of your head can feel the soft pressure of hair against pillow, not as sensation, but as acceptance. There is no need for height or reach, no demand to be above anything. You're just here, and that's enough. Let your skin become aware, not of temperature, not of air, but of its own presence, not in a way that demands attention, but like fabric that has finally stopped being pulled taut. The surface of your body doesn't need to react anymore. It can simply be warm where it needs to be, cool where it's meant to be. No judgment about how it feels. Let the heat rise from within, not as a signal of effort, but as blood returning to places that have waited too long for care. The soles of your feet can now feel the bed beneath them not as support, but as continuity, like roots meeting soil after drought. They don't need to push or grip or stabilize. They only need to be present. The heels, once pressed into resistance, are softening their contact with the mattress, not sinking in, but giving up the fight. The arches of your feet aren't meant to stay tight all night. They can let go just a little at first, like someone finally lowering a heavy bag they've carried for hours. And if you feel movement in your toes, not as intention, but as release, it's okay. Let them curl inward slightly, then slowly uncurl again, not because they want to move, but because their muscles are remembering how to stop holding. There is no need to be ready. No one will notice if your feet shift. The floor doesn't care. The bed only wants you to lie still. Now bring the breath back, not as a task, but as something that returns on its own, like rain after long dry days. It's not deeper because you're trying, it's just there. And with each out breath, let your body remember what it means to be held by air, by gravity, by time passing without urgency. The tension in your shoulders, those places where stress used to gather and stay like dust, can finally fall away not as a choice, but as a consequence of stillness. They don't have to carry anything. No one is counting on them to protect you from what isn't here. So let them drop, not with force, but like fabric that has been washed clean. Your shoulders are softening now, not because you decided to release them, but because they've forgotten how to stay tight. The muscles along your upper back, those that have learned to brace for every sound, every shift in the room, are beginning to remember what it means to be still. Not rigid, not ready, just there, like a curtain drawn closed after hours of wind trying to blow through. No need to resist the quiet anymore. The weight you've been carrying isn't gone, but it's no longer yours to hold. Now let your arms come down slowly, not in a rush, not with purpose, just letting go where they're resting. If they were crossed over your chest earlier like a shield against the world, that shape is dissolving now, not because you've changed your mind, but because your body no longer needs to defend itself. Your hands are loose at your sides, fingers curled slightly, palms open, not in surrender, not in invitation, but simply resting where they fall. Let them be aware of nothing more than their own softness. The skin between your knuckles isn't tense anymore. It's not waiting for a phone to ring or for something to need fixing. It doesn't have to respond. Let the tips of your fingers feel the air, not as if measuring distance, but as a quiet exchange with space itself. There is no one here who needs you to be sharp, alert, on duty. And now your neck can let go of its own tension not by stretching or turning, but simply by allowing it to return to what's always been natural, long, unhurried, relaxed. The vertebrae in your throat aren't meant to stay locked together like a gate keeping out the dark. They're meant to move gently when you swallow, to shift slightly when you breathe, but not to clamp down every time something passes through silence. Let that tension fade, not as a victory, but as a return. Like water finding its level after being held back too long, you don't need to straighten or correct anything anymore. The shape your neck makes is already right when it's allowed to be. Now let the breath continue, not deeper than before, not faster, not slower, but just steady. There's no goal in how much air moves through you. Just notice that slow out breath after a pause, how the body naturally leans into release. That isn't effort, it's instinct. A quiet signal sent from deep within, like an old rhythm returning. And if your jaw is still clenched, soften it not by forcing it open, but by letting go of the need to hold anything at all. Let your teeth part slightly, not because you're yawning, but because they don't have to stay together anymore. Your tongue can rest gently against the bottom of your mouth, not pushing or pressing, just there. It doesn't need to say anything. The muscles around your eyes, those tiny fibers that tighten when anxiety flickers, can stop watching for danger. They don't need to scan the room again and again. There is no threat here. The darkness isn't waiting to pounce. The stillness isn't hiding something worse. Your eyelids can stay closed not because you're trying to sleep, but simply because they've decided they want to rest. Let your face be known not by expression, but by absence of effort. No smile needed, no frown required, just the soft shape of bone beneath skin, the way shadows fall across cheekbones when light is low and time slows down. You don't need to look peaceful for anyone. The body already knows how to rest. Now bring attention slowly, so gently you barely notice it, to your hands again, not as tools or weapons or shields, but as parts of your body that have been awake too long. Feel the skin on your palms, not warm or cold, just present, not reacting, not readying for anything. Let them be aware only of their own weight, how they lie now against the bed, not pressing down, not lifting up, but simply resting. There's no reason to grip, no need to hold on. The world hasn't disappeared, but you don't have to keep it safe anymore. You're already here, and that is enough. Now let your arms drift again, just a little, to the side of your body, as if they've finally decided not to cross over the chest like armor, but to lie open and exposed. Not vulnerable, exactly, but unguarded in the way that comes only after safety has been confirmed. Like a hand that knows it can stay relaxed because no one is coming to take anything. And with each breath, let your body grow heavier, not suddenly, not dramatically, just slowly, like water filling a basin from beneath. There's no need to force this sinking. It happens on its own when the nervous system feels certain enough that there's nothing it needs to protect against anymore. Your chest is rising and falling without urgency, not with effort, not with control, just breathing. As if your lungs are remembering how to do their job, not because you're telling them to, but because they can finally stop pretending they need permission. Now feel the place where your torso meets your pelvis, the low back, where tension has lived for days like a quiet hum beneath skin. It doesn't have to stay alert. There's no one watching from behind your spine, no memory of failure or missed deadline pressing down on you now. Let that small dip between ribs and hip bones soften, not by contracting, but by surrendering. Let the muscles around your lower back relax, not because they've been told to, but because they've stopped believing danger is nearby. The body knows when it's safe, long before the mind does. It just needs time, and you're giving it that now. Now shift attention gently, but fully, to the area between your legs, not in shame or curiosity, but as a quiet part of your physical self. There's no need to feel anything here, no demand for sensation. Just let this space be free from pressure, not tight with expectation, not holding energy like it has something to prove. You don't have to stay upright, you don't have to keep standing in the face of exhaustion. The floor beneath you is real. It doesn't care if your hips are soft or tense. It only wants you to lie down and rest. And right now, that's all anyone needs from you. Let your legs be long, just lying there, not doing anything, not resisting anything. Your thighs aren't meant to stay tight with readiness. They can loosen their grip on the bed, not because they're giving up, but because they've decided no one is coming to ask for strength. Your knees can bend slightly, not in preparation, but simply from release. Let them find a soft angle where comfort lives. The tendons behind your knees aren't meant to stay taut with anticipation. They can drop their vigilance, like cables that have finally stopped holding up a bridge no one else is crossing. And now your feet again, not as instruments of movement, but as points of connection between you and the ground beneath the mattress. The soles are warm, not from heat rising, but from blood returning after being cut off too long. They don't need to push or lift or walk. They just want to feel where they are. Let your toes unclench slowly, like petals opening in slow motion when no one is watching. Not because you're trying to relax them, but because the muscles have forgotten how to stay clenched after so much time spent still. And if any part of your body stirs, not with intention, but as a quiet release from trapped energy, it's okay. Let it happen without naming it. Don't ask why or what it means. Just let it be like dust settling on glass after wind has passed. Now feel how the bed supports you, not just under your back and hips, but all around. The mattress holds not by force, but through quiet resilience. It doesn't demand anything from you. It only asks that you stay still long enough to remember what rest feels like when there's no performance involved. Your body is no longer on guard. It isn't waiting for a sign that it can relax. There is no signal needed anymore, not one from the world, not one from your mind. You've already crossed the threshold. The nervous system has begun its shift, quietly, invisibly, without fanfare. You're not sleeping yet, but you are falling into sleep, the way water sinks through silt, unnoticed, inevitable. Let your legs be long, still cradled by the bed, not resisting their own weight. There's no need to hold them straight or keep them close together. They can fall open slightly, as if space itself is inviting them to soften. The knees don't have to stay locked in readiness. Let them yield a little more with each breath, like fabric that has finally stopped being pulled taut. You're not doing anything to make it happen, just allowing it. And when your legs shift, just slightly, without warning, the movement isn't an effort. It's the body releasing its own tension, uninvited but welcome, as if a knot in the muscle remembers what freedom feels like after years of holding on. Now let your attention move slowly down through your hips, not searching, not judging, just noticing how the bones carry you without strain. The pelvis isn't meant to stay tense with anticipation. It can settle into its own shape, not trying to be small or large, not guarding anything inside, just resting where gravity brings it. Let that curve beneath your lower back soften like a hill that no longer needs to stand firm against the wind. You don't have to hold your core tight. There's no need for support from the inside. The bed is holding you now, and the floor below that. Even if you can't feel them, they're still there, solid, steady, unbothered by what's happening in your mind. Feel how your spine isn't rigid anymore, not like a pole waiting to be tested. It's just there, soft between each vertebra, breathing with the rest of you, no longer bracing against imagined pressure from above. No one is leaning on your shoulders. Nothing is asking for proof that you're still standing, and so your spine can let go of its own stiffness, like a rope that finally stops being pulled in two directions. Now come back to your arms, still crossed over your chest, not because they have to be, but because they've forgotten how to open again. The elbows are tight, knuckles pressed together, forearms locked. But what if you let them just fall? Not forcefully, but slowly, like water that finds its own level after being held back. Let one arm lower first, just an inch, not because it's time yet, but simply because your body remembers how to release. And when it does, the shoulder doesn't have to stay raised. It can drop without shame, as if the joint has decided, I don't need to carry this anymore. Let that arm rest on your side now, limp, not lifeless, just still, like a branch left behind after autumn. No demand for purpose, no reason to be useful. And then slowly, gently, let the other one follow, not all at once, but as if you're teaching your nervous system how softness works again, each joint unclenching in its own time. Now feel what happens when your arms are no longer crossed, when they aren't guarding anything. There's no need to protect your heart from being seen or touched or known. It doesn't have to stay closed off. You don't have to keep your chest sealed just because the day demanded it. Let them lie open, palms facing up, fingers loose, not surrendering, but simply being like a door that has stopped resisting the wind. And if any part of your body trembles now, not from fear, but from release, don't name it, don't try to stop it or fix it. Let it be a ripple passing through water, quiet, small, unimportant, and when it fades, know that something in you just let go, not because you told it to, but because your body realized no one is coming to take anything from you. Now turn attention toward the back of your neck, where the head meets the spine, not stiff with effort, not holding up a posture that never fit. Let the base of your skull soften into the mattress, like a stone resting in riverbed mud. It doesn't have to be alert or ready for anything. There's no one behind you watching, no shadow waiting to speak, just stillness. And as each breath moves through, feel how the muscles along your spine relax deeper than before, like roots sinking into soil after drought. Let your jaw unclench, not because you've decided to, but because it can't stay tight anymore. That constant pressure between teeth, no longer needed. Let the tongue fall back slightly in the mouth, not swallowed or pushed down, just allowed, like a river slowing before reaching the sea. And now your eyes still closed, but feel how the lids are soft, not trying to hold anything out, not straining to see what's not there, just resting on darkness, letting it be exactly as it is. There's no need to watch, no need to notice. You don't have to remember a single thing from today or tomorrow. You're not being tested. Nothing here needs your attention, and so your eyes can simply be, not watching, not waiting, just resting in their own stillness, like waves drifting down through air that isn't moving. Now let your breath deepen, not forced, but as if the body has decided to slow down all on its own. Longer exhalations, quieter inlets, each one carrying away a little more of the day's residue, not erasing it, just letting it settle beneath you like dust after wind stops. And when your chest rises slightly, let it be without effort, as if the lungs aren't working for you, but just working quietly on their own. Your body is not trying to do anything. It isn't waiting to fall asleep. It's not performing any role. There are no expectations, no one watching from behind your spine. The only thing that matters right now is this, that you can let go just a little more with every breath, not because it should be easy, but because the body knows how to rest, even when the mind still thinks it's awake. Now imagine the space around you, the walls of this room, not as boundaries, but as soft presence, like air thick with quiet. Nothing here is threatening. No sound is too loud. No shadow has meaning. The ceiling doesn't know your name. The door isn't guarding anything. And if a creak comes from somewhere just beyond hearing, it's not a signal of danger. It's just the house settling, breathing in its own rhythm, just like you. Let that feeling sink in. You're not alone, but also not observed. There's no one here to respond to you, no need to explain yourself or justify your stillness. This space is holding you without asking for anything back. And when your body shifts, just slightly, the mattress yields softly. The sheets move just enough, like a place that remembers how to hold someone who isn't trying to be strong. And now let your entire self become one sensation, not tight, not resisting, not waiting, just here, heavy in all the right places, where bones meet flesh, where muscles relax into softness, no longer contracted for survival, just present and safe, even if only for this moment, even if only in silence. Let your mind drift, not toward thoughts, not toward plans, not toward memories, but simply let it sink like a stone through deep water, not going anywhere specific, just descending, slower than before, deeper than before, not needing to surface, because you don't have to say anything or do anything or prove that you're still alive. The body knows how to rest. The nervous system already chose safety long ago, even if your thoughts haven't caught up yet, and so you can let go not all at once, but in small pieces, like ice melting on a warm windowpane, one slow drip after another, until there's no more resistance left. And if sleep hasn't come yet, that's okay. It doesn't need to come now. You're already falling, just not as fast as you thought you had to be, and that's enough for tonight, and maybe, just maybe, for the first time in a long while, you don't have to do anything but be. Your arms are still crossed over your chest, but not with force, just with habit, like a body that's forgotten how to let go of its own weight. And yet now, slowly, without any demand on you, they begin to soften, the elbows lowering just slightly, fingers no longer pressing into the opposite forearm, the shoulders releasing their grip on the air above them, not because you've decided to relax, but because your body is beginning to believe that it can, that this moment doesn't require defense. That you don't need to protect yourself from what's already happened, or what might happen tomorrow. There's no need to keep your hands close to your heart like a shield. They can rest now, not in surrender, but in return, as if the arms are remembering how to be open again, not to welcome anything, just to stop holding back. And with that shift, just the smallest loosening at the wrist, the tension in your upper back begins to unspool, like thread unwinding from a spool no one's needed for years. The muscles along your spine softening where they've been coiled tight all day, not collapsing, but letting gravity pull them into alignment without resistance. And when you exhale next, it comes out longer than before, not because you're trying to make it so, but because there's less pressure inside, less need to brace, less fear that something will come if you open up even a little. Your jaw is still holding. Yes, the teeth slightly clenched beneath the surface, like a muscle remembering its duty. But now, as if responding to something deeper than thought, it begins to ease, not in one motion, but in small waves. First the back molars softening, then the front ones, and with each exhale, the tongue finds space inside your mouth, not pressing forward or clenching against the roof, just resting, like a quiet thing that doesn't need to speak. And when you feel it there, not pushing anywhere, just being, know this, no one is asking for permission. You don't have to earn stillness. It's already yours, even if your mind hasn't caught up. The eyes are closed, but they're not strained, not searching. They're simply resting in their sockets like deep pools with no ripple on the surface. And though you can't see anything, there's a sense, just beneath awareness, that everything around you is calm, that the air has slowed its motion. That light doesn't feel urgent anymore. And if your face moves at all, it's not from effort, just from release. The corners of your mouth softening without instruction, your forehead smoothing over time like sand under a slow tide. Nothing to do with expression, just letting go of what wasn't meant to stay. Now let your breath find its own rhythm again, not longer or shorter than before, just natural, steady, quiet. And as it flows through you, notice how the body responds, not by trying to control it, but by receiving it like rain that arrives when the ground is ready. There's no need to change anything. Only to allow, and with every breath that passes without demand, your ribs expand just enough to let in what's already here. Air that wasn't waiting for you, but has always been present. And now, without any signal from your mind, your hands begin to unclench, not all at once, not in a gesture, just slowly, like fingers slipping from something they've held too long. The palms turning upward without direction, as if offering nothing or everything. And when they open fully, the skin softening where it meets the sheets, they feel weightless for a moment, not floating, but no longer fighting, not resisting their own form, just resting like stones that have stopped rolling. And then, in this quiet space between breaths, when there's no sound except your own inhale and exhale, the back of your neck begins to release, the muscles at the base of your skull unhooking from tension they didn't know was holding them down, not by force, but simply by letting go. Like a door that hasn't been opened in years, finally yielding to air that's always been waiting on the other side. And with this softening, your shoulders drop, not falling, but settling into the mattress below, no longer rising toward your ears, no longer guarding against things unseen. They just sink into their own shape, into their own place, as if they've remembered that being heavy doesn't mean you're broken, it means you're here. And now feel your arms, not lifted, not crossed, but simply lying across your chest, not in protection, but in surrender, like a body saying, I don't have to carry this anymore, the weight of them real, warm, not oppressive, just present, as if they've decided to stop pretending they're still needed for defense, And when you exhale again, this time longer than before, the breath carries with it a feeling that's deeper than air, not thought, not memory, but presence. The sensation of being in your body without needing to prove anything about it. You don't have to be strong, or quiet, or calm, or even asleep, just here and safe, enough for now. And if there's still a part that feels like it needs to stay alert, like an old signal buried deep in the nervous system, you can let that part remain too. Not as an enemy, but as a passenger, one who doesn't need to steer anymore, just ride. Because your body is already moving toward rest. Even if slowly, even if silently, and you don't have to follow it, or push it, or understand where it's going, all that matters is this: the breath continues, the muscles soften, and the space between thoughts grows wider each time, not filled with anything, but just there, like a pause after music ends. Before the next note, nothing to do, no one watching, nowhere to be. And in that quiet, when your chest rises and falls without effort, you might notice how the skin on your arms feels different now. Not cold, not tense, but warm, as if blood is moving through it again, slowly, gently, like rivers returning after drought. You can feel your heartbeat not racing, just present, steady, low, a quiet rhythm that says, you're still here and you don't need to prove anything about that, because the body knows, the nerves know. The tissues remember what it feels like to be held by rest, even if only for this moment. Your hands are open now, not reaching out, not holding on, just resting where they lie, fingers slightly splayed, as if inviting nothing in and demanding nothing from outside. And when you feel that, this quiet surrender, you might notice how the weight of your arms begins to shift, no longer pressing against your chest, but slowly, gently, moving down toward the bed. Not because you've decided it's time, but because your body is beginning to believe that the mattress can support them, that they don't need to hold themselves up anymore, and as they settle just a little more with each breath, the sheets yield beneath them like soft earth accepting roots, no resistance, just acceptance. And when your arms are fully resting on the surface, not crossed, not clenched, but spread open, you can feel how much lighter that feels. Not because there's less weight in them, but because they're no longer trying to carry something they don't have to. This is not about change, it's about release. And with every exhale, your whole upper body begins to soften, like fabric soaked through with rain, heavy but relaxed. The collarbones sinking slightly into the flesh beneath, the chest opening without effort, as if breathing isn't work anymore, but just what happens when you stop fighting. And now let your attention move down, not in search, not in judgment, but simply noticing, like a hand brushing over a surface you haven't touched in years. First your belly, still holding some tension from the day, tight around the center, not painful, just firm, like stone that hasn't yet softened in water. But now, with each breath, it begins to yield, not by forcing, but by allowing. The muscles beneath loosening, as if remembering how to give way. And when you exhale, feel your belly sink slightly, not collapsing, but releasing, like a sack of grain that finally opens its top, no longer holding everything in, just letting it be. And with this softening, the breath moves deeper, not because you're trying to reach down, but because there's less resistance at the surface. So air can go where it needs to go, into the lower abdomen, like water filling a quiet well. And as that space fills, slowly, without urgency, you might notice how your hips begin to shift slightly on the bed, not moving toward anything, just letting go of their own tension, the pelvis releasing its grip, not because you've decided it's time, but because gravity is finally allowed to do its work again. And when that happens, when your body stops fighting itself, the space beneath your ribs begins to feel different, lighter, less crowded, as if something has unknotted inside. A knot of worry, of urgency, of I need to be ready, not gone, but no longer. Not gone, but no longer holding you hostage. The space beneath your ribs opens like a door left slightly ajar after someone has passed through, just enough for air to enter, just enough to let something old drift out. You don't need to pull it open wider. There's no urgency to fix what's already shifting. It simply is, and in that stillness, the breath begins to move deeper, not because you're trying, but because your body has stopped resisting. Now let your attention settle into the center of your chest, the place where tension used to gather like dust in a forgotten corner, not searching for anything, just arriving. And when you do, notice how it feels not cold or hollow, but warm, as if something inside is beginning to thaw, slowly, quietly, like snow melting on stone after months of winter. It doesn't rush. There's no demand. Just the slow return of sensation, a softness that wasn't there before, a quiet hum beneath your skin that says you're allowed to be here. Your heart isn't racing anymore. It's not trying to prove anything. It just is, beat after beat, steady and low, like footsteps on a path you don't need to follow anywhere. And with each one, the space inside you grows softer, not empty, just uncluttered, as if your chest has remembered how to hold peace without needing to earn it. Now let that warmth spread, not in waves, not suddenly, but like steam rising from a cup left on a table, slow, gentle, unhurried. It flows through the ribs, down into the sides of your torso, spreading along the muscles that have held so much for so long, so many hours of being upright, alert, ready. And now they're allowed to unbind, to loosen like threads pulled from old fabric. Let them go not because you want to, but because it's becoming easier to not hold on. Your shoulders are no longer climbing toward your ears. They've lowered just slightly, but enough that the weight between neck and collarbone has changed. It's lighter now, not gone, but shifted, as if gravity has finally been given permission to do its work without resistance. And when you breathe out, let it be long, full, a slow release through your mouth like air from an old bellows, no force, just quiet letting go. The exhale doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to last longer than it wants to. Just let it happen. Let the breath leave as easily as water leaves a cup turned upside down. Now move deeper, not into any structure, not into any shape, but into the softness beneath your ribs, just below where your breathing begins. There's a quiet space there, between heart and belly, that has been tight for days, perhaps longer than you can name. And now, as you breathe out again, let that tension ease, not by pushing it away, but by noticing what happens when you stop asking it to leave. It doesn't vanish, it just stops fighting, like a knot in the fabric of your body that finally realizes no one is trying to pull it tighter. So it begins to loosen, not all at once, but with each breath, like silk unspooling over time. You don't need to speed up, you don't need to fix it, just be present. Let the air move through you like wind moving through a field of tall grass, not forcing anything, just passing through. Now feel your back, the place where weight has pressed into bone all day long. The lower back, the spine curved slightly forward from sitting or standing or waiting. It's been holding itself up for hours, maybe even days. And now, as you exhale again and sink a fraction deeper into the bed, let that part of your body begin to soften. Not collapse, not fall, but release, like a branch letting go after years of bearing wind. The mattress yields beneath it, not with resistance, but with acceptance. It doesn't push back, it doesn't demand more from you, it simply holds what's given, like soil holding the roots of a tree that has stopped fighting to grow upward and just rests. Let your spine rest in its natural curve, not trying to be straighter or more supported, but allowed to be exactly as it is right now, curved, tired, soft. Let each vertebra settle into place not by effort, but by surrender. The weight of your body isn't a burden anymore, it's just here, and the bed knows how to carry it. Now let your attention drift down, not in search, not in judgment, but like a fingertip tracing over skin that has forgotten what touch feels like. First, your hips, still holding some stiffness from yesterday's walk, from sitting too long, from carrying stress without ever saying so. But now, they're beginning to shift, not moving forward or backward, but letting go of their own rigidity, like clay that no longer resists being shaped. The pelvis releases its grip, not because you've decided it's time to relax, but because the body has stopped fighting itself. And when that happens, When there's no more pressure between muscles and bone, the space around your lower belly begins to soften too, not empty, but open, like a doorway left slightly ajar. And as that softening spreads, feel how much easier it is for your breath to go downward. No effort required, just the natural flow of air into where tension has been holding it back, into the hollow space beneath your navel, where energy used to gather like static electricity, ready to explode into motion. Now it's just quiet, still, a well with water that hasn't yet been drawn from, but is already full. You don't need to do anything with it. You don't have to make it useful or meaningful. It can simply be, and in being so, it becomes lighter. Not because you're emptying yourself, but because there's no longer a reason to hold on. Now let your legs come into awareness, not as tools for walking, not as barriers against the world, but just as parts of you that are here now, resting. The knees softening, the thighs releasing their grip. Not dropping, not collapsing, just settling, like logs in a river that have finally stopped resisting the current. The muscles along your calves unclench, not by command, but because they've realized there's no need to stay tight. They don't need to brace for anything anymore. The ground beneath you is solid, the bed supports you, and when you exhale, feel how much more freely your feet can rest, flat against the surface, toes relaxed, not curled or tensed, like hands that have finally stopped gripping air and just let go. Now begin a new kind of noticing, not looking for changes, not measuring progress, but feeling the shift in weight. The way your body feels heavier now, not because it's burdened, but because it's allowed to be heavy. Because gravity is no longer something to resist. It's been invited into the space between you and the world below. And with that weight, this quiet, real weight, the body begins to sink deeper into the mattress, not falling, just descending, like a feather in still air, slowly, without effort. And as it does, you can feel how each part of your form is being held, not by you but by the bed, by the floor beneath, by the quiet certainty that this moment is safe enough to let go completely. There's no need for protection anymore. No one watching, no threat, just you here with nothing left to defend against. The guard has lowered, not because it was ordered to, but because the nervous system finally believes you are safe. And so your body responds, not with strength, not with alertness, but with surrender, with softness, with a quiet, deep release that comes only when you stop asking yourself to be anything other than what you already are. Now let your hands rest again, open, palms down, fingers gently splayed on the surface beneath them, not reaching for anything, not trying to hold on to anything, just resting in their natural state, present, still, supported by the world they don't need to control. And as you breathe out once more, feel how your whole body begins to move into a new kind of alignment, not one that's perfect or purposeful, but one where every muscle knows it can relax without consequence. Your hands are no longer shaped by urgency. They aren't folded against your chest, not clenched for warmth or protection. They're open now, not because you've decided to be open, but because the body has remembered what it means to let go. The skin on your palms is warm where it touches the bed, not hot, not tense, just alive with quiet sensation, like a leaf resting on soil after rain. And beneath that warmth, there's a softness spreading through the tendons and joints, not loss of strength, but release from needing to use it. The fingers don't curl inward anymore. They stay where they are, fanned gently apart, like roots in earth, reaching without effort toward what already supports them. Now let your shoulders come into awareness, not as towers you've built against the world, not as something that holds up the weight of being awake, but just as places where tension used to live. There's a memory there, how they lifted, how they tightened when the day asked too much, when fear came in small waves and you braced anyway. But now, there's no reason to keep them high. No one is waiting for you to stand tall. You don't need to be ready. So let them drop, not down into collapse, but out of resistance. Let them drift a little lower than they've been in years, like stones settling in water that has long since calmed. And as they do, feel how the space between your shoulder blades softens too. Not hollow, not empty, but unclenched, like two hands that have finally stopped pressing together to stay upright. The muscles there aren't working anymore, not against gravity, not against anxiety, not even against time. They're just still. And when you exhale long and slow, there's a slight release in the back of your neck, where the spine begins its curve upward. Not because you moved it, because it no longer has to guard itself. Now let your attention move downward again, not through the body as if scanning for trouble, not measuring what needs fixing, but simply noticing how each layer feels when given time. The ribs, they're still breathing, but not in that tight, shallow way of earlier hours. Now they expand gently with the breath, like a bellows that's finally stopped working too hard, not trying to push out fear or keep it in, just letting air come and go as it will. And beneath them, the diaphragm, resting where it belongs, not strained, not stretched, but softly descending on each inhalation, rising again with ease. It doesn't have to do anything heroic, just be. Let the breath settle into that rhythm, not fast, not slow, just steady, not forced by will but shaped by release. And as you breathe out, longer than before, notice how your belly becomes softer in the center, not flat, not tight, but full of space where tension used to gather like dust on a shelf. That hollow beneath the navel, it's not empty anymore, it's open, and it doesn't need to be filled with anything. It only needs to stay quiet. Like a room that hasn't been cleaned in years, but is no longer needed for use, just resting. Now imagine your skin, not as a boundary between you and the world, but as something porous, not weak, but permeable, as if it were made of light rather than tissue, transparent to sensation, soft to touch from within. And when you exhale, you can feel how much less effort it takes for that sensation to pass through. It doesn't have to be caught or held. The warmth at your wrists, let it move through. The slight coolness near the collarbone, let it float by without response. You aren't defending yourself anymore. There's no one to defend against, not even a thought. And so gradually, without any command, the way you hold your arms begins to change. No longer crossed over chest like a wall, but resting now along your sides, palms facing upward, as if waiting for something gentle to land on them. Not a demand, not a request, just presence. The weight of each arm is no longer a burden, it's just part of the whole. You don't need to carry it anymore. It can simply be held by gravity and bed together. Like two rivers flowing into still water, not fighting their course. Now let your face come back into awareness, not as a mask you've worn all day, not as something that shows fatigue or effort, but just as flesh, bone, muscle, skin. The jaw, yes, the jaw is no longer clenched beneath stillness. It's not trying to stay shut anymore. It's not guarding the teeth or holding in thoughts it doesn't want to speak. There's a softness around the corners of your mouth now, a space where tension used to be held like stone. And as you breathe out, long and slow, the tongue naturally rests against the bottom of your mouth, no longer pressing forward or retreating. Just there, present, not needed for anything, just existing. The eyes are closed, but not tightly, they're just still. The lids don't twitch with effort to keep them shut. They aren't straining to block out light or memory. They're simply at rest, like two small weights laid gently over the surface of your face. And behind them, there's no need for focus, no one asking you to see anything. You can let the mind drift in silence, not because it has nothing left to do, but because it doesn't have to prove itself. Let your breath slow further, not by forcing it down, but because the nervous system is finally beginning to believe that safety isn't temporary, that this moment, this stillness isn't a trick, it's real, the kind of peace that comes not from silence, but from surrender, not from effort, but from letting go. Now let your body begin to feel like it belongs in space, not as something separate or resisting, but just here, with no need to announce itself, no reason to be loud or visible, just present. And when you exhale, feel how the entire form begins to sink a little deeper into the mattress, not falling through, but sinking into its own weight like clay into soil. The bones aren't pushing against each other anymore. They're not pressing for support from muscles that are no longer working hard. They're just letting gravity do what it does, hold you down without force. And beneath you, the bed is holding back, not with strength, but with quiet consistency. The springs don't strain to keep you up. They simply give under your form, and the floor below, it holds everything that rests on top of it, not in judgment, not in resistance, but with patience, as if it has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Your legs are no longer coiled or braced against anything. The calves aren't tense from walking too far. The knees don't ache because they've held you through the day. They're just resting, soft, warm, letting go of every memory of standing, moving, reacting. You can feel how each foot is now fully in contact with the surface beneath, heels pressed gently into the mattress, arches relaxed, toes splayed wide, not to grip or push forward, but simply to be. And as you breathe out once more, let your spine begin to lengthen, not through effort, but by allowing, not straightening, but uncurling. Like a sleeping animal that finally stops bracing against dreams, the vertebrae don't have to lock into place anymore. They can just settle one after another, like stones in a dry riverbed, found and returned to stillness. There's no urgency here, no need for speed, just the slow, quiet unfolding of something that has been waiting, something that didn't know it could be this soft. You don't have to become anything new. You don't have to wake up or stay awake. You just have to let yourself exist in this moment, not as a performance, not as an obligation, but simply as what is. A body resting, breath flowing, nerves quieting, blood moving without haste. And with each out-breath, long and soft, you can feel how the edges of your awareness begin to blur, not because you're losing focus, but because there's no need to hold on to anything anymore. The mind doesn't have to keep track. There are no lists left to complete, no future waiting to be faced. Just this, a body that has stopped fighting and is now simply allowed to rest. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to explain why you're so tired. You don't need to fix anything. You just need to stay here, letting go, not by trying, but by being, by letting the weight of your body speak for itself. Your arms are still crossed over your chest, not tightly, but with that old habit of holding on, like a shield against something unnamed. You don't have to think about it. Just notice how the weight rests there, not heavy enough to hurt, but firm enough to remind you of where you've been. The skin above your collarbones is soft now, not taut from breath held too long. The muscles across your upper back are quieting, one by one, like a door closing after someone has left. Let the fingertips of each hand relax. No need to unclench them, just let go as if they've forgotten how to grip. Let them fall slightly apart, not because you're trying to open up, but because your body is learning that it doesn't have to keep proving its strength. The fingers aren't meant for fighting or reaching. They don't need to be ready at all. And when you exhale, feel the way the space between your arms begins to soften, like a fold in cloth left on a chair overnight, no longer pressed into shape by someone who needed it to be firm. Your chest is still there, yes, but not stiff, not guarding. It's just breathing, just rising and falling with its own rhythm, like water moving slowly through the hollows of a stone riverbed. There's no pressure on it now, no reason for it to rise high or keep tight. Now let your shoulders, those two small hills that have carried so much all day, begin to sink not into the bed but away from it, like they've remembered what release feels like. Not down exactly, but out. Released outward and downward at once, as if gravity is no longer something you're resisting, but a companion you've finally stopped arguing with. Let your jaw still clenched beneath stillness, just let go of the idea that it needs to be tense. There's nothing left to defend, no one listening, no need to say anything. You don't have to bite down on silence. Just let your teeth part slightly, not for sound or speech, but just because they can. The tongue relaxes in its corner, no longer pressing against the roof of the mouth as if testing for threats. It's soft now, like a shape that has forgotten how to be anything other than still. And behind the eyes, those small muscles around them, the tension is loosening too, not because you've told it to, but because your body is finally tired enough to stop pretending. The lids don't have to stay closed for safety anymore. They can rest open or shut. They're no longer in charge. You're just letting them be. Now let your arms, still crossed, begin to drift apart slowly without urgency, not as a decision, not even really a movement, just the quiet surrender of something that's been holding itself together for too long. Let one hand fall forward, then the other, like leaves releasing from branches when wind stops. They don't know where they're going, they just let go. And now your hands, open palms up, fingers curled slightly, not reaching, not resisting, but simply resting on top of the blanket or mattress, as if they've never been meant to do anything else but lie there. Let them feel the weight of their own softness. The space between each finger is no longer a gap that needs filling. It's just air and stillness. Now let your breath, longer with every outflow, carry not only air but memory, not in words, not in images, but in feeling. The way the body remembers being safe, even when it can't name where or when. Like a child who forgets they were ever afraid because they've just been held long enough to stop remembering fear. Let your shoulders now be heavier, not from strain, but from relief, from knowing that what you've carried all day doesn't have to stay there. You don't need to hold it up anymore. The bed is not going anywhere. The night isn't asking for anything, and no one expects you to fix yourself or finish the day. Now your arms, still open, still resting, can begin to feel like they belong where they are, not because they've earned it, but because this moment allows them to be there without needing permission. They're not helping or protecting, they're just present, like a branch that stopped trying to reach the sun and instead rests in shadow, content with being part of the tree. Let your hands, still open, feel how warm they are now, not from effort, but from blood moving freely through them again, not rushing anywhere, just flowing where it wants, like water finding its level after a long drought. There's no need to speed up or slow down, it just is. And with each exhale, you can feel the space between your arms widening, not because you're pushing outward, but because your body is finally letting go of the idea that safety comes from being closed in. That protection means holding tight. You don't have to be braced against anything anymore, not even thoughts, not even time. Now let one arm drift slightly lower, just an inch to where it rests on top of your stomach, not pressing down, but lying there like something that's finally found its place. The skin is warm now. The muscles are quiet. There's no need for the arms to be anywhere else. They're already home. Let the other arm follow slowly, without hurry or intention, not reaching for anything, not trying to adjust, but just resting in a way that feels natural. Like gravity has finally found its balance point and doesn't have to fight for it anymore. Now your chest, no longer tight, is simply breathing. The breath moves through you like wind through reeds, soft, steady, unhurried. It doesn't need to be deep or fast, just true. And with each out-breath, the body begins to feel less like something that needs to survive and more like something that's allowed to exist, just as it is. No longer fighting for stillness, no longer trying to be peaceful, not even aiming towards sleep, just here, with your arms open, hands resting gently on your torso, fingers soft, shoulders loose, jaw unclenched beneath stillness. The body doesn't have to do anything else. It's already doing it just by being. Let the space between your arms become a place, not empty, not full, but simply there, like the pause after music ends, where nothing happens and everything is allowed. You don't need to fill it with meaning or purpose. Just let it be what it is, stillness that doesn't demand anything from you. And as you breathe out again, longer this time, slower, The warmth spreads through your chest and arms like a quiet tide returning after long absence. Not rushing in, not taking over, just arriving. Like sunlight finding its way into a room no one's cleaned for years, but still holds the shape of where people once lived. Your hands now feel heavier, not from fatigue, but from belonging, from having stopped resisting their own weight. They're not trying to be useful or strong, they just are, and that is enough. Let your shoulders sink further into the mattress, no longer lifting, no longer tense. With each exhale, they release a little more of what they've been carrying since morning, since before you even knew what it was. The weight isn't gone, it's just being held now by something else. By gravity, by stillness, by the quiet certainty that this moment is not temporary. Your arms are no longer crossed to protect anything. They're open, not because they've given up, but because they've found a deeper kind of safety, one where you don't need to guard yourself because you already feel held, not by hands or words, but by space, by the body's own ability to rest when it is allowed. And now, just as your breath slows, just as your muscles soften beyond what thought can reach, let your arms begin to drift even further apart, not in a gesture of openness, but in surrender. Let them float, not rising or falling, but simply resting where they are, like two things that have finally decided it's okay to be still. There's no need to make sense of this. No reason to explain why you're so tired or what the day was like. You don't have to earn your rest. You don't have to prove anything to yourself or anyone else. You just are, and in being there is release. In resting, there is peace. Your arms drift wider now, not because you've chosen to open them, but because they no longer have a reason to stay close. The space between them isn't empty, it's full of silence that doesn't feel like absence. It's the kind of quiet that holds something deep and slow, like roots moving beneath soil in stillness. You don't need to know what it is, just let it be. Let your hands lie where they are, palms up, fingers curled slightly, as if cradling air instead of tension. The skin on your forearms feels thinner now, more aware, not sensitive, but present. Like the surface of water that reflects only stillness when nothing stirs it. You can feel how the weight of each arm changes with every breath, less resistance, less effort to hold itself up. Not falling away, but letting go in a way that feels like sinking into something older than gravity. The bed beneath you is not just supporting you, it's listening. It knows what your body has been through without needing it told. There's no judgment in the mattress, no demand for performance, just a quiet, steady presence that says, you are allowed to be heavy. Your shoulders now don't just relax, they dissolve into the surface below them. Not dropping, not collapsing, but softening like wax left too long near heat. The muscles along your upper back, those small ones that have carried stress since early morning, since before you even sat down, let go one by one without warning or ceremony. They don't vanish, they just stop trying. And in their absence, a kind of warmth spreads, not from fever, not from exertion, but from the body's own slow return to equilibrium. Your jaw is still loose, not because you've told it to be, but because there's no reason left to hold it shut. The teeth aren't clenched. The tongue rests flat against the bottom of your mouth, like a quiet thing that has finally found its place after wandering for hours. Your lips are not sealed or pressed together, they're simply open in the way things breathe when they don't have to perform, not speaking, not swallowing, just being. Your breath moves through you now without effort. It's not deep or shallow, it just is. There's no need to control it, direct it, stretch it into some ideal rhythm. You aren't trying to calm yourself. The body has already begun the work. And as your chest rises and falls, each time a little more even than before, the air you exhale carries with it something invisible. Not thoughts, not memories, but the quiet release of what no longer needs to be held. Your hands are still there, not moving, not doing anything, but they're alive in a way that isn't active. They exist as part of the whole, not separate from it. The fingers feel long and soft now, like roots beneath earth, not reaching but simply being. You don't need to move them, you don't even have to notice them. But you can if you want. Just let your attention drift down there, like a slow current finding its way through still water. There's no urgency in the space between your arms anymore. It doesn't feel like an opening. It feels more like a return, like coming home to a room you've forgotten existed, a place where nothing is expected of you, not even rest. You don't need to earn it. You don't have to be quiet or good or still, just here. And the longer you stay, the less you feel the need to explain why you're lying like this, arms open, body surrendered, breath slow and unhurried. Your right hand is lighter now, not because it's floating away, but because its weight has shifted from tension to presence. It doesn't have to press into anything. It doesn't have to grip or protect. It just rests, palm up, fingers slightly curved, as if holding something invisible, something that was never lost, only forgotten. Your left arm feels the same now, not stiff, not resisting gravity, just resting where it is. The skin on your forearm grows warmer, not from heat, but from circulation returning, like blood rediscovering its own path after long delay. There's no rush to move it, no need to shift position or adjust for comfort. It doesn't matter if you stay exactly like this for the next hour or longer. Your shoulders don't just sit on your body anymore, they belong to it. Not pulled back, not lifted up, not braced against anything, just settled. As though they've been waiting their whole life for a moment when they could finally stop pretending they had something important to do. You can feel the shape of your arms now, not as limbs you control, but as parts of a larger body that is simply allowing itself to exist. The bones are soft in their own way, no longer rigid with effort. The tendons release like old ropes given up by wind. And the muscles, they're not inactive, they're resting in a way that feels deeper than sleep. Your breath slows even more now, each out-breath stretching longer, softer, as if the air is being drawn through the body slowly, like water through soil. There's no need to force it, no need to fill up or empty down. Just let it move when it wants to. Let it pause where it will. Your chest isn't tight anymore. It doesn't feel full of tension or anxiety. It just feels open, not wide, not dramatic, just free in a quiet way, like a door left slightly ajar after someone has come and gone. Not inviting anyone in, not shutting anyone out. Just available to what? You don't have to know. The warmth spreads now from your chest down into the sides of your torso, the soft places beneath your ribs where you've held stress for days, weeks, maybe longer. It doesn't burn. It doesn't shock. It just arrives, like a tide that's been waiting behind a dam for years and finally finds its way through. Your hands don't need to do anything. They aren't trying to be useful or strong. They're not holding on to hope or fear or the day that was too much. They just are, and in being, they become part of something larger, the body's quiet refusal to fight anymore, not because it has given up, but because it knows what true safety feels like. There's no need for you to think about how long this has been going on. No need to measure time by breaths or seconds. The hours don't matter. The night isn't ending nor beginning. There's just now, this moment where your arms are open and your body is soft, and nothing in the world demands anything from you. You can feel how gravity is no longer a threat. It's not pulling you down to punish or overwhelm. It's simply being there with steady patience, holding up what has been too long trying to hold itself. Your right hand feels like it might float if you let go completely, but you don't have to decide whether it will. You can just lie still and feel the difference between effort and ease, not in your mind, but in the quiet space between your fingers. The muscles along your forearm are not tense. They're relaxed, yes, but also aware, like they remember what it feels like to be alive without struggle. There's no sharpness to them anymore, just a slow hum of return. Your left arm is doing the same. It doesn't feel heavier or lighter, it just feels right. Not because you've adjusted it, not because you're trying to make it better, but because it has stopped resisting itself. And now your breathing slows even further. The space between each breath grows longer, softer, like a pause in music that doesn't need filling. You don't have to return from it. You don't have to come back to yourself. You are already home. You've never left. Your chest rises with less force, falls with more surrender, not because you're tired, but because your body has realized something simple. It doesn't have to do anything special to be safe. It just needs to stop fighting. And as the breath lingers on the exhale longer than before, there's a kind of stillness that settles not in the mind, but deep inside the joints, beneath the skin, behind the eyes, a quiet that isn't silence at all, but fullness. Like something has finally come into balance after years of imbalance. You don't need to understand it. You don't have to name it. The body knows what it means when it stops protecting itself. It doesn't mean you're weak or broken. It just means you've stopped pretending. Your arms are no longer crossed, not because you've chosen to uncross them, but because they have simply stopped holding. The weight of them has shifted from burden to belonging. There's a quiet shift beneath your collarbones now, where the old habit of guarding met its match, just one breath away from letting go. You don't need to will it open. It opens on its own when there's no reason left not to. The space between your elbows is soft and unguarded, like two hands that have stopped trying to keep someone out. And the air moves through it freely, no resistance, no tension, just a slow passage of stillness passing through you. Your shoulders are letting go in layers, not all at once, but one small release after another. It's not dramatic, there's nothing loud about it, but there is depth, a kind of downward settling that begins high up near the neck and moves slowly down into the center of your back like water seeping through soil. The muscles they were holding so long they forgot what ease felt like. Now, little by little, they remember, not all at once. Just enough to know this: you don't need to carry them anymore. They can rest. Your hands are still open now, not in any performance of surrender, but because the body has stopped asking for control. The fingers lie flat against your thighs, not clenched or curled, not even reaching out. They're just there, present, quiet, unoccupied by purpose. And that's okay, you don't have to use them. There's no task waiting, no one watching. Just the soft weight of skin resting on skin, a kind of hush between your palm and the fabric beneath. Your forearms are warm now, not hot, not buzzing, but alive in a low way, like a fire that's gone down to embers but still holds heat. The blood is moving slowly through them, not rushing or fighting its path. It flows with patience, with certainty. There's no urgency here, just the body doing what it does best when left alone, healing itself. The joints of your elbows are soft now, not stiff, not swollen, not aching. They're just open, like door hinges that haven't been used in years but still turn easily with the lightest breath of motion. You don't have to move them. You don't even need to think about them. Just let their quiet presence remain, unnoticed by thought, known only through sensation. Your chest is not rising and falling like a machine anymore. It's not trying to keep up or compensate for anything. The breath comes in slow, like something that doesn't feel the need to prove its existence. And when it goes out, it stays out longer than before. Not forced, not held back, just allowed, like time has slowed down and decided to stay. Your right hand is resting on your thigh now, flat, not curled into a fist or trembling with unspent energy. The skin there feels thin, almost transparent in the quiet dark behind your eyes. You can feel the pulse beneath it, not fast, not frantic, but steady, like a small drum that's been waiting for someone to stop and listen. Your left hand is doing the same, no difference between them now, no hierarchy of strength or readiness, just two hands lying side by side, sharing space without needing anything from each other. They aren't helping, they're not hurting, they're just resting, and that's enough. And your arms are still extended, but no longer pressed against your chest. The angle is different, gentler, softer, like the curve of a river bending around stone instead of crashing into it. There's no resistance in the way they rest now, no effort to stay closed or tight. They just drift where gravity leads them. Your shoulders are lower, not dropped, not collapsed, just lowered, as if someone lifted the weight from above and let it settle quietly without ceremony. The muscles along your upper back feel less like armor and more like fabric, worn thin by years of tension, but still holding shape in a way that doesn't demand anything. Your neck is relaxed now, not floppy, not slack, but long and open at the base where it meets your spine. There's no stiffness there anymore, no tightness behind the ears or pressure between the jawbones. The muscles are soft. They don't feel like they're on duty. You can sense them letting go in waves, small pulses of release that move from one side to the other without warning. Your head is not pushing forward into the world. It's not straining toward wakefulness or sleep. It's just there, resting on the pillow, not too deep, not too shallow. The weight of it doesn't feel like a burden. It feels like homecoming. And your jaw, yes, the jaw that was clenched so long it forgot what relaxation felt like, is soft now. Not because you told it to be, not because you tried to unclench, but because the body has finally found its way back from the edge of alertness. The muscles beneath your ears are not taut. They don't feel wired or ready for a fight. They're just still, like something that's decided it doesn't have to be on guard anymore. Your tongue is relaxed in your mouth, not pressed against the roof, not clenching down. It floats, like water between two stones. You can feel its weight when you let go of thinking about it. Not heavy, not light, just present, just like everything else. And the corners of your mouth are not pulled back into a smile or forced shut with effort. They're just open, not in expression, but in release, like a door that was left slightly cracked for years and finally found peace in being exactly where it is. It's not about changing anything. It's not about fixing. It's simply letting go of the need to be somewhere else, to be calmer, quieter, more asleep. Because you already are. You don't have to become any version of yourself that isn't here right now. You're lying still, not because you're told to, but because your body knows it doesn't need to move anymore. There's no reason to fight the weight, no urgency to stay upright or alert. The bed holds you. The floor below carries the bed. The air around you is not threatening, it's just there, calm, patient. Your arms are open now, not wide, not dramatic, but truly released from the habit of guarding. You don't have to prove anything by being closed. You don't need to protect yourself anymore. There's no one coming, no threat, no demand, just you lying down in a quiet room with your eyes shut and your body finally letting go. And now there's a kind of stillness that isn't silence at all. It's full of sensation. The warmth spreading through the inside of your arms, not from heat, but from release. The soft pressure of skin against fabric. The slow breath moving in and out without effort. The quiet hum beneath your ribs where tension once lived. Your hands are no longer trying to do anything. They don't need to grasp or hold or protect. They're just part of the whole, part of the body's quiet decision not to fight anymore. And that decision isn't weak, it's deep. It comes from knowing, in a way your mind can't yet name, you are safe. Your arms aren't doing anything special. They aren't helping or hindering. They're just resting, like trees after rain, no longer tense with drought, no longer reaching for sun, just standing where they are, rooted, still, breathing. And the air in your lungs feels heavier now, not because you're tired, but because there's less need to rush it out. It stays inside longer, not trapped, not held down, but simply present, like a quiet companion that doesn't have to leave. Your chest is not expanding and contracting with urgency anymore. It's not trying to fill up or empty fast. It just moves with the natural rhythm of your body when it stops fighting itself. The rise is slow, the fall is even slower, and in between, there's a space that doesn't need filling, a pause that doesn't feel like absence. It's not about speed or control. It's not about how long you've been lying awake. There's no measurement here, not of time, not of effort, not of progress. Just the slow unfolding of something older than thought, the body remembering what it feels like to be safe without proof. Your shoulders aren't just soft, they're not even trying to be anything else. They don't need to drop or settle because they've already let go of the job they were carrying all day. The weight in them isn't a burden anymore, it's just part of your body's shape now, like the curve of a riverbank shaped by years of water, not effort. You're not doing anything to make that happen, it's simply allowed. And as long as you stay here, breathing into the quiet between breaths, that softness grows deeper, not because you want it to, but because your body knows what happens when it stops pretending. Your elbows are no longer tight against your ribs like they've been holding something back. They're not tucked in or pulled away, they just rest where gravity places them. There's no need to keep the arms close, no reason to pull them into a shield. The space between your body and the air around it feels wider now, not empty, but open. Like a door left slightly ajar after someone walks through and then forgets to shut behind them. Your forearms are not stiff with readiness or memory of work. They're not holding tools that aren't there anymore. The muscles along the inside of your arms, those quiet tendons running down from shoulder to wrist, are not on alert. They're not waiting for a signal. They've been told, in their own slow way, that no one is coming, no need to brace, no reason to prepare. Your hands are still open, not because you were asked, but because they've stopped believing they have to hold on. The fingers aren't curled into fists of old habit or anxiety. They're not reaching for something that's already gone. There's no ache in the knuckles, no tension at the base of the thumb where it meets the palm. You can feel each fingertip, the way it rests against nothing and still feels full, not because it has anything to grasp, but because it doesn't need to. There's a kind of quiet that isn't silence. It's not absence. It's presence without demand. Your hands are part of this now, not separate from you, not trying to be useful or prove they're doing something. They're just here, like two small islands in still water, neither rising nor sinking, neither moving forward nor retreating, just resting. Your wrists aren't locked with resistance. The bones beneath the skin are not pressing against each other as if holding back a tide. There's no need to clamp down or steady yourself. The joints don't have to be tight because they're no longer afraid of being moved, of being touched, of being changed. They can bend without fear. You don't have to stay rigid just in case something comes. Your palms are not clenched like door handles you haven't let go of for years. There's no pressure against the bed, no urge to dig in or anchor yourself. The skin on your hands is relaxed, soft, not stretched. It doesn't feel thin or exposed. It feels like it belongs exactly where it is, touching nothing, yet still part of everything. You don't have to remember how to be gentle with your own body. You're not trying to teach your limbs what softness means. They already know. They've been waiting for you to stop fighting so they could return, slowly, quietly, to the way it feels when nothing needs protecting. And now there's a warmth spreading through your arms, not from heat or motion, but from release. It starts deep in the muscles near the shoulder blade and moves down like water following gravity, not speed, not trying to reach anything, just moving because it can. The sensation isn't sharp or bright, it's dull and steady, like a low fire smoldering under ash. Your arms are no longer an outline of tension. They're not holding back the world anymore. They don't need to be strong for someone who isn't there. They don't have to carry anything that hasn't been asked of them. The only job they have now is to be here, with you, on this bed, in this quiet room, breathing slowly and without effort. Your upper arms are not tight with the memory of lifting or pushing or holding up a burden no longer present. They're not braced against what might come. There's no reason to stay ready. No threat has shown its face. The air is still. Nothing moves except your breath, and that doesn't need to be fast or loud. Your arms are just part of the shape you make when you lie down, like a hand laid gently across a book that's already closed. Not covering it, not hiding anything, just resting there because the moment calls for rest, not action. And as your breath continues, deeper now and softer than before, you can feel how your arms are no longer doing anything at all. They don't need to protect, support, or resist. There's no one watching, no demand in the room, just silence, and a kind of safety so quiet it doesn't announce itself. Your left arm is not heavier than the right because you've been favoring one side all day. It's just resting, same as the other, not trying to compensate, not fighting for balance. The two arms are not competing or comparing. They're both letting go in their own time, and that's enough. Your skin feels different now, not tight with awareness or alertness. It doesn't need to be on guard against touch, against air, against the weight of fabric. You can feel your arm where it meets the bed, the subtle pressure, not forceful, just contact, not cold, not hot, just there, and that's enough. And now you're aware of how much space is between your arms and your body, not tightness, not separation, but a kind of open allowance, like two sides of an opening where air can move through without resistance. No need to close it, no need to stay wide. Your biceps aren't tensed with the old habit of being ready, of lifting or pushing or catching something that isn't coming. They're not waiting for a signal. The muscles are not coiled like springs wound too tightly. They're relaxed in a way that feels almost forgotten, as if they've remembered how to be soft after years of thinking they had to stay hard. Your triceps, those long tendons along the back of your arm, are not clenched against their own weight. There's no need to keep them firm or ready for movement. They're just part of the quiet that has settled into your limbs now, like dust settling after a storm. And there's something else, the way your arms don't feel separate anymore, not individual parts, not tools or weapons or shields, just one field of softness spreading through you, from shoulder to fingertip, like water filling a bowl not because it was poured in, but because the bowl has been open all along. And now there's no reason for your arms to be anywhere else. No need to reach forward, no urge to pull back. They're just where they are, on the bed, resting, breathing with you, and that is enough. You don't have to want this stillness. You don't have to earn it. It's not a reward for being good or patient or quiet long enough. It's simply what happens when your body stops trying so hard to stay alert, when there's no one left to fight and nothing left to guard. Your arms are not fighting the weight of sleep. They're not resisting gravity. They're not pushing against the idea that you might fall under. They're just letting themselves sink, slowly, quietly, into the same deep ease that has been waiting for you all along. And now your breath is even longer. The exhale takes time, not forced, not held back, but allowed to move through you like a river finding its path after drought. It doesn't rush. It doesn't fear being too long or too slow. It just flows. Your arms are part of that flow now. They're not holding onto anything, not resisting, not waiting, just moving with the breath, expanding, contracting, not in time to your thoughts, but in rhythm with a body that knows it can stop. And you don't have to do anything else. You don't need to think about letting go. That's already happened. The arms are open, the hands are soft, the jaw is not clenched, the eyes are shut, and the nervous system, after all this time, is beginning to believe it can stop. Your arms are not just resting now, they're no longer aware of being separate from you at all. Not limbs, not appendages, not even parts that belong to a body that once needed to be on alert. They're simply part of the quiet, like the space between heartbeats or the pause in the wind before it stirs again. There's no effort to feel them, no need to hold onto their shape. You don't have to remember they're there, they are just present, like shadows that have stopped being cast and begun to merge with the ground. Your hands are open now, not because you willed it, not because you decided to relax, but because gravity has finally won its quiet war. The fingers aren't curled or ready for grip, not even a memory of clutching remains. They're relaxed in that way only stillness can teach, without tension, without purpose, just held by the air and the bed beneath them, like something left behind on a shore where nothing needs to be taken. And your wrists, those delicate joints that once braced against surprise, against sudden movement, are not stiff anymore. They don't feel like hinges needing to lock or unlock. They're soft in their own way, the tendons long, quiet, uninvolved. No signal comes from them. No command rises up for action. There's no one left to respond to. Your forearms, those slanting planes of muscle and skin, are not pushing against anything now, not resisting the pull of sleep, not trying to stay upright in a world that isn't demanding it anymore. They're just lying there, side by side with their own weight, as if they've finally decided, this is where I belong. No need to be ready, no need to prove anything, just here. And the skin along your arms, there's a new kind of feeling in it. Not warmth, not coolness, but something quieter, like fabric that has been worn through so many days and nights that it no longer resists touch. It doesn't flinch when air passes over it. It doesn't tighten against imagined pressure. You can feel the slight texture beneath your fingers, not because you're touching, but because the body knows what's there without needing to look. You don't need to remember how to stop being tense. The arms have already done that without a single thought guiding them. There was no moment of decision, no conscious shift from fight to rest. It happened in silence, in stillness, in the kind of letting go that only comes after long waiting, after too many nights where the body refused to believe it could be safe. And now your arms are not just resting, they're unfolding, not like a plant opening at dawn, but more like something that has been folded tightly for so long that even its shape was forgotten. Now slowly, gently, they're relearning how to spread out, not outward in protest or defense, but inward into themselves, into the quiet where nothing needs to be done. And your elbows, those small bony points that once held tension like anchors, are not clenched anymore, not tight against their own weight. They don't press into each other or try to stay locked in place for balance. They're just soft. The joints are open, the muscles around them slacken so thoroughly they've forgotten what firmness feels like. And there's something else, something beneath all of this, the way your arms no longer feel like tools meant for pushing away danger or pulling in safety. They don't reach for things, they don't pull back from touch. They're not built to respond, but simply to be, and that is enough, not more than enough, just right. And the space between your arms, the gap where they used to meet across your chest, is no longer a barrier. It's not a place of tension or resistance anymore. It's not holding anything back. It's not keeping you closed off. It's just an open passage, like air moving through stillness, like light passing through glass that has finally stopped resisting the sun. You don't have to do anything with this space. You don't need to fill it or close it or make it mean something. It simply exists, not as a sign of openness, not as an invitation, but as proof that your body is no longer trying to hold itself together under pressure. The arms are not guarding the chest. They're not keeping secrets. There's nothing left to hide. And now your shoulders, those high points that once rose like barriers against surprise, are not lifted anymore, not up toward your ears, not taut with readiness. They've dropped not in collapse, but in surrender, in trust. The muscles along the back of them are no longer coiled or tight from carrying the weight of expectation. They're just soft, letting go. And you can feel how much air there is around your arms now, how easily it moves through that open space between them and into the room, into the walls, into the floor beneath. The air isn't trying to push in or out. It's not racing for control. It just breathes with you. Your arms are not resisting their own weight anymore. They're not fighting gravity, not pretending they can stay lifted when every part of them is tired of being tense. They're letting go, not because they want to fall, but because falling doesn't feel like danger anymore. Falling feels like returning. And the sensation along your arms, this slow, deep kind of softening, isn't just in the muscles or tendons. It's deeper, like something waking up after a long sleep, like memory returning not as thought, but as feeling. The way it felt when you were small and could lie down without needing to brace for anything. And now your arms are not trying to protect you from being touched. They're not afraid of what might happen if someone reached out. Not even a flicker of that old alarm remains. There's no need to flinch, no instinct to pull away. The body knows now that it is safe enough to be vulnerable. And your arms are not waiting for anything, not for sleep to come, not for the mind to quiet down, not for the night to end. They're just still, and that's all they need to be. It doesn't matter how long this lasts. The length of time isn't part of it anymore. You don't have to make it last. You don't have to fear it ending. It is not a performance, not an achievement, just the body doing what it was always meant to do, settle into itself. And now your arms are no longer separate from you. They're not even separate from the rest of your body. There's no boundary between them and the chest, the back, the legs, the breath that moves through your ribs. It's all one soft field, the same quiet spreading outward from where your arms meet the bed. And if you were to open your eyes, though there's no need to, you'd still see nothing but darkness. Not because it's empty, but because it's full of silence, full of space that doesn't demand anything. No noise, no motion, just presence. Your arms don't have to be anything more than they are. They don't need to do a single thing for you to feel safe. You don't have to earn the right to rest. The body already knows it can stop. And now, as your breath moves through your chest, longer with each exhale, deeper in its quiet, you can feel how much of this stillness has already taken root. Not because you forced it, not because you wanted it, but because your nervous system finally believes you are not under threat. It's not a thought, it's not even an idea. It's just a feeling, like the way air feels when it settles into a room after all the storms have passed. Like water finding its level in a bowl that was never meant to hold anything but stillness. And your arms are part of that now, not as instruments, not as shields, not as tools, but simply as part of you letting go again and again without needing to know why. You don't have to remember how to be soft. The body is already remembering for you. It's not about control. It's not about effort. It's just the slow, unhurried surrender of a system that no longer believes it has to stay on guard. And your arms are still here, open, heavy, quiet, not moving, not resisting, but simply being in the same way the air is being, in the same way the night is being, without needing permission. Your arms are not holding anything now, no weight, no burden, no promise of protection. They're not guarding against touch or waiting for it to arrive. There's nothing they need to prepare for. The space between your hands and the bed is neither tight nor empty, it just is. A quiet interval where gravity does its work without resistance, and you let it. The skin along your forearms feels lighter than before, not because anything has been taken away, but because tension has simply stopped pressing in. Like a river that once ran fast through stone, now slow, wide, and deep beneath the surface, still moving, just with less need to push forward. Your arms are not trying to prove they're strong. They don't have to be useful or ready. They aren't being tested. There's no one watching to see if you'll flinch, no test of endurance. You can rest without earning it. And as the breath flows in, soft and slow, there's a warmth that begins to rise, not from effort, not from intention, but from the simple fact that your body is letting go. It's like heat returning to metal after it has cooled for too long, gentle at first, then deeper, more persistent, not forcing its way back, just showing up, quietly claiming space again. This warmth doesn't care about time. It isn't racing toward anything. It doesn't have to arrive before the night ends. It's already here. In your wrists, in the crease of your elbows, in the soft hollows beneath your biceps where light used to catch only when you were tense, alert, ready, now it catches nothing but stillness. And your arms don't need to be aware of this warmth to carry it. They're not remembering what they once felt. This is not memory, not even a sensation from before. It's new, it's happening now. A kind of returning that doesn't require a map or an arrival point. Just the body letting its own temperature rise, not because it wants to be warm, but because it no longer feels the need to stay cold in case danger comes. Your fingers are soft now, no curling, no tension gathering at the tips. They're not waiting for something to grip, not reaching out, not pulling back, just resting, like small roots sinking into soil that has forgotten what it means to be dry. And if you were to lift your hand an inch, just enough to feel air against skin, you wouldn't do it because you want to test anything. You wouldn't check whether the sensation is real or imagined. You just let it happen and then let go again without needing to know what came next. Because there's no need to control the moment. There's no demand that this be useful. It can simply be. The space between your fingers, just a soft gap, not open in fear, but open from release, is full of breath now. Not air alone, but quiet. A kind of pause where nothing is required to fill it. And when you breathe out, the breath carries that stillness deeper into your arms, not forcing, just flowing with gravity, like water slipping through cracks in stone until it reaches a pool no one knew was there. Your arms are not resisting their own weight. They don't need to lift themselves up or hold something steady. There's no reason they must be anything other than what they are, long, soft, heavy, held by the bed, held by gravity, held by the night itself. And that holding isn't a burden, it's an invitation, an offer not to carry, not to guard, just to rest. Your shoulders have stopped climbing toward your ears. The muscles around them, once tight like wires under strain, are now soft enough to sink into themselves. No effort, no adjustment, they've just let go, letting the weight of your arms fall directly onto your chest, not as pressure, not as burden, but as connection, like two parts of a single whole finally aligning without resistance. And where they meet, where shoulder meets arm, the point isn't sharp anymore, it's soft, rounded, no edge to it, not even tension at the joint, just continuity. The way bone and flesh are meant to be, joined, not fighting, holding each other up, not by force, but by letting go together. Your chest is open now, not in any dramatic way, not with a deep inhale or an emotional release, but just unclenched, like the door of a room that's been locked for so long it finally gives without warning, and you realize you never had to hold it shut. You were only afraid it would fall on you if you let go. But now there's no fear, there's just space. And your arms are part of that space, not separate, not needing permission to be here, just resting where they belong, against the chest, folded into stillness, not as a defense but as a return. And this softness isn't fading, it's deepening, not because you're doing anything, but because your nervous system has stopped expecting danger. There's no signal in the air that says get ready, no flicker behind the eyes saying something could go wrong. Nothing is waiting to break in. The night doesn't need protecting. You don't have to be vigilant for what might come next. There's only this, your arms lying where they are, not needing anything from you, not asking for gratitude, not demanding that you notice them, just being without agenda, without cost. And the warmth in your forearms is no longer a sensation, it's a presence. Like sunlight filtering through clouds after rain, not bright or sudden, but steady, low, spreading across surfaces you didn't know were waiting to be touched by it. You don't need to look at it to feel its shape. It doesn't have edges, it just is. And your arms are part of that now, not as objects, not as tools, not even as parts, but as a quiet field where warmth and weight meet in the same place. The skin over your biceps is relaxed enough that you can feel the pulse beneath, slow, steady, no urgency, no panic. The blood flows through veins with no need to rush. It doesn't have to go anywhere fast. There's nowhere urgent to reach, just moving. Breathing, living in place. And this movement isn't separate from your arms, it is them. Not the arm as a thing you control, but the arm as part of the whole rhythm that is happening now. Breath rising and falling, blood flowing, nerves quieting, like tides returning to shore, not because they're pulled by moon or tide, but because they've simply remembered where home is. Your arms are no longer separate from your back. The line between them has dissolved, not in confusion, but in surrender. There's no boundary where shoulder ends and spine begins, just one continuous field of softness, where the weight of your body meets the bed not as pressure, but as belonging. Like a leaf resting on soil after it has fallen, no need to explain why, no reason for it to be anywhere else. And if you were to turn slightly, to shift even an inch, the movement wouldn't matter. You'd still be here, still held, still soft. The body doesn't care about position, it only cares about safety. And that is already true. You don't need a reason to lie like this. No justification for being so still, no explanation for why your arms stay where they are. There's no test of patience, no reward waiting if you last longer. Just the simple truth, this body doesn't have to fight to be allowed to rest. It already is. And as your breath continues, longer on the out, slower in, the space between each one grows quieter, not empty, full. Filled with what comes after tension has gone, a kind of depth that isn't noise or thought, but stillness so complete it feels like presence. Like something returning not because you called it, but because it was never really lost, just buried under the weight of all those nights when sleep felt like a prize to be earned instead of a right to be claimed. Your arms are part of that now, the quiet reclaiming, not fighting, not pushing, just letting go again and again with no need to know how many times it will happen. Just this, one soft release after another, not in rhythm, not in sequence, but in the way roots grow, slow, unseen, without demand. The air around your arms is still, not because there's no motion, but because all movement has settled into something deeper than breath or pulse, a kind of quiet that doesn't need to be named. It just is. And you are part of it now, not as a person trying to fix anything, not as someone waiting for relief, but simply as body resting, held, softening, without needing to earn any of it. Your arms aren't doing anything special. They're not making progress. There's no goal in this softness, no destination. Just the simple fact that they don't have to be anything more than what they are. Still, heavy, open, resting, where gravity holds them and the night lets them stay. And if you were to dream, though there's no need to. There's no urgency in the way your hands rest now, palms open, fingers soft, as if cradling air instead of weight. The skin is warm, not hot, not cold, just present. You can feel the slight texture under each fingertip, the thread of fabric against your skin, the tiny ridge of a seam you've never noticed before, the faint give where the blanket folds over your wrist. None of it matters. It's just there, like breath, like pulse, like this moment. You don't need to remember what happened today, no replaying, no filing away, no judging. The body doesn't hold onto stories that way, it holds tension. And now that the tightness is starting to loosen in places you didn't even know were holding, it's not because you decided to let go, it's because your nervous system has finally recognized there is nothing left to defend against. Not a threat, not a deadline, not even time itself. The clock doesn't matter here. It can keep ticking for all the world. Your body already knows what time feels like when it's safe. The jaw still holds its quiet shape, not clenched, but not yet fully released either. That's okay. There's no need to rush this part of the softening, let it be. Let the muscles behind your ears just stay where they are, no pressure, no effort to soften over time like wax left in the sun. You don't have to will it open, it can wait. And when it does, it won't feel like a victory. Just another way the body says, I'm allowed to be here without fighting. The tongue rests lightly against the roof of your mouth, not pressing, not retreating, just resting. A small thing, yes, but this is how safety grows, not in grand gestures, but in these tiny permissions granted by the nervous system when it finally believes you're safe. Your shoulders have lowered some, not because you told them to, but because they no longer feel like they need to rise. The weight of the day didn't vanish, it simply stopped being carried on your bones. It's still there in memory, maybe, but not in form, not here, not now. The space between your shoulder blades is softening, like fabric that's been stretched too long and finally relaxed back into its original shape. There's no need to pull it tighter. No reason to keep holding yourself upright against a sky that isn't falling. And your arms, they aren't just lying across your chest anymore. They're part of the weight, part of the stillness. The way one arm rests slightly higher than the other, slightly different, isn't failure, not imbalance. It's just how bodies settle when no one is watching, no one judging, no one waiting to see if you can do it right. There's no performance here, just the truth. Your arms are where they land when all effort has been released. Let your elbows sink into the bed, not pushed down, not held in place, but let them fall as gravity pulls. The bones aren't hard anymore, they're soft with release. You can feel the way the blanket shifts just slightly beneath you. No sound, no movement worth noticing, just a quiet shift of fabric where pressure is redistributed. Not lost, not forgotten, just adjusted. The back of your hands faces upward now, not in surrender, not in plea, but simply because that's how they fall when there's nothing to carry or hold. The veins beneath the skin are still moving, but slower than before, no need for speed, no demand to deliver something urgent. Blood flows through them like water through a quiet stream, steady, unbothered by current, not rushing toward anything, just existing where it is. And if you were to open your eyes, well, there's no need. But even so, what would you see? The ceiling above you isn't watching. It doesn't care how long you stay like this. No judgment in the way light hits the wall or shadows pool near the doorframe. Nothing here is waiting for you to wake up, to move on, to prove yourself useful. This space, you're not just inside it, you are of it now. The air feels heavier than usual, not because there's more of it, but because it's slower, thicker with stillness, like the silence between heartbeats when time seems to pause not out of fear, but because everything is already where it needs to be. Your breath hasn't changed much, still long on the way out, shorter and quieter in, except now there are longer pauses between them. Not empty ones, full ones, the kind that aren't filled with thought, but simply are. Like a space that doesn't need sound because it already holds everything it needs. The skin over your ribs moves slightly with each breath, not lifting fast or shallow, but rising and falling like a slow tide coming in after long absence. No urgency, just the quiet return of something you didn't know was missing until now. The feeling of being held by your own body without needing to ask for it. And if there's still tension somewhere, deep, tucked away where no one sees, it doesn't matter. It can stay. There's no need to reach in and pull it out. The nervous system already knows how to settle. It just needs time and space and permission not to be perfect. Your hands are open, not because they're supposed to be, but because the body has decided that holding isn't necessary anymore. Not for anything. Not even for itself. Let your fingers uncurl slowly, just a little more each time. No need to make it happen all at once. Let it drift. Like leaves on water, they don't race toward shore. They go where they're carried, and when the current stops, they rest. So do you. The weight of your arms isn't pressing down on your chest anymore. It's on your chest. Not in opposition, just present, a soft anchor. The kind that doesn't bind but holds gently. You don't have to fight it. You don't have to explain why it's there. It just is. And the breath continues, not forced, not faked, just continuing. Each long exhale a quiet signal you are safe. Not because you've earned it, not because you're finally good enough, but simply because your body has decided that it can stop fighting, that it doesn't have to be on guard anymore. Your belly is soft now, not flat, not tight, but open, like a place where nothing needs to happen, but everything already is. No need to control it, no need to tighten or relax it deliberately. It just is, and that's enough. The low back, once so tense, so ready to brace against movement, isn't even aware of being sore anymore. Not because the pain has gone, but because the body no longer needs to protect itself from it. The muscles are letting go, not all at once, but slowly, like water leaking through soil, unseen and unhurried. There's a quietness in your hips now, no resistance there either. No need to keep them tight against the bed or hold them still. They're just here, in contact with the surface beneath, not clinging, just resting. And if you were to shift, if even an inch of that weight moved, it wouldn't matter. The body would still be soft, still held, still at home in its own skin. This isn't a state you achieve. It's one you're returning to. Like coming back to your house after years away, no key needed, no password, no reason to knock. You just walk through the door and find yourself already inside. There is no need to prove anything, no need to be worthy of this moment, no need for sleep to arrive like a prize. It doesn't have to be earned. It's not something you're owed. It's simply what happens when your body finally believes it can let go. And so the breath continues, long, slow exhales, pauses that aren't silence but depth, and with each one, a little more of the old tension slips away, not in waves, not in bursts, but like sand falling through fingers, quietly, without force, without demand. You are not fixing anything, you are not changing yourself, you're just allowing your body to be what it already is, soft, heavy, present, safe. And if you were to dream, well, you might feel the weight of your arms again, not as burden but as belonging, as part of the quiet rhythm that keeps on going even when no one's paying attention. Because that's how safety feels, not loud, not dramatic, just continuous, unnoticed, always there. And now just continue breathing, letting go, not in steps, not in goals, but in a steady unfolding where every breath is its own ending and beginning at once. Your arms are no longer crossed in resistance, but stretched gently across your chest like a quiet promise made to yourself. No words needed, just the shape of surrender held in flesh and bone. The weight is not oppressive, it's grounding, like roots that don't strain upward but settle deeper into soil they've known for years. You are not holding on anymore, you're being held. The air around you moves softly through your nose, slower than thought, each breath a slow descent, like dust falling in still light. No effort to push or pull, just the natural flow of what is already there. The muscles beneath your skin aren't contracting, they're unfolding, not because anything demands it, but because they've remembered how not to fight. Let your shoulders sink, not force down, but released downward into space like stones sinking through water where nothing holds them back. There's no need to lift or tighten, no one is watching, no test to pass. The only thing expected here is stillness, and even that isn't demanded. It simply happens when the body stops preparing for motion. Your jaw has loosened, not in a sudden snap, but like ice melting at its edges, unseen until it's gone. Your teeth aren't clenched against each other anymore, they're just apart. Not open wide, not closed tight, just resting where they belong, unclaimed by tension. The tongue rests softly on the floor of your mouth, no longer pressing forward or retreating. It's simply here, a quiet shape in stillness. The corners around your eyes, the tiny muscles that tighten when you're alert or afraid, are softening now, not because something happened to make them relax, but because there is nothing left to guard, no threat approaching the edges of awareness. The world outside this room isn't coming closer. It's staying where it is, and so are you. Your hands, once curled into fists without knowing, now lie flat against your chest like two small things that have finally stopped trying to be useful. They're not reaching for anything, they don't need to hold on or let go. They just rest there, warm in their own shape. And if the surface beneath them shifts even slightly, a breath from you, a shift of weight, their position doesn't change. Not because it's fixed, but because letting go is no longer an act of loss. The space between your ribs, once tight with anticipation, is now open, not wide or dramatic, but simply unguarded. The kind of openness that happens when the body stops rehearsing what might come next. There's room in there for breath to move without pressure, for stillness to settle like fog over a field at dawn. Your belly is no longer guarded, no tightening against imagined danger, no clenching from old habits of holding on too long or letting go too fast. It's just breathing, rising and falling with the rhythm that has always been there beneath you, even when you didn't notice it. No need to control it. No effort required. The lower back, once a site of silent strain, isn't braced anymore. There's no signal from your nervous system saying hurry or protect yourself. The spine is just aligned with gravity, not stiff, not rigid, but relaxed in its own line. Like an old tree that has stopped resisting the wind and now sways only when it wants to. Your hips, once locked into a posture of readiness, are quiet. No need to brace against movement or prepare for sudden change. They're just part of you, resting on the surface beneath, not clinging but belonging. And if your legs shift even slightly, as they sometimes do in sleep, their weight isn't lost. It's simply redistributed. There is no fear that balance will be broken, because there was never a need to maintain it. The whole body feels like something returning, not arriving, not being fixed, but remembered. Like the way sunlight returns to an empty room after a long rain, not because someone turned on a light, but because time has passed and nothing blocked its path anymore. You are not recreating safety, you're just allowing yourself to be in it again. There's no need to think about what comes next, or whether you'll wake up tomorrow tired again. That isn't part of this moment. This is only now, this breath, this weight on the bed, this softness spreading through tissue and bone like water soaking into dry earth. The air inside your chest feels different, not lighter, not heavier, but more available. Like space that wasn't occupied before, but has been waiting patiently to be filled with nothing at all. And so it is, filled by stillness, not full in the way of hunger or desire, just present. Your hands are no longer resisting their own shape. They're just letting go, not into emptiness, but into a kind of quiet belonging. The skin feels warm where your arms press against your chest, not hot, not cold, but evenly held by sensation that doesn't demand anything in return. There's a stillness spreading through the space beneath you. The bed is no longer an object to be guarded or feared. It's just what holds you now. Not firm enough to resist motion, but solid enough to let go into it fully. You're not sinking, because there's nothing pulling you down, but simply resting in alignment with gravity. The edges of your awareness aren't sharp anymore. They've softened at the corners, like paper left out in rain, until its lines blur and fade. There is no urgency to focus or direct attention. You don't have to keep watching for danger, because it isn't there. And even if something were to move, some sound from outside, some shift of light, it wouldn't matter. You're not awake enough to react, but you're not asleep either. You're in that space between, one where the body knows how to be still without effort, and the breath continues on its own path like a river with no destination except flow. And if your fingers twitch slightly, just once, barely noticeable, it's not because of anything urgent or uncontrolled. It's just release, small movements from deep in the nervous system as old tension dissolves into silence. No need to interpret it, no reason to track what happens next. Just let each passing sensation drift through you like waves on a slow-moving stream, seen, then gone, not held, not feared. The room around you is quiet, not because nothing moves, but because your attention isn't scanning for threats anymore. The walls are just there, the ceiling above you, and beyond it, the sky that doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep, but keeps turning anyway. And this body, this vessel of breath and bone and sensation, isn't trying to be anything special tonight. It's not performing well enough to earn rest. It isn't striving for peace like a prize won through effort. It's simply here. The way it was meant to be, soft, heavy, still, but alive in its own quiet rhythm. No need to fix the arms across your chest anymore, because they're already where they should be. No need to untangle yourself from worry, because there's no one left inside you who needs to do that work tonight. Let this moment stretch, not long for time, but deep in feeling, like a breath held just past expiration, not forced or prolonged, but allowed to hang in the air between two beats of your heart. And when it ends, when it finally slips away into what comes next, it won't be because you let go. It will be because there was nothing left to hold onto anyway. So stay here for now, in this soft suspension where effort dissolves and the body remembers how not to fight. You don't need a reason to rest. You just are resting. And that's enough. The weight of your arms has changed, not heavier, not lighter, just different. It's no longer a barrier, no longer a stance against what might come. The pressure across your chest is no longer tight with anticipation or resistance. It's simply there, like the quiet press of snow on a branch that hasn't broken yet, but knows it could. And still, it doesn't break, because this body has learned something deeper than strength. It has remembered how to yield without damage. You don't need to keep holding yourself together, because you already are. Your fingers rest now not in clenched fists, but in a kind of open surrender, not loose enough to fall away, but held just enough by gravity and habit that they can feel their own shape again. The nails, the soft pads beneath them, the skin on your wrists where the pulse moves like something slow and deliberate, unbothered by noise or thought. There's no demand for precision here, no need to be careful with how you move or how much of yourself you allow into this moment. You're not being watched. No one is listening, and so your hands can breathe. They don't have to do anything but exist. Let the space between them soften, let it become an open invitation rather than a sealed door. There's no reason to pull inward anymore. The arms are still across you, but they aren't holding on. They're not bracing, not guarding, just resting, like two long branches that have been bent by wind for too long and now, finally, settle back into the earth where they belong. And beneath them, the chest, the ribs, the quiet space inside where breath moves without instruction. You don't need to remember how to inhale or exhale, your body already knows. It just does. The rhythm isn't fast, not slow, not trying to reach anything. It's like a tide that has forgotten it ever had a shore. It comes and goes in its own time, not seeking direction, only continuing. You can feel the rise and fall now not as an effort, but as a kind of returning, as if you were lost in fog for years, and this breath is how you find your way back to yourself, not through memory or decision, but through sensation, through the quiet knowing that something ancient in your chest still remembers how to be alive without strain. The jaw, it's not just relaxed, it's forgotten. There's no need to clamp down on thoughts, on memories of the day, on worries about tomorrow. The muscles around your mouth and teeth aren't holding their shape out of habit anymore, they're just letting go, letting everything settle into a kind of deep forgetfulness that isn't empty but full of space, not blank but quiet, like a room with no furniture where the air itself holds warmth. And in that stillness, something deeper begins to surface, not an emotion, not a thought, not even a sensation, just a feeling of being known by your own body, not as you wish to be or how you think you should be, but exactly as you are, tired, soft, holding on with just enough strength to stay where you belong. There's no need to fix anything anymore. No reason to push through fatigue to will sleep into being. You're not trying to win this moment. You've already lost the battle of staying awake. And that loss is a kind of victory, not because you gave up, but because you finally stopped fighting against your own body. The hands, they're beginning to drift now, not away from you, but inward, as if the skin on them has become porous, letting in more than just touch, letting in stillness, letting in time itself. They don't need to do anything, just be. And when one finger twitches again, once, gently, it's not a spasm or a signal, it's a release. A tiny shift in the nervous system that says, I no longer have to hold my shape. The body is learning how to collapse into safety without fear. The pressure of your arms against your chest isn't oppressive anymore, it's cradling. Not like an embrace from another person, but more intimate than that. Like a self-hug made not for comfort, but for recognition. You're holding yourself the way someone who has finally returned home might hold their own door open, gently, without fanfare. There is no urgency in this stillness, no expectation that it must change or move or become something else. It simply is, like a river bed after floodwaters recede, full of silence and silt, full of things buried but not forgotten. You can feel the warmth beneath your arms now, not heat, not cold, but a kind of steady presence, like sunlight on stone that hasn't cooled yet. The skin is awake in its own way, aware, sensitive, not seeking anything, just existing in the quiet between breaths. And when you exhale, it's longer than before, longer than what feels natural, longer than what your mind might expect. But there's no strain, no effort to make it last. It just flows out like a slow wave pulling back from shore. And with each release, something inside loosens, not dramatically, not suddenly, but steadily, quietly, as if time itself is unzipping its seams. You're not trying to calm down anymore because you've already calmed. You're not seeking peace, you're simply within it. Not because of anything you did or didn't do, but because the body has decided that enough is enough. The guard is down, not because someone told it to be, but because there's no one left inside who needs to keep watch. The ceiling above you, there's nothing about it worth noting. No shape, no color, no meaning, just a surface, a boundary between your space and the rest of the world. But even that boundary doesn't matter anymore. It's not a wall, it's just something there. Like trees outside your window aren't trying to warn you or keep you out. They're simply standing in their own time. And you're no longer separate from it all, not apart, not trapped between wakefulness and sleep. You're part of the quiet, like dust floating slowly through a beam of light that's not bright enough to burn but warm enough to stay. Your shoulders, they've dropped, not because someone told them to, but because they finally stopped believing they needed to be high. The muscles around your neck are no longer tight with vigilance. They're softening into the shape of surrender, like roots letting go of soil after a storm, not because they were forced, but because it's safe now. There's space between you and your own thoughts, not absence, but distance. You can hear them if you want to listen, but you don't have to. They're not urgent. They're just passing through, like birds flying overhead at night when you can't see their wings, only the silence after they leave. And in that space between breaths, between one thought and the next, there's a kind of softness, not like cotton or foam, but more like the pause before rain begins, like the moment just before your body remembers it doesn't need to protect itself anymore. The hands on your chest, they're not holding anything now. They're not keeping you safe. They're not trying to keep you whole. They're simply there, two parts of a whole that has finally decided to stop fighting. And when one hand shifts ever so slightly, just enough to feel the weight change against your ribs, it's not an accident. It's recognition. You don't need to move more than this. You don't need to be somewhere else. You don't have to become someone new. This body, this breath, this stillness is exactly where you're meant to be right now. Not because of how long you've been lying here or what time it is, but simply because the nervous system has said, enough. And so let go, not with effort but with ease. Let your arms fall forward, not all at once, not dramatically, just slowly, like water from a cracked cup that doesn't spill, but seeps quietly into the earth beneath. Let them drop where they may, not because you've failed to hold on, but because holding no longer means safety. It meant tension, now it means release. And when your hands rest now, not against your chest, not in any pose, just open and heavy at your sides, like stones that have forgotten what lifting feels like, that's not weakness. That's belonging. The weight of you is real, but not a burden. The way your body presses into the bed isn't collapse, it's completion. Like every part has finally found its place in the shape it was always meant to take. Your arms rest now, not as limbs, but as quiet things, like fallen branches left to settle into the soil after a storm. They don't need to be useful anymore. They don't have to hold or push or brace. Just being is enough. The weight of them at your sides is not dead. It's full of memory, yes, but also presence. Each fingertip knows its place, not because it was told to, but because the body has remembered how to let go in a way that isn't careless, only free. There's no effort behind this softening, no command, just time, slow and wide like water spreading through sand. The skin on your forearms feels different now, not tense with readiness or anticipation, but open, like something long held inside has finally been given permission to breathe outward, not in a rush, but in quiet exhalation. Breathe and let the air come in soft and slow, as if you're listening for whispers no one else hears. And when it leaves, let it stretch longer than the breath that came before. The out-breath is not just movement, it's release. It's a signal sent deep into your core, I am not under threat. No alarm lights flash in your spine. Your ribs don't tighten. They simply rise and fall, like the surface of still water after something has passed beneath. And now let your hands lie there, palms up, fingers just slightly curled, not in defense, but like petals opening to air they no longer fear. You can feel them resting against the bed sheet, not pressing, not gripping, just lying there as if waiting for nothing at all. That's not emptiness, it's fullness without demand. Let your wrists relax, let the bones soften into alignment with gravity. There's no need to correct anything here, no posture to fix. Your body has already decided that standing tall isn't required anymore. Not tonight, not in this moment. The spine doesn't have to stay upright. It can bend inward slightly, just enough so that your back is not fighting the mattress, but embracing it. And when you feel that shift, the slow surrender of the lower back against the bed's surface, like sinking into moss after a long walk, it isn't weakness. It's not collapse. It's a return to form, the way roots settle beneath earth, finding their balance without resistance. No need for willpower, just patience. Let your hips soften too, not by force, but by letting them fall where they naturally want to go. Not forward or back, just present. Like stones that have finally stopped rolling and decided to stay put in the shape of stillness. Now feel how your legs are lying there, not crossed, not curled, not tucked under for warmth or safety, but open, relaxed, like limbs that no longer need to be on guard. The knees don't press together, they don't lock. There's space between them, not because you made it, but because the body has decided to stop clenching. And when your feet rest, flat against the mattress, toes gently splayed, not stiff, not trying to grip or push, you can feel how even the smallest parts of you are letting go. The soles know their own weight. They don't need to be ready for anything. Not a flight, not an escape. Just lying there, like hands that have been unclenched after holding something too long. There's no urgency in any part of this. No reason to move faster than the breath itself. The body doesn't need to prove it's safe, it just is. That is its truth, not a promise, not an achievement, just fact. And now let your attention drift down through the layers, not searching, not analyzing, but simply noticing how each part of you has shifted in quiet ways. How your shoulders are no longer lifting toward your ears. How your jaw isn't holding tight at the back. The tongue relaxes on its own, softening beneath the roof of your mouth. No need to press it anywhere. Let the small muscles around your eyes release their hold, not by forcing them open or closed, but by allowing them to soften into their resting shape. No strain behind the eyelids, just stillness. Like curtains drawn after a long day, not because someone commanded them to be, but because they're tired too. And when you feel that, just feel it without naming it, without trying to understand, then you know this isn't performance. This is surrender, not of will, but of resistance. The mind still thinks in loops sometimes, but the body has moved beyond thinking. It's operating on a deeper rhythm now, one that doesn't care about time or effort. Let your breath continue, long and unhurried, each out-breath longer than the last, as if you're breathing into silence, not to fill it, but to let it be. No need to speak, no need to think. The body is speaking for itself, through release, through weight, through softness. And now let your awareness drift even lower, not down toward pain or tension, but simply downward, like water flowing across land that no longer resists its path. Let the heaviness settle where it wants, into the hips, into the thighs, into the heels, into the bones beneath the skin. There's no need to push any part of yourself anywhere. You're not trying to reach sleep. You're not chasing calm. You're just allowing your body to remember how to be still, how to stay in one place without needing to move forward, backward, or up. And when you notice that your breath has slowed, even more than before, so much so that there's space between the waves of air entering and leaving, you don't have to do anything about it. Just let that pause grow, not empty, but full with presence. Like the moment just after a door closes and everything around you is quiet, not because someone turned off the light, but because no one needs to be heard. You're not asleep yet, not quite, but your body has already begun its descent into rest, not in a rush, not with drama, just quietly, like snow falling on a forest floor that's been waiting for days. And now let your arms stay where they are, not moved, not adjusted. Let them just be, like two long leaves fallen from the same tree, resting side by side on the ground beneath an old oak whose roots have long since forgotten what it means to fear drought. You don't need to do anything with them now. You don't need to fold them in or pull them close. They're not keeping you safe, they never were. But they are here, warm, heavy, and still, because the body has decided that safety isn't found in holding on, but in letting go. And when your fingers twitch ever so slightly, not from tension, not from movement, but just a tiny shift in sensation as blood returns to them, don't react, just notice. Let it be part of the quiet, not a signal, not an alarm, just a breath of warmth passing through old nerves that have forgotten how to wake. The room around you still there, yes, but not threatening, not watching. It's just there like air or silence. The walls are not closing in. The ceiling isn't pressing down. Even the shadows under your bed aren't hiding anything. They're simply shapes, like footprints left behind by a breeze that passed through long ago. And inside you, nothing is pushing to be known. No thought needs to be answered. No memory demands attention. Just stillness, deep and unbroken, like soil after rain has soaked into it for hours, waiting not for the next storm, but simply for peace. You're not far from sleep, not in distance, but in feeling, not because you've done anything right, but because your body has stopped fighting itself. It's no longer asking how long this will take or when it'll end. It's just being in the shape of stillness, in the space between breaths. Let that go on, not as an effort, but as a continuation. Let time stretch like fabric worn soft from use. No need to measure it, no reason to resist it. Your chest rises slowly and falls, even slower, until there's no clear beginning or end. Just movement without purpose, breath without urgency. And when you feel that your hands are heavier than before, not because they've grown denser, but because the body has fully released its grip on itself, you don't need to do anything about it. Just let them sink deeper into the bed, like stones at the bottom of a lake where no one comes to disturb the silence. Your hands are not trying to hold anything now. They are not keeping you together, not protecting you from falling apart. They are simply resting like two small animals curled into warmth after a long night of wandering, finally still enough to feel the ground beneath them again. There's no need for them to be anywhere else. No command has been issued, no reason given, just this: they are here, and that is enough. And if you feel your fingers begin to soften even more, tendons unclenching like roots loosening in damp earth after a season of drought, you don't have to ask why. You don't need to track the change or name it. Let the softness be its own reason. It's not a victory, not progress, just release, passing through like slow water over stone. Your arms remain crossed, but you are no longer holding yourself in. The pressure has gone out of them, not collapsed, not broken, but simply let down, like a door left open after someone steps through and forgets to close it. No one comes back to lock it now. There's no need. The space inside is safe enough on its own. And when your shoulders, those places where the weight of the day settled like dust on old shelves, are beginning to drop, not with a crash, but with a quiet settling, let them sink into the bed as if gravity has finally remembered what it means to care for something. No resistance, no warning, just surrender, slow and inevitable, like snow accumulating over time without needing permission. You don't have to believe anything about safety right now. You don't need to convince yourself that you're okay. The body already knows. It's been speaking in whispers for hours, not through words, but through release. Through the way your spine relaxed just a fraction as it found its natural curve again, how your pelvis no longer tenses against itself like a door held shut by habit. Your breath continues, long, slow, without effort. Each out-breath lasts just slightly longer than the one before, not because you're trying to control it, but because the nervous system has begun to shift on its own. The long exhale is no longer a technique. It's becoming a rhythm, a pulse that lives in your chest like an old heartbeat from a time when life moved slower and thoughts didn't race ahead of you. And if your jaw still holds some faint memory of tension, the way it clenched during the day, not with anger, but just out of habit, let that softness rise like steam from a kettle left on too long, not forced open, just allowed to fall apart. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth without pressure. No need to push or pull. It's simply there, quiet and warm, like a small creature curled in the corner of an empty room that no longer needs to be watched. Your eyes remain closed, but you are not blind, you are not lost. The space behind your eyelids is full of stillness, like darkness after sunset when color has faded but warmth remains. No shapes, no movement, just presence, unbroken by light or sound. And because there's no need to see anything, the mind doesn't have to search for meaning in shadows. You are not listening to the room anymore, not really. Not with the part that judges what it hears. The quiet outside your window isn't a threat. It isn't silence waiting to be filled. It is just absence of traffic, of voices, of clocks ticking forward like they have something important to announce. That kind of stillness doesn't demand anything from you. And inside, there's no urgency in the chest, no pressure behind the ribs, just breath. And space between each wave of air as it rises and falls, not because you're trying to slow it, but because your body has finally stopped needing to fight for survival. You are not escaping sleep. You are simply letting go of the need to earn it. There's a place in your lower back where tension used to live like a small knot tied too tight. That is beginning to loosen, not all at once, but over time, as if something deep inside has decided that holding on wasn't worth the cost. The muscles there are softening, not because you told them to be, but because they've remembered what it feels like not to brace. And when your legs, those long limbs that carried you through the day, through meetings and decisions and unspoken worries, are finally letting go, let them be heavy. Not in a way that pulls you down, but in a way that tells you you don't have to move anymore. You're allowed to stay right where you are. No one is waiting for your return. Your feet, those small places at the end of your body that usually feel far away, are now part of this moment. The soles rest against the sheets with no pressure, but also no need to push back. They are not fighting gravity, not holding anything in, just resting the way roots rest in soil, waiting for rain without fear. And if you feel a small pulse near your ankle, just one, like the faintest throb of blood returning after being still too long, it's not an alarm. It's not a sign that something is wrong. It's just sensation waking up slowly, like a forest stirring in spring, where life returns quietly before anyone notices. You don't need to interpret it. You don't need to wonder if you're getting closer to sleep. The body doesn't care about labels or milestones. It only cares about safety. And right now, your nervous system has begun the slow process of saying, we can stop standing guard. We can turn our backs on the door and let the wind pass through without flinching. Let your whole body become one field of release, not separate parts, but a single weight settling into place. Like sand falling down into a jar that's been left open for years, not rushed, not hurried, just descending. There is no need to pull anything in, no reason to gather yourself together again. You don't have to protect the shape you used to carry through the day, the one with edges, with tension, with armor built of habit and anxiety. You are not failing at sleeping. You are simply returning to a state that has always been there, underneath all the effort, underneath all the trying. A quiet place where being still is enough, where nothing needs fixing, nothing needs changing. And when you feel your arms begin to drift apart, not because you've decided to open them, but because gravity and softness have taken over, you don't need to stop it. Let one fall slowly down toward your side, just a little, not far. Then the other, following like water, finding its own path through rock. They don't return to where they started. They don't go back to guarding you. They simply rest, open and unheld, on either side of your body, like two hands that have given up searching for something and finally found peace in not needing to hold anything at all. And if your chest rises, still, with breath that comes without urgency, let it be like the slow rise of a hill under moonlight, not moving toward anywhere, just being where you are. You don't need to find sleep. You're already within it, just on the edge, in the space between waking and resting, where time dissolves into weightlessness and there's no reason to move forward. Let your arms stay open now, not as invitation, but as surrender, as proof that safety isn't something you have to build, it's something you can simply stop fighting for. And when a small shiver passes through your shoulder, not from cold, but from the release of old tension, let it be part of the quiet. Let it pass like wind through reeds at dawn, not because it matters, but because it happens, and that is enough. You are not trying to do anything with your body now. You're not adjusting, not correcting, just being here in this deep stillness where nothing needs to be proven or earned. Your legs remain heavy, not trapped, not stiff, but full of the kind of weight that comes from letting go completely. like a river finally reaching the sea after winding through mountains and valleys without resistance. And when your breath lingers between in and out, longer than before, longer than you remember it ever being, you don't need to do anything about it. Let the pause stretch like fabric worn soft by time. No rush, no judgment, just presence unbroken. Your arms rest now, not as surrender to stillness, but as proof that your body has begun remembering how to be held by itself. Not by force, not by will, but by gravity, by release, by the slow pull of something ancient and soft, the instinct to collapse into safety when no one is watching. There's a quiet in this weight, not emptiness, not absence, but fullness without demand. The kind that doesn't ask you to do anything with it. You don't have to carry it. You don't have to protect it. It just is, like the silence between heartbeats when everything has paused long enough to feel its own pulse. Let your hands lie flat now, not because they've been instructed, but because nothing is holding them up anymore. The fingers are not curled into fists or ready to push away. They're open, relaxed, like roots unfurling in dark soil after a long drought. No need for grip. No reason to brace against the air that passes through your skin. Each fingertip is its own small world of sensation, warmth spreading from the base, the lightest pressure where your palm meets the bed. Not tight, not tense, just there. And when one begins to drift slightly downward, not because you've decided it should, but because the body has quietly begun releasing all effort, you don't correct it. You let it go, like a leaf that detaches from its branch not with struggle, but in quiet understanding that it no longer needs to stay. Your shoulders, those mountains you carried through the day, are softening now, not into nothingness, but into presence. They're not collapsing. They're unbecoming weight. The muscles around your collarbones are loosening like strings tied too tightly for hours, finally allowed to go slack. You don't need them anymore to hold yourself upright against a world that no longer demands it. Let the space beneath your neck soften, not into weakness, but into relief. That small hollow where the throat meets the spine. Let it open not in fear of exposure, but in trust. You are not being watched. You're not being judged. There's no need to tighten up, no reason to stand on guard. The jaw, still for so long, still clenched beneath silence, can now remember how to rest, not by force, not by thinking now I'll relax, but by letting go of the effort it took just to stay still. The back teeth unclench. The tongue softens against the roof of your mouth, not pushing forward, not gripping the air like a promise to endure. It rests, like water that has stopped trying to move and simply becomes still. There's no need for tension in this moment. No one is coming. Nothing needs defending. You are not being asked to perform. The only task now is to let your body be what it was always meant to be: unguarded, open, present. Your breath, no longer shallow or hurried, flows like a slow stream through stone. It doesn't rush towards sleep. It doesn't chase after calm. It simply moves with the natural rhythm of release. The in-breath comes easily, as if drawn by quiet curiosity. The out-breath lingers, not forced, not held, just extending into space, long enough to feel like a thread pulled gently from one end of stillness to another. And when it ends, there is no need to begin again immediately. There's just the pause between, not emptiness, not fear, but space, rich, deep, full of silence that doesn't demand anything. Your chest rises and falls now, not with effort but with ease. The movement isn't trying to prove you're alive. It's proof that you don't have to try anymore. The ribs are no longer holding tight around the heart. They've loosened their grip, not out of weakness, but from understanding. There is no threat. No one is coming to take anything away. You can open your chest not as a gesture, but as an inevitability, like a door that has been closed for years, finally allowing air to pass through. Your eyes, still shut, are not straining against darkness. They're resting in the quiet of absence, like two soft spaces beneath lids that no longer need to look or check or scan. There's nothing here to miss, nothing to lose. The world outside your room doesn't matter anymore. Not even a whisper from another room can disturb this deep layer where time has dissolved into stillness. The back of your head, pressed gently against the pillow, is not pressing hard, nor is it floating away. It's simply there, held in place by soft support. No effort to maintain position. No need to keep your skull aligned or upright. The neck doesn't hold tension anymore. The muscles along the spine have stopped working overtime just to keep you from falling over. They've given up that job. They're not failing, they're just resting. And when a small shift occurs, when your pelvis rolls slightly forward, then settles back into the bed, not because you instructed it, but because gravity has found its own path, you don't correct it. You let it happen, like sand shifting in slow motion beneath an ocean floor, not driven by force, but guided by weight and time. Your legs, long and heavy, don't feel like limbs anymore. They feel like parts of the bed itself. Not separate, not resisting, just part of a larger stillness. The thighs press into the mattress with quiet authority, not from strength, but from surrender. The calves are soft, the ankles loose. No need to brace against anything. No reason to keep your feet flat or toes curled. They rest where they fall on their own terms. And when you feel a warmth rise in one leg, not from heat, but from blood returning after hours of stillness, you don't name it. You don't wonder if it means something is happening. You just let the sensation pass through like light moving across water, not stopping to ask why. It's not progress. It's not change. It's simply presence. Your spine, long and quiet, now feels less like a column of resistance and more like a riverbed that has finally stopped fighting against its own flow. The vertebrae are not holding their positions with effort. They're just in place, not because they've been ordered, but because there is no reason to move. No one is demanding posture. No one needs you to be upright. And when your arms, still open at your sides, begin to tremble slightly, not from cold or fatigue, but from the deep release of long-held tension, you don't pull them in. You let it happen. Let the small shudders pass through like wind through a field of tall grass, not because they matter, but because they are part of this slow process of letting go. The breath lingers again, longer than before, and then disappears into silence so complete that even your awareness begins to soften, not into nothingness, but into stillness that doesn't require thought. There's no need to stay alert, no reason to keep track of time or effort or progress. You are not doing anything, and that is exactly what the body has been waiting for. You don't have to think about being safe. It's already here, not because you've achieved it, but because your nervous system has quietly decided, we can stop running now. We can sit down. We can lie back. We can let go of all the stories we told ourselves about needing to be ready, about having to perform, protect, endure. The weight of your body isn't a burden anymore. It's not something to carry or resist. It's just there, like soil holding roots, like water holding fish, like earth holding night. You are held not by anyone, but by the quiet laws of gravity and release. And when you feel that small pulse in your fingertips again, not sharp, not urgent, but a faint vibration, like a distant hum beneath the skin, you don't try to follow it. You just let it be part of the background noise of stillness, not important, just present, like a bird calling once from far away, not an event, not a signal, just a sound that passes through. Your thoughts, those restless travelers who used to race ahead, always one step behind or two steps ahead, are no longer chasing anything. They don't need to be stopped. They just slow down, fall into the background, like clouds in a sky too vast for urgency. There's no goal here, no destination, no better moment coming up. Just this soft, deep layer where nothing needs to be done, where being still is not failure but fulfillment. Your shoulders are no longer climbing, not even slightly. They've settled into the mattress like stones sinking through sediment. There's no effort to pull them back or down, just a quiet letting go, as if gravity has finally claimed what was always meant to be held by it. The space between your shoulder blades feels open now, not because you've stretched it, but because there's nothing left to close around. No tension to hold the shape of resistance. Just softness that spreads outward from where the arms rest. Not relaxed in the way people mean when they say relax, but released, like a leaf detaching from a branch and drifting down without needing to explain itself. The breath has become so slow now it's almost gone. You don't need to count, don't need to mark time by air. It flows in and out like the tide coming back through an empty beach at dawn. Not loud, not urgent, just returning. The body doesn't notice it anymore. Not even the rise of your chest or fall of your belly is a signal. They move only because they are allowed to, because there's no reason not to. Your hands open at your sides are beginning to feel heavier, not like dead weight, but like something that has finally found its home in stillness. The fingers have stopped twitching. They're not curled into fists or pressing against each other for comfort. They lie where they fell when you let go earlier, palms up, as if receiving nothing and needing nothing. And the skin over them, thin, sensitive, is no longer guarded. It doesn't flinch at air or light or shadow. The surface of your body is not a border anymore. It's a threshold, one that has stopped defending itself. The jaw, once clenched beneath stillness like a door locked against night, has unfastened without ceremony. You don't feel it happen. There's no moment where you realize, oh, I'm letting go, it just is. The muscles along your temples are not taut. Your teeth aren't touching. Your tongue rests gently in the mouth, not pushing or pressing against anything, just lying there like a quiet thing that has come to rest after years of being asked to speak when it didn't want to. And behind your eyes, even that small tension, the one you never name but always feel, is beginning to dissolve. Not because you've forced it open, but because the need for vigilance has stopped making sense. There's no threat here, no reason to keep looking ahead, scanning, checking. The eyes are closed not in sleep, but in surrender, and that is enough. Your chest, once tight with breath held too long, is soft now, not hollow or empty, but full of space, like a room where the air has settled after being disturbed. There's no pressure to expand, no need to take more than what arrives. The ribs are not holding their position like armor, they're just there. And when you feel the slight rise beneath your collarbone on an inhale, not sharp or sudden, but slow and gentle, it isn't a signal that something is happening. It's just motion passing through. There's no need to follow it, no reason to wonder where it comes from or what it means. You're not trying to understand the body anymore. That was never the point. The point wasn't clarity or control. It was release, simple and deep. And so you let this moment pass like a wave that doesn't break, but just drifts. Now your legs are heavier still, not from fatigue, but from presence. Not from being tired of standing, but from having finally stopped pretending they needed to be ready. The knees are slightly bent now, just enough to ease the tension in the back of the thighs. They don't push into anything, they just rest. And when you feel a slow pulse travel up one calf, not strong or insistent, but like a quiet hum beneath skin, you let it move through without resistance. You don't name it. Don't wonder if it's blood moving or nerves firing. It's not a sign of recovery or progress. It's just sensation, part of the body's quiet return to itself. The pelvis, once clenched in fear, as though bracing against something unseen, is now soft and low. The tailbone is not tucked in or lifted up. It's simply resting where it belongs, held by the bed beneath it, no longer needing to be firm. You don't need to keep your hips level or aligned for anyone. There's no one watching, no standards to meet, just gravity doing its work, slowly, steadily, without judgment. And when you feel a warmth bloom in the lower back, not heat from fever, not tension rising, but something like slow release, like ice melting at its center, you don't reach for it. You let it spread on its own terms. It doesn't need to go anywhere. It's not trying to heal or fix anything. It's just there, like a soft light that has found a place in the dark. Your spine isn't straightening now. It's not being corrected. It's just lying where it falls, following gravity as if it were always meant to be this way, not rigid against life, but curved with it. The vertebrae are not aligned by will. They're resting in alignment because there is no effort to move them. And the space between your shoulder blades, once a place of tightness, is now open like an archway through which nothing passes except stillness. No thoughts come through here anymore. No memories, no anxieties, just quiet, like air moving through a tunnel after rain has stopped. Your arms are no longer crossed over your chest. They've drifted apart again, not from decision, but from surrender. The elbows rest softly on the mattress, not because you put them there, but because gravity allowed it. And when one arm begins to tremble, just slightly, not with fear or strain, but with release, you don't pull it back. You let the small movement pass through like a ripple across still water. It's not failure, it's not weakness. It's just your body remembering how to drop something it carried for too long. There's no need to stop it, no reason to fix it. Just let it happen, as if this were not an event, but the natural unfolding of what has been waiting all night, waiting in silence, waiting in stillness, for permission to be soft. And now you are letting that happen. The breath is so slow it feels like time has changed its shape, not stretched or collapsed, but softened, like a fabric that no longer resists being touched. The air moves through your body not because you guide it, but because there's nothing left to push against. There's no place else to go, no reason to prepare, no performance required. You are not expected to be anything other than what you already are, lying here, breathing, present in the quiet between thoughts. And when a thought begins to form, not about sleep, not about time, not even about being awake, it doesn't come with urgency. It just appears like a bird flying through an open window. You don't call it back. You don't chase after its meaning. You let it pass through and disappear into the sky beyond. There's no need to hold on. There's nothing here worth keeping. The body isn't fighting anymore, not even slightly. It doesn't have to prove anything, doesn't have to show that it's strong or resilient or awake. It can just be resting, held still, not because you made it so, but because the nervous system has finally stopped telling itself, we are in danger. And when a tiny sensation rises in your left hand, not pain, not cold, not tingling, but just a soft pressure, like something brushing against skin from inside, you don't ask why. You don't wonder if it means anything. You let it be part of the quiet background, like wind through leaves that no longer need to react. The room is not loud. It's not silent either. It's full of small sounds, the hum of a distant appliance, the settling of wood in the walls, the soft creak of a floorboard far away. None of them matter. They don't signal danger. They're just part of the world breathing, and you are part of it too. You aren't separate from that sound. You aren't listening to it as if you might be attacked by it. You're not scanning for threats in its rhythm. You're just lying here, feeling the shape of stillness around you, like a blanket made of silence. Your fingertips are not pressing into your palms anymore. They're just resting, open and loose, like petals that have given up on holding their shape. The skin of your hands feels lighter now, not hollow, but unburdened, as if the weight they used to carry was never theirs to begin with. There's no need to grip, no reason to protect. Even the air around them seems softer, slower, like a breath drawn through cotton instead of wind. You don't have to will this stillness into being. It's already here, in the way your fingers curve without effort, as if gravity itself has whispered, let go. And when you notice that one thumb has begun to drift slightly inward, not because it wants to, not because you're trying, but simply because there is no tension holding it where it was, you don't correct it. You don't nudge it back into place. It stays, as if the body knows better than logic what needs to be released. The nerve endings in your hand are quiet now, not asleep, but settled, like roots deep beneath soil that have stopped searching for water because they've found stillness. There's no urgency to move, no need to reach. You aren't waiting for anything, not even sleep. Your arms hang at your sides, not from instruction, but from surrender. The muscles along the outer edge of your upper arms, those tiny ones that used to stay taut with readiness, are finally letting go, not collapsing, not giving in, but yielding like a branch after storm winds have passed. There's no resistance now. No part of you is holding its breath for what might come next. The weight of your limbs feels less like effort and more like trust, like the body has decided to believe the ground will hold it, even if only for this moment. And in that belief, something shifts beneath the skin. Not a sound, not a movement, but a slow release deep inside the joints, the elbow, the shoulder socket, the collarbone area where tension used to pool like old rainwater after a storm. It's not dramatic. There's no flash of relief or sudden warmth, just a quiet letting down, as if each joint has finally stopped checking whether it's safe to relax and decided instead that safety is simply what happens when you stop fighting. The hum inside your shoulder blades isn't loud anymore. It's just there, like the low frequency of distant traffic heard through walls, present, but no longer threatening. Your chest, it doesn't rise and fall with effort now, not even slightly. The breath moves in and out not because you've invited it, but because the body has remembered how to breathe without permission. It's a slow motion, like water seeping into dry sand, not rushing, not forcing, just filling what was empty. There's no pressure behind the ribs, no tightness at the center of your torso. The space beneath your sternum feels open, like an archway that has been waiting for something to pass through, and now it simply lets silence be the visitor. There's a soft pulse in your wrists, not sharp, not urgent, just a quiet rhythm like a heartbeat felt from outside the body. It doesn't demand attention, you don't listen for it, but you notice it anyway because now there's nothing to block its presence. The blood flows through veins that no longer need to tighten against stress. There's no reason to guard them, no threat approaching, just flow, constant, quiet, unbroken. And your breath still slow, still long, each out-breath stretching a little further than the last, not by force, but because there is nothing left to hold on to. The air leaves your body like something being gently released from memory, not regretted, not missed, just gone. As if you're unlearning the habit of holding on, you don't have to return it, you don't need to collect it again. It's not a resource, it's just breath, moving through you in and out without purpose or plan. You aren't doing anything here, not breathing, not relaxing, not falling asleep. You're simply lying in the space between thoughts, suspended like dust in sunlight that doesn't burn. There is no goal, no outcome expected. The body isn't trying to fix itself. It's not repairing or healing. It's just resting in its own way, in its own time. And when a small sensation arises near your left clavicle, not warmth, not cold, not pain, it feels like a single thread of awareness brushing against skin from within, as if something inside has loosened and is now quietly moving through the tissues. You don't name it. You don't interpret it. It's just there, like a leaf caught in an underground stream, drifting without direction or destination. And when it passes, you feel no need to follow, no pull to return to it, just continuity. The space around your head isn't empty anymore. It's full, but not with noise, not with thoughts. It's filled with the quiet of presence, like a room where nothing has been said for years, but still holds all that was once spoken. The silence here is soft and thick, like wool wrapped around sound. There's no echo, no shadow, just depth. And your neck, it doesn't hold itself up anymore. Not with muscle, not with effort. It's just there, supported by the mattress, cradled by space, held in place not by tension but by stillness. The vertebrae are aligned not because you've adjusted them, but because they no longer have to fight for position. They're resting where they naturally fall. And when a small tremor runs through your throat, not from emotion, not from strain, but just a release of old pressure, you don't suppress it. You let the tiny ripple pass, as if this were not an event, but a signal that something has finally decided to stop resisting. There's no need to be awake. There's no reason to stay alert. The nervous system is not scanning for danger anymore. It doesn't have to prepare for anything. It doesn't have to protect you. It can just be, not strong, not weak, just present in the quiet, where time feels less like a line and more like a field, where moments don't pass so much as dissolve into one another. And when your right foot lifts slightly, not from will, not from reflex, but because the muscles have relaxed enough to let it drift upward for an instant, you don't bring it back down, you wait. It hovers in the air like a feather caught between two currents, not falling, not rising, just being. And then, slowly, it settles again, not with force, but with grace, like a hand releasing a balloon that no longer needs to be held. There's nothing here you need to fix, nothing broken, no part of you is out of place. Even the places where tension used to live, the back of your neck, the base of your skull, the small of your spine, are not empty. They're full, but not with strain, full with stillness, with space, with presence. And when a faint pressure builds behind one eye, not sharp, not painful, just a soft pulse like wind moving through an open window, you don't try to push it away. You let it be part of the quiet, part of the background hum of your body simply being here, breathing without effort, resting without pretense. You're not trying to fall asleep, not even close. There's no agenda, no goal. You're just letting go again and again, not in waves, but in breaths, in pulses, in small movements that don't mean anything except that they are happening, that you're here, that the body is releasing what it has carried for hours, for days, for years. And now there's no reason to hold on, not to wakefulness, not to awareness, not even to your own name. You can let go of all of it because nothing needs to be guarded anymore. The world outside the room is not threatening, the night is not long, the silence is not empty, it's full, but not with noise, full with the quiet that comes after something has stopped fighting. And you're just lying here, not awake, not asleep, just resting, in the space between breaths, between thoughts, between one moment and the next. No longer braced, no longer waiting, no longer needing to be anything at all. You don't have to name it, but the back of your skull feels heavier now, not like pressure, not like weight pressing down from above, but more like a quiet settling into place, as though something long suspended has finally found its true level in space. The bones there are no longer holding their shape out of habit or fear. They're just resting where they belong. And the arms, still crossed over your chest, are beginning to loosen not with intention, but simply because gravity is pulling them down and nothing inside you resists it anymore. Your left hand, curled tightly at first like a fist that forgot how to open, it's softening now in slow increments, not all at once. One finger after another releases its grip on the other, as if something deep within has decided there's no need for defense here, not against anything outside, and certainly not from yourself. Your right palm lies flat across your ribcage like a stone placed gently upon earth. No force behind it, just presence. No effort to press inward or lift away. It's simply resting where the body lets it be. There's no urgency in any of this movement, not even for breath. The inhale comes softly through your nose, then lingers slightly at the top before letting go into an exhale that lasts longer than you expected, stretching out like a thread drawn slowly across still water, long enough to feel its own rhythm without having to control it. The air moves in and out with such ease now, not forced by effort or willpower, but because your body has decided. This is how breathing happens when the nervous system doesn't need protection. And beneath that breath, something else shifts, not a thought, not an image, just sensation deep near where ribs meet spine, like warmth spreading from inside outward through tissue and muscle. Not hot, just warm, like sunlight passing over stone after rain. It's quiet in your chest now, The kind of silence you don't hear, but feel with the whole body. Softness beneath bone, space between organs that no longer needs to brace for impact or prepare for shock. You're not thinking about how long it's been since sleep came. You're not wondering if this moment will pass like all others before, fleeting and unfulfilled. That kind of measuring has stopped working here because there's nothing left to measure against, no goal on the horizon that demands your attention or energy. The weight in your arms is changing too, not just softening, but becoming different, not heavy as burden anymore, nor light like absence, but solidly there, resting where it belongs without needing permission. Like a blanket placed across you by someone who knew exactly how much pressure was right, neither suffocating nor insubstantial. And when your fingertips slowly unfurl one after another, not in response to sound or movement, but simply because the nerves don't need tension anymore, their tips drift outward, not reaching for anything. They just open into space like petals at dawn that have forgotten how to close again. There's no reason left to keep them curled shut. No threat has approached since you laid down, no noise from outside your room, nothing stirring beyond the walls or ceiling, and even if something had moved in darkness somewhere far away, it wouldn't matter here, not because you're unaware, but because awareness is not tied anymore to alertness. You can feel everything without being on guard. You don't need eyes open to know where things are, the door's frame, the corner of the wall near your shoulder, because they've settled into memory in a way that isn't mental but physical, as if each surface has left an imprint not just upon sight, but upon muscle and nerve endings. The space around you is known now through touch, without contact. The air itself feels like it's breathing with you, not rhythmically, never matching, but subtly shifting against your skin, the same slow pace of breath that moves beneath your ribs, gentle motion in stillness. And when a small tremor runs up from just below your collarbone, like an old memory surfacing through tissue you don't follow, you let it pass like dust rising, then falling again into quiet floorboards, unseen and unrecorded, not erased, but simply released back to the moment. There's no need for meaning here anymore. Just space between breaths where time slows enough that you can feel your pulse in places deeper than surface, like a soft drumbeat felt through chest wall rather than heard. Not loud or urgent, but steady, present, unchanging, like water beneath soil, moving without rushing toward anything specific. Your shoulders, the ones once raised high with tension, now finally descending not because of posture, but simply from release, are no longer lifting away when you exhale, because they're already down. They've stopped trying to defend the neck above them. The muscles aren't guarding or bracing anymore, they're just still, like two hands laid gently on top of a table after work is done. And your jaw, the one that clung tightly shut for so many hours, isn't merely relaxed. It's open in its own way, not wide, but surrendered to gravity and quiet. The teeth aren't locked together at all now. They're simply aligned where nature placed them, not forced by will or fear of exposure. Your tongue lies loose against the roof of your mouth like a small secret that no longer needs hiding, soft enough even when you feel its shape beneath your breath, but without needing to move it, without need for expression. No sound required. Even the corners around your eyes, the places where stress once gathered in tiny lines, are unclenching slowly, not as if they were tense before, but more like soft tissue finally realizing there's no longer a reason to remain firm against imagined threat. The skin over them is warm, not flushed or hot, just alive with quiet blood flow that doesn't need speed. It moves calmly through capillaries and small vessels without rushing toward any goal except the simple act of being present in this body, now fully allowed rest. There's no separation between your mind and what you feel. You're not observing sensation from above, but embedded within it, as if thought has finally stopped trying to lead or control movement. It doesn't need to direct anything anymore, because everything is already happening without command, like wind moving through trees that don't know they're being blown. You can still notice when your left foot twitches slightly, not a spasm, not anxiety, but just the slow release of tension in tendons and feet muscles after days held upright. It's barely there, an almost invisible shift beneath sheets, and you let it happen without reacting, because reaction doesn't matter now. This isn't performance or effort, it's surrender so deep that even small movements feel like part of a larger silence, not interruptions to peace, but expressions of stillness itself. Tiny releases in the body's long-held posture where nothing needs fixing anymore. And when your breathing slows further, so slow you almost wonder if it's stopped, you don't check. You just let yourself be within that pause, as though time had folded inward and now only holds breath, not minutes or hours. You're no longer trying to fall asleep, because falling has already begun, not with a plunge, but a letting go, like water seeping into dry earth until the ground itself becomes saturated without noise. There's nothing left you need protect, not your mind from thoughts, nor body from fatigue, nor soul from silence. Even memory doesn't demand attention here. No images rise to be examined or dismissed. Just quiet behind eyes that are closed not out of habit, but because there's no reason for them to look anywhere else right now. And even if they did open, if light slipped in through the window, they'd still find nothing worth guarding, nowhere left unoccupied by peace. The body is full, but not with strain or effort, full with presence, a quiet hum beneath surface that doesn't need explanation. Not anxious about what comes next, not waiting for morning to arrive, just resting exactly as it needs without needing permission from any part of itself. And when your right arm slowly slips down past the edge of mattress, no longer crossing over chest, but simply lying flat at side like a limb returned home after long travel, you don't pull it back. You let it rest there, open and exposed, not vulnerable, but free in its own stillness, as if finally allowed to be something other than defense. Your right arm lies flat now, not because it was told to, but because it no longer has reason to rise. The muscles along its length release like threads drawn from a loom, loose, unknotted, no longer wound tight with expectation of use or threat. There's room in the space between shoulder and wrist where tension once lived. Now there's only quiet expansion, as if the bones have remembered how to float just slightly within their own softness. The skin over your forearm is warm, not hot, not restless, but alive in its stillness, holding memory of contact without needing it, a gentle reminder that being touched isn't required for safety. Your fingers are open, splayed faintly against the sheets, not curled into fists or clenched to grip anything but air. They don't need to hold on, not now. The tips aren't pressing down, they're simply resting, as if waiting to feel something, not fear, not urgency, but the soft weight of time passing through them without demand. Even your thumb, which sometimes tenses when you think too much or worry about small things, now it's relaxed in its own place, tucked naturally beside the index finger, like two parts of one slow breath. And beneath that hand, the palm lies flat against fabric not because it was meant to be there, but because the body has simply stopped resisting. It doesn't need to feel anything specific, not texture, not temperature, not pressure. It just is, and in its being, there's a kind of honesty. The body isn't pretending anymore that it is ready for anything. It isn't preparing. There's no alertness lurking beneath the surface, just stillness. The breath moves now in slow pulses between your ribs, not forced, not deepened by will, but rising and falling like water, finding its own level after a storm has passed. Each exhale lasts longer than the last one, not because you're counting it, but because your body remembers how to let go when no one is watching. Your diaphragm doesn't rise quickly, it settles gently downward, as if letting gravity do what it knows best, guide things towards stillness. The space around you, the room, feels less like a place and more like a container of quiet that holds nothing but the soft presence of your own being. The walls aren't boundaries anymore, they're just there, breathing with you in silence. No need to mark them off as separate from yourself. You don't have to keep track of where one ends and another begins. Your body doesn't feel like it's inside anything. It feels more like it is the space, a soft center around which rest is possible. Your shoulders, those high, narrow points that carry so much unspoken weight, are no longer lifted toward your ears. They've lowered slowly without fanfare, not dropped but allowed to sink into their natural alignment, as if gravity has finally found its way past resistance and pulled them down with gentle insistence. The muscles along the back of your neck, those tight bands that sometimes feel like wires under skin, are softening now, not gone, not erased, but relaxed in a way that doesn't require effort. They're just quieter. The weight of your upper body is no longer distributed across clenched joints and stiff tendons. It's settling into the bed with patience, as if each part knows its place after long confusion. Your spine curves slightly, not dramatically, not in protest, but in recognition. This position isn't wrong. This shape isn't unnatural. You don't have to correct it or make it better. And beneath your chest, where tension used to build like a knot under the sternum, the breath flows deeper now, not because you're trying to reach farther down, but because there's no reason left to hold back. The belly rises and falls with its own quiet rhythm, soft, unhurried. It doesn't need to do anything except be full of air that comes and goes without being judged. The small muscles around your eyes, those tiny fibers that once tensed at the thought of someone watching, are no longer bracing. They've relaxed into their natural shape, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped believing danger is near. The lids are closed, but not from fatigue or habit, from choice, a surrender to darkness that isn't empty, but full with something else, something deeper than light. Your jaw still sits in its place, not rigid, not relaxed in some performative way, but simply there, as though the act of holding it open had finally ended. The teeth don't press together, they don't touch at all. There's space between them, just enough so that even if a thought came by to disturb calm, there would be no muscle ready to clamp down on it. And inside your mouth, the tongue isn't fighting anything anymore. It lies where it belongs, against the roof of the mouth, not pushing forward or pulling back, just being, not needing to speak, not trying to taste something new, just present, like a quiet guest who arrived late and didn't need to excuse itself. Your arms aren't folded now, no longer protecting your heart from exposure. They're open at your sides, as if you've finally decided that being exposed isn't dangerous. That vulnerability doesn't mean risk. That softness does mean weakness. Your body has stopped trying to defend against a threat that no longer exists, not because the danger was real and past, but because it never truly lived here in the first place. The left hand still curled slightly at first, fingers tucked inward as if holding onto something unseen, now lets go slowly, not all at once, but one finger at a time. The index finger uncurls like a leaf opening after rain. Then the middle, then ring, then pinky, all releasing without intention, simply following the tide of relaxation that has moved through your arms and up into your chest. And now your hands are open, palms facing upward, not as if waiting for something to fall in, but just receiving nothing and everything at once. They don't need anything from you. You don't need to do anything with them. You're not trying to be still. You're not forcing calm. You're simply here within this moment where the body is no longer asking permission to rest, but has already begun doing so without hesitation. Even your feet, those farthest points of your frame, are releasing their grip on the world. The toes uncurl one by one, like roots loosening from soil after a long drought. There's no need to push off anything anymore. No reason to brace against an imaginary floor that might give way. The soles press gently into the mattress, not hard, not searching for footing, but just resting. As if the ground beneath you has finally said, "You're safe here," not because it will protect you from harm, but because it knows what you've already realized. There is no threat to be protected from anymore. Your entire body feels like a field of quiet, where nothing moves except breath and slow shifts in pressure. No one is watching, nothing requires your attention. Even thoughts don't rise with urgency, they drift through the mind like leaves on water, passing by without landing, without clinging. And when you feel your right hand twitch again, just once, barely noticeable, the movement isn't resistance. It's not anxiety, it's just release. A small vibration in muscle fibers that have held tension for far too long. Like a final sigh from tissue that has been waiting for this exact moment to let go. You don't react, you don't check it, you don't wonder what caused it or whether it means anything. It simply happens and then fades into silence like a ripple in still water. The breath slows further now, so slowly you might think it stopped, but no, the body is still breathing, just so deeply that each movement feels like part of something larger than itself. Like time has slowed not because seconds are stretched out, but because there's nothing left to measure them against. There's no need for sleep to arrive. There's only this, the soft weight of your limbs, the quiet rise and fall of chest, the warmth spreading through muscles that were once tight with readiness, now finally allowed to remember how not to be ready. You're not trying to do anything now, not to calm yourself, not to fix what's broken, you're just being. And in this being, there is peace. Not because it was earned or won, but because you've stopped fighting the truth of your own presence. Your fingers remain open, not because they've been told to be, but because there's no reason not to. The space between them isn't empty, it holds a kind of quiet fullness, like still air in a room that hasn't known wind for days. There's nothing to grasp, nothing to protect, no one waiting at the door. You don't need to keep your hands ready. They can rest exactly as they are, palms up, fingers relaxed, wrists soft, and this is enough. The weight of your arms now rests across your chest, not as a barrier, but as an anchor. Not because you're holding something back, but because they've found their place. The muscles along the inner edges of your forearms have softened completely. You can feel it, not with effort, not by looking, but simply in the way lightness settles into the bones beneath flesh. Your shoulders no longer hover near your ears. They are down quietly, gently, settling into the space they were built to occupy, not sinking, just being there. And that feeling, the kind of letting go that doesn't need a reason, is spreading deeper now, into the joints where tension once lived, elbows relaxed not from fatigue, but from surrender. The skin above your collarbone feels loose, unguarded. There's no tightness in the throat, no flutter behind the jawline. Your tongue rests softly against the roof of your mouth, no longer pressed forward or clenched at the sides. It doesn't need to be anywhere else. The space beneath your eyes is still. The small muscles around them are not contracting. They're not holding breath, not bracing for a sound that hasn't come. There's no flicker in the eyelids, no quickening of blink reflexes, just long, even stillness behind closed lids. The world outside isn't breaking through. It doesn't need to. Your chest rises and falls with a rhythm so slow it might be mistaken for silence. But it isn't silent, it breathes like something ancient, like the tide returning without announcement. Inhale, not too much, just enough. Exhale longer than you thought possible, drawing out every last trace of tension that still clings to your ribs. Letting go is no act of will, just a natural release when there's nothing left to hold. Your back, the low part near the pelvis, is soft now, not collapsed, not weak, but free from the constant hum of readiness. The spine isn't straightening, it's just being. No need to arch or push forward. It doesn't have to prove anything. The muscles along your lower back are not guarding you, they're letting go in waves, like water receding after a storm. Your legs lie flat on the mattress, no longer pressing against anything, not even the edge of the bed. They don't need to stay still because they've already stopped trying. The calves have softened completely. There's no knot behind the knees, no tightness at the ankle bones. Your feet are not rooted, they're released. And in this release, something new begins, not a thought, not an image, but a sensation. Your body is beginning to feel like it belongs here, not because you've earned that right, but because you don't need permission anymore. You were never meant to live on guard. Your nervous system has been waiting for this moment, not with urgency, but with quiet patience. It's not about sleeping. It's not even about rest in the way most people think of it, like a break from effort. This is deeper. It's the body realizing that safety isn't something you achieve, it's something you're allowed to be. The air around your skin feels different now, not cold, not hot, just present. As if your skin has remembered how to breathe with the world instead of against it. You don't need to protect yourself from touch, from sound, from silence. The room holds you without demanding anything in return. There's no part of you that is still fighting, no corner where tension waits under cover. Even the parts that were never noticed, like the subtle shift inside your hips when you move slightly on the mattress, are now soft, not stiff, not tight, just at ease. You don't need to think about what comes next. There's no timeline for this. It isn't a process leading somewhere. It's not a path towards sleep or calm or peace. It's simply being, without condition, without expectation. And in that space between breaths, the tiny pause when the lungs are neither full nor empty, you might feel something like stillness so deep it feels almost alive. Not frozen, not dead, but fully present, as if every cell has paused long enough to hear itself breathe for the first time. Even your thoughts, those old companions who always seem to be running, are not racing now. They don't need to. There's no danger in them, no reason to defend against them. You're not trying to stop them. Just letting each one pass, like a cloud drifting across a sky that doesn't care if it stays. Your hands still rest on your chest, not because you've placed them there, but because they don't want to leave. They feel right where they are, not held, not locked down, just resting, receiving the warmth of your own body without needing anything from it in return. And that's how it is now, no need to be anywhere else. No urge to escape yourself. You're not trying to change, just being here, in this moment, with this breath, with this softness in your muscles, this quiet in your nerves, this deep knowing that you don't have to do anything. Even the silence has weight now, not like pressure, but like presence. It's not empty. It holds everything that was ever held back. Tension, fear, anticipation, effort, now all released into the air, where they dissolve without leaving a trace. Your body is no longer trying to stay awake, nor does it want to sleep. It just wants to be, not on alert, not on guard, just here. And in that stillness, the kind that grows when nothing needs to happen, you might begin to feel something else. The slow, deep shift from holding onto yourself to letting go into being, not surrendering, but simply allowing what has always been true to finally emerge. There's no story about it, no explanation, just this: your body is beginning to remember how not to be ready. Not for danger, not for loss, not even for the next breath. Just to exist, without resistance, without effort, without need. And as you lie there, arms still crossed, jaw softened, eyes closed, You are no longer waiting for sleep. You're already in it. Not asleep yet, but close enough that time has stopped meaning anything. The night is not passing, it's holding you. The bed holds you. Your body knows what to do now, even if your mind doesn't. It's simply letting go again and again, without needing to be reminded. And when the next breath comes, slow, quiet, long, it isn't a signal that something has changed. It's just another moment in which you are not fighting, not trying, not guarding. Just here, still, sinking, safe. Not because anything outside of you has shifted, but because your body no longer needs to believe otherwise. And so the breath returns, gently, softly, like a thread returning home after being lost for too long. You don't need to follow it. It will come when it wants to. Until then, just let yourself be. Your arms are still crossed, but not out of defense, not because you're holding anything back. They rest there like two quiet things that have decided to stay, neither reaching forward nor pulling away. No need for them to move, no reason to unclench. You don't even notice how they got there anymore. They've simply become part of the stillness, like roots in soil. The weight of them is not heavy, it's grounding. A kind of quiet confirmation you're here, and your body knows it. There's a softness now beneath the shoulders, not because you instructed it to be, but because they've stopped trying to carry anything. They aren't lifting or bracing. They're just letting go into the bed like water seeping through sand. The fabric of the shirt under them is warm from your skin, and that warmth spreads slowly, no urgency, no demand for more. It's enough that it exists, that something can be this simple: heat, cloth, weight. Your jaw still holds a memory of tightness, not pain but habit, a muscle trained to stay ready, but even that is softening now, not through effort, but because the nervous system has finally stopped hearing danger in silence. The teeth don't press together anymore. The tongue rests loose against the roof of your mouth, no longer taut with vigilance. It doesn't need to guard anything. There's nothing left to defend. And when you think about it, really let yourself feel the space between your lips isn't even closed, just open, not wide, not strained, gently parting like the edge of a door that no longer needs to be locked. Air moves in and out without resistance. Breath flows because it can, no need for control, no need for timing. It's just moving through you like water through a pipe that's finally unblocked. Your hands still on your chest, not clasped, not gripping, just resting where they landed when the body stopped fighting to stay awake. They're warm now, not hot, but gently alive with blood and presence. The skin is soft under itself. Fingertips don't curl inward anymore. They lie flat, relaxed, like leaves that have decided to stop holding on to branches. There's a quiet sensation at the base of your throat, the space where tension used to sit like a knot. But now it's not tight, it's open, not empty but spacious, as if something has slipped out from under pressure and settled into stillness. Like a stone that was held underwater, finally sinking through layers of silence until it rests on the bottom, no longer rising, no longer fighting to stay above. Your breath comes again, long, slow, not forced. It's not trying to do anything, it just is. And with each exhale there is a release, not of air alone, but of some invisible pressure that had been pressing inward since earlier in the day. Not trauma, not memory, just the weight of being alive for hours without pause, without permission to stop. Now your body doesn't need permission, it just does what it's always known how to do: let go. And this letting go isn't a decision, it's a return, like returning home after long travel when you don't even remember the journey, you just step inside and know instantly where you belong. Your muscles aren't working harder now, they're simply remembering how not to work at all. The tension in your lower back, where you've carried stress for days, weeks, maybe longer, it's still there, but it's no longer a struggle. It's more like heat that has settled into the bone, a quiet warmth, not painful. Not urgent, just present. And because it's not resisting, it doesn't need to be fixed. Because it's not fighting against anything anymore, it can simply be, the same way your breath can be without needing to mean something. There's a point in this stillness, just beyond the edge of awareness, where you're no longer aware that you're lying down. You're not thinking about the bed or the ceiling or even the fact that time has passed. There's just this weight, not burden but presence, the way your body fills the space it occupies without needing to claim it. It doesn't need to be supported because it already is. You don't have to do anything for it to stay like this. That's what's different now. You're not holding on, you're not pushing forward, you're not waiting. There's no gap between where you are and where you want to be, because there is only one place, here. And when the next breath comes, it doesn't come with a signal or a trigger. It just appears, like water rising in a well after rain has stopped falling. The air moves through your nose, not because you invited it, but because it's allowed. Because your body no longer needs to force its way into itself. Your hands are still on your chest, but now they don't feel like arms crossed in defense. They feel more like two things that have come home to rest, like a promise kept without words, not holding anything, but being with what's already here, warmth, breath, softness, safety. And even the quiet, it isn't empty anymore. It has texture now, a kind of depth, as if silence itself can hold weight, like velvet or moss on stone. It doesn't need to be broken by noise, it just exists. And in that existence, you're not separate from it, you're part of its stillness. There's no reason for this moment to end. There's no purpose behind it, no goal, no outcome waiting at the far side. This isn't a step towards something else. It's not even sleep yet, though sleep may come in time if you let it. But right now, there is only letting go. And what's astonishing is that you don't have to want to let go. The body already knows how. You're not doing anything special. You're just lying here, and the nervous system has finally decided. No more watchfulness, no more readiness. Just this rest, not forced, not earned, simply allowed. And in that space between breaths, where nothing is happening and everything is present, you might begin to feel it, the slowest kind of shift, the one that doesn't announce itself with sensation or sound. It's the quiet change when a river stops trying to carve its way through rock and instead begins to settle into the shape of the valley. Your body isn't fighting anymore, not against sleep, not against thoughts, not even against stillness. It stopped needing to prove anything, no longer has to earn rest, because it already is resting. There's no need for you to change. You don't have to become calm or peaceful or quiet. The fact that you're not fighting, that's the shift. That's what matters. Not how you feel, but that you aren't resisting. And in that absence of resistance, something else begins, a deep softening at the core. Not like surrender, more like settling into your own skin as if it were made for you. As if every curve and crease had always been meant to hold this weight, this breath, this quiet pulse beneath. You're not breaking down, you're just unfolding. And even the heaviness, this deep, slow sensation in limbs that no longer want to move, it's not a burden, it's a kind of fullness, a return to gravity, not because you've fallen, but because you've stopped trying to rise. There is no effort now, no striving, just this being held by the bed, by the air, by time itself, which has slowed down and decided not to rush past. The night isn't passing, it's staying with you. It's wrapping around your body like a blanket that doesn't need to be pulled tight. It just is. And in this space, where there are no demands, no expectations, no next thing, your body begins to remember how not to wait. Not for sleep, not for calm, not even for peace. Just to exist without condition, without performance, without fear of what might come if you relax too much. You're not afraid anymore. because the nervous system has stopped signaling danger. It's no longer scanning for threat. There are no alarms, no signals in your muscles that something is wrong. The body doesn't need to be ready because it already is. And when you think about it, the arms still crossed, jaw softened, eyes closed, you're not trying to fall asleep. You're just not fighting the way you were earlier, and that's enough. That's more than enough. Because rest isn't something you have to achieve. It's something you can stop resisting. Your arms still rest across your chest, not tight anymore, just resting like folded wings that have decided not to lift. There's no need for them to hold anything now, no burden they must carry. The weight is real, but it isn't heavy because you're letting it be. It doesn't demand a purpose, it just is. And in the stillness between your ribs, there's space where breath moves without effort, like water finding its own level after being stirred too long. You don't have to guide it. There's no instruction needed. The air comes in and out as if it knows you're not trying anymore. The jaw, which once held tension like a door locked against the windy, is soft now, not loose, just not clenched. The muscles around your mouth are quiet. Your tongue rests gently on the floor of your mouth, no longer pressing or guarding. You don't need to remind it to be still. It's already found its place. And in that small space behind your teeth, where pressure used to live, there's only a softness like the inside of an old leaf after rain. Your hands, still curled slightly at the wrists, are not gripping anything, not even air. They are open palms resting on your chest as if they've remembered how to receive something. Maybe it's just stillness, maybe it's gravity, but whatever it is, there's no need to give or take, no demand for return, just this, hands that don't have to do anything. Your shoulders, those mountains that climbed too high today, have begun to sink, not dramatically, not with a sound, just slowly, like snow settling on a roof over time. The upper traps are no longer hunched toward your ears. They're letting go of the habit of being ready. The spine beneath them is not straightening into vigilance. It's simply breathing in its own shape. You don't need to correct it. You don't have to fix anything. There's a kind of surrender here that isn't defeat, it's more like permission. Permission for your body to stop performing, for the nervous system to finally believe you're safe enough to not be on alert, not even slightly, no longer scanning, no need to anticipate danger in the next breath, the next thought, the next silence. The air around you feels thick but soft, like a quiet that doesn't press against your skin. It's not empty. There's presence here, a stillness with depth. You can feel it pressing lightly on your forehead, your eyelids, your cheeks, not holding you down, just being there like the way light fills a room without needing to be noticed. Your breath is slower now, not forced, not deepened by will. It moves in and out as if guided by something older than thought, by the rhythm of cells that don't forget how to rest. Each exhale lasts longer than it did minutes ago, or maybe hours. The pause between breaths grows, a soft space where nothing happens but being. And in that gap there's no fear, not even a whisper, just quiet. Your lower back, tense from holding the day upright, is finally letting go, not all at once, but layer by layer, like dust falling off stone after centuries of rain. The muscles aren't tightening to brace against something. They're just relaxing into their own shape, into gravity. There's no need for them to be strong now. No one is asking you to hold yourself up. The legs, tense at the thighs and calves from sitting too long, standing too stiffly, are softening. The knees don't feel like they have to stay locked in readiness. They're just bent slightly, comfortable, warm where skin touches bedsheet, not cold, not numb, just warm with a quiet kind of life that doesn't need to be active. Your feet, those forgotten anchors at the end of your body, are no longer bracing against an imagined floor, no more pushing back into ground as if it might vanish. They're just there, like stones in a riverbed, worn smooth by time. The soles feel the texture of the sheet beneath them, not sharp, not rough, but enough to know they're touching something real. There's no need for you to think about any of this. You don't have to remember it. It's not a task. This isn't an exercise in awareness. It's simply what happens when resistance stops. When the body says, I can stop fighting. And so, slowly, like roots reaching down through soil without effort, everything settles into place, not because you made it happen, but because it finally feels safe to stay. The room around you isn't loud. There is no sound that needs attention. No creak of floorboard, no distant hum of appliance, no whisper of wind outside, not even silence as absence. This is silence as presence, a kind of fullness in the air where nothing has to be heard because there's nothing left to react to. The ceiling above you, just a shape in darkness, is not something to measure or wonder about. It's just there, like an edge that doesn't demand anything from you. You don't need to know what it's made of, whether it's flat or curved, whether it holds up the world or only your bed. It simply is, and so are you. The weight in your limbs is not a burden, it's a return, a reconnection with gravity, like water finding its way back into soil after drought. You're not sinking, you're just no longer resisting being held. The mattress under you isn't hard or soft, it's simply there, cradling you without effort. There's no reason to be anywhere else right now, no need to arrive at sleep, no urgency for calm to come in. It's not a destination, there's no finish line marked, relaxed, or asleep. The only thing happening is that your body is finally allowed to stop doing the things it thought were necessary. The muscles around your eyes, those tiny knots that held tension since morning, are quiet now, not closed tightly but soft, like petals folding at dusk. You don't need to see anything anymore. No light needs to be found, no shadows to fear. The darkness is not empty, it's full of stillness. And somewhere deep in the back of your throat, where tension used to live like a knot that wouldn't untie, the breath moves freely again, not forced, not shallow, just steady, as if it knows you're no longer trying to control anything. There's no story here, no memory that needs to be relived, no future thought that must be prepared for. The mind isn't racing anymore, not because you've stopped thinking, but because there's nothing left to worry about, not even the idea of being afraid. You don't have to be peaceful, you don't need to feel safe, just not fighting. And in that letting go, so slow it barely moves, the body begins to remember. It remembers what it was like before you had to watch, before you learned to brace yourself against the world. It remembers being held without needing to earn it. There is no performance now, no need to be quiet or calm or still. You are not required to become anything other than what you already are, a body that has been waiting for permission to rest. And so it does. Not with fanfare, not with change, just settling, like dust in sunlight, like snow on grass, like water returning to the sea after a long journey through dry land. You're not asleep yet, but you're no longer awake in the way that keeps you from sleeping. You're somewhere between, where the nervous system has stopped scanning and started breathing. Where your arms stay crossed, not because they have to hold something, but because they've found their place. Where your jaw is soft, not because it's forgotten its shape, but because it no longer needs to guard itself. And in that quiet, where nothing happens, yet everything is happening, the body begins to be. Not do, not try, just be. There's no need for this moment to end. No reason for you to wake up or return somewhere else. It doesn't have to lead anywhere. It can just stay here as long as it wants, because there's nothing to fear and nowhere to go. And if sleep comes in time, it will not be because you asked for it, but because the body has finally decided, I am safe enough to rest. There's no need to pull your arms in tighter or press them harder against your chest. The crossing isn't holding anything now, just resting. like a branch that has stopped reaching and begun to let go. Your forearms are warm where they meet, not tight, not clamped, but simply lying there, held by gravity, held by the shape of you. There's no task for them, no message they must carry. They don't need to be strong or protective anymore. You can feel how their weight is shifting, not falling, but settling into a kind of quiet belonging. The skin on your inner elbows, where the nerves run close to the surface, those places that used to tense up when you were bracing for something, is soft now, not numb, not distant, just still, as if the body has finally stopped rehearsing what it might need to defend against. And your hands, still curled in on themselves, fingers tucked under palms, are not clenched with purpose. They're not gripping anything. There's no one to protect or someone to hold on to. The tension that lived between those bones, the subtle pressure of the tendons pulling tight, is dissolving slowly like salt in warm water, not all at once, just enough for each finger to begin uncurling on its own, one by one, like a flower opening after rain has soaked through the soil. The tips of your fingers are not reaching outward anymore, they're turning inward, softening toward themselves. No need to touch anything, no reason to grasp. Your hands don't have to do anything now, they can just be. And beneath the crossed arms and the folded hands, the space between your ribs is quiet, not empty, but open. The breath moves through it without resistance, not forced into shape, but allowed to flow like a stream finding its natural bed. You don't need to fill yourself with air or stretch for depth. The chest isn't being asked to rise. It's just there, carrying the weight of the night in the way that only a body can, without words, without effort. There's no story behind how it feels. No memory tied to its shape. Just the soft, steady motion of your ribcage rising and falling with gravity, not against it. There's something else beneath all this, the low hum of sensation near your collarbones, not pain, not pressure, but a quiet warmth, like sunlight touching stone after long shadows. It's not a tension that brings it there, it just is, like a whisper from the body itself. As if some part of you has known for hours that it wasn't safe to stay awake, but now, finally, it doesn't have to pretend. Your shoulders, those high points where tension used to gather like dust in corners, are not rising anymore. They're not guarding the space above your neck or holding up a weight they were never meant to carry. The muscles along the upper edge of your shoulder blades are soft, not limp, not loose, but settled, like two small stones that have stopped rolling and decided to rest where they landed. There's no reason to lift them again. No one is watching. No alarm will come. Your arms don't need to be ready. And as you breathe, slow, long exhalations stretching into silence, you might notice how the space behind your sternum feels lighter now. Not because it has emptied, but because it has stopped fighting to stay full. The body isn't trying to keep itself from collapsing anymore. It's not afraid of sinking. There's no fear here, no story that says you'll be left uncovered if you let go. The jaw, still relaxed beneath the surface, isn't just unclenched, it's released, not because it forgot what tension felt like, but because there's no one to speak to anymore. The tongue rests gently against the floor of your mouth, not pressing, not searching, not pushing forward, but simply being, like a quiet thing that knows its place. There's no need to hold anything in or keep anything out. The back of your throat is open, not wide, but unhurried. As if it has stopped preparing for speech and begun remembering how to rest. And the eyes, closed now, not tightly shut, but simply still, are not scanning any longer. They've stopped searching through darkness as though they could find a signal in the silence. There's no need to see anything. No one needs you to be awake. You don't have to know where the walls are or if the door is closed. The body knows that it doesn't need to stay alert to survive. You're not sleeping yet, but your nervous system has stopped asking permission to rest. It's simply allowed. There's no demand for change, no expectation of progress. You don't have to get better at this. You just are here now in the quiet between breaths. There's a kind of silence that isn't empty, it's full of presence, like the space before music begins, or the stillness after rain has stopped and everything is wet but not moving, your body knows it can be heavy without being burdened. It knows that sinking doesn't mean falling, that lying down doesn't mean giving up. You're not trying to escape from yourself, you're just letting your shape return without correction, without editing. The way a river returns to its bed after the flood has passed, not rushing back, just flowing into where it belongs. And as you stay here, not asleep, not awake, but somewhere in between, the muscles in your lower back are softening, no longer guarding against pressure or strain. They're not supporting anything except the weight of your spine, and that's enough. The small muscles around your hips, those places that used to brace when you stood too long, are quiet now, not weak, but released from duty. Your legs, your thighs, your calves are no longer coiled with tension. They're not tense for a sprint or ready to spring into motion. There's no reason to be prepared. The body isn't being asked to move anymore. It can just lie there. Let the weight of it sink deeper into the mattress, not fighting, not resisting. And beneath your feet, bare, resting on cool sheets, the soles are not pressing into the bed like they were trying to stay grounded. They're not gripping or holding back. They're simply present, like roots in soil that no longer need to search for water. The skin is warm where it touches fabric, not hot, just alive. The air around you, still, quiet, is not thinning. It's thick with stillness, as if time has slowed and the world has paused just long enough so your body can remember how to rest without needing a reason. There's no need for this moment to lead anywhere, no goal to reach. The breath doesn't have to deepen further. The body doesn't need to go deeper into sleep. It just needs to stay here, now, without resistance, without the urge to move forward or backward. And in that stillness, the kind of quiet where nothing is expected, the body begins to settle not as a choice, but as a return, like soil after drought finally receiving rain, not because it asked for it, but because it was ready. You're not being fixed, you're just being allowed to be, without performance, without proof, without need. And so you stay, arms still crossed, jaw soft, breath slow, held by the bed, held by gravity, held by the quiet that has no name and needs no explanation. There's no story here, no beginning, no end, just this. You don't have to understand it, you just need to feel it, the way a tree feels sunlight without needing to know what light is. And if you're still aware, if your mind flares with a thought or a memory or a flicker of worry, let it come, let it pass through, don't push it away, don't follow it, just let it drift by like a leaf on slow water. There's no need to stop the thoughts, no demand for silence. The body doesn't care if you're thinking, it only cares that you're not fighting. And so, in this soft space between breaths, where nothing needs to be done, you stay. Not waiting, not resisting, just being. The weight of your arms remains where it is, not because they have to hold anything, but because they've found their place. The warmth behind your collarbone stays, not as a sign of relief, but simply as proof that you're still here and safe enough to let go. And the breath continues, not fast, not slow, just steady, like a pulse beneath skin. Not rushing, not stopping, just being. The weight of your arms stays where it is, across your chest, not pressing down, not holding on, but resting, like a book closed after reading, left gently on a table, not needing to be opened again. The pressure against your ribs isn't tight anymore, it's quiet, as if the body has stopped expecting something to come through that space. The next demand, the next alert, the next moment where you have to protect yourself. Your shoulders, those high points near the base of your neck, are no longer lifted in readiness. They're not guarding your throat or bracing for impact. They've softened into the bed, sinking deeper with each slow breath. The skin over them is warm and still, not tense, not afraid. There's no urgency beneath the surface now, no hidden strain waiting to break loose. Just the quiet surrender of muscle after hours of holding on. The muscles along your jawline, the ones that clamped down like steel when you were trying not to speak, not to cry, not to react, are letting go, not all at once, but gradually, like a door left open in a storm, slowly closing without force. The teeth are no longer pressed together. The tongue rests against the roof of your mouth, not pushing, not gripping, just there, as if it's remembering how to be still too. Your eyes remain closed, but their lids aren't tense. They're soft, not like they've been forced shut by fatigue or frustration, but like they've finally decided, this is where you belong. No need to scan the room for danger. No reason to watch for movement in the dark. The darkness isn't hiding anything. It's just dark, and that's okay. The air in the room feels thick, not heavy, not suffocating, but full of stillness, like it hasn't moved since you laid down, as if time has curled around you and pulled itself quiet so you don't have to feel its rush. There's no need for anything to happen now. No schedule, no deadline, no reason to wake up before the world decides it's ready. Your hands still resting on your chest, fingers not quite touching, palms flat, are softening. Not just their muscles, but the space between them, the air that used to be tight with anticipation. The fingertips are warm, not tingling, just alive, like they've stopped waiting for something to happen and have begun noticing what's already there. A gentle pressure against your own body, like two small hands finally understanding they don't need to reach outward anymore. And beneath the palms, the skin of your chest, there's a quiet sensation, not heat, not coolness, just feeling, a soft awareness of surface, like fabric touching flesh without needing to do anything. The cloth isn't holding you down, but it is holding you gently, as if it knows how much effort it takes to simply be still in the world. The spine, your spine, is not straight anymore, not rigid. It's curving slightly where your body rests, not slumping, just conforming, like a river adjusting its path to fit the land beneath it. No need for posture, no performance of strength or dignity. You're just lying there, and that is enough. The breath continues, without effort, without direction. It's not deepening, but it isn't shallow either. It flows in and out like water over stones, no rush, no struggle. The pause between inhale and exhale is long enough to feel the space itself. Not empty, just quiet, like a moment where nothing needs to be said. You don't have to do anything now. There's no task to begin, no thought to follow, no emotion to manage. You're not being asked to heal or fix or become someone else. The body is already returning quietly to its natural state, resting, not because it has permission, but because it finally remembers that permission was never the point. The weight of your arms remains where it is, but now it's different. It's not a barrier, it's not defense, it's just presence, like hands folded in prayer, not to ask for anything, but to say, I am here, not fighting, not hiding, just being. And as you stay, this long, slow stillness unfolding, you begin to notice how the bed is holding you, not supporting you in a way that makes you feel like you have to repay it, but cradling you, as if gravity itself has softened its grip just enough so your body can sink without effort. The mattress isn't hard or cold anymore. It's warm from your shape, like it has learned how to hold you over time, not by pressing back, but by giving way where needed. Your legs, your thighs, your knees are no longer tense against the sheets. They're not coiled with readiness for action, not bracing for a fall or a jump. There's no need to spring up anymore. The muscles are soft, the tendons relaxed, as if they've stopped pretending they might have to run. And beneath you, the floor is still there, not far away, but not pressing up either. It's just under, like the ground after years of being walked on, finally free from footsteps, still holding your weight without demand, without expectation, just quiet support. Your feet are bare, the soles rest flat against the sheets, No need to curl, no urge to shift. They're not trying to stay grounded, they've already found their place. Like roots that have stopped searching for water and just stayed where they were, not growing but alive. The air in your lungs, each breath, isn't shallow or forced. It's full of stillness, as if the body has finally stopped pushing forward and begun accepting what is, not resisting sleep, not begging to wake up, just allowing itself to be in this moment without wanting it to end or begin again. There's no urgency now, no hidden clock ticking somewhere outside your skin. The world hasn't gone silent because you've shut down. It's quiet because the body has stopped fighting for control, because it knows there is no threat here, there never was, not really. And so, as you stay, arms crossed not in defense, but in surrender, the breath continues. And the stillness deepens. Not into sleep yet, but into something quieter than that, something older, like the pause between heartbeats, the space after a wave has broken and before it returns. You're not asleep, but you don't have to be awake either. You're just here, held by the bed, held by gravity, held by the quiet of a room that no longer needs your attention. The muscles in your face, the ones near your eyes, are soft now, not frozen with strain, not pulled taut from watching too much or thinking too hard. The lids aren't tight, they're just closed, as if they've forgotten how to open and don't want to remember. Your jaw, your teeth, your tongue, they all rest together in a way that feels like peace, like they've finally stopped trying to protect you from the world and have begun protecting themselves by letting go. Not collapsing, just resting. And beneath it all, the nervous system is slowing, not because of any command, but because there's nothing left to respond to. No threat, no demand, no reason to stay on alert. It can finally let down the guard it has carried for hours, for days, for years. The body is not asking for permission anymore. It's just returning, like a tide pulling back after long exposure. Not rushing, not desperate, just coming home. And you, yes, you are part of that return. Not as an actor, not as a participant, just as someone who has been allowed to stop trying, to be still, to let go. The breath continues. The silence deepens, and the weight of your arms stays where it is, across your chest, not guarding, not holding, but simply being. Your arms stay where they are, across your chest, not tight, not rigid, but shaped by gravity now, as if the weight of them has found a quiet place to rest. The fabric of your shirt presses into your skin with no demand, just contact, not clinging, not holding on, just there. Like the way dust settles on old books, no force, only presence. Your shoulders have stopped lifting toward your ears, they've slipped back down. Not because you told them to, but because they remember what it feels like not to carry something. The space between your shoulder blades is no longer a canyon of tension. It's soft, hollow, open, as if the spine itself has softened and all that was once held upright by effort can now lean into the air with ease. There's no need to keep your body in shape for anything anymore. Not for standing, not for moving, not for being seen. You don't have to be ready. You aren't expected anywhere. The muscles in your arms, those long, tired lines running from elbow to shoulder, are not engaged. They're not braced against a future that hasn't come. They're just still, like branches after the storm has passed. Not broken, not stiff, just letting go of the wind they've been fighting. Your hands, once curled like fists without knowing why, now lie open on your chest, palms facing up as if receiving something no one else can see, or perhaps not receiving at all, maybe just resting, letting the breath move through them without demand. The skin is warm where it touches you, not hot, just alive with sensation that doesn't need to be named. Your jaw still loose beneath your teeth, still quiet, isn't fighting against a memory of strain. It's not clenched because of something said or seen earlier today. There's no echo in the bones of your face from a word spoken too sharply or an edge too fast. The tongue is not pressing against the roof of your mouth like it sometimes does when you're trying to stay alert. It rests now, still, neutral, unneeded. Like a key that has finally been laid down after hours of being turned in a lock that never opened. The air around you isn't thick anymore. It's soft, not warm or cool exactly, but quiet, as if the room itself is breathing slower than it did an hour ago. The walls aren't watching, they're not holding anything back. They're just there, like they've stopped being a boundary and become part of the stillness. Your belly, once tight with expectation, with anticipation of something that never came, isn't pushing out anymore. It's not bracing for impact, not holding in fear. The muscles underneath are quiet, not collapsed, just at ease, as if the body has realized that nothing needs to be guarded inside. No secrets need protection. Nothing is being kept secret from you. Your breath, slow now, almost imperceptible, isn't going anywhere fast. It doesn't need to fill a room or signal readiness. It just moves in and out with no urgency. The exhale lasts longer than the inhale, not because of effort, but because your body has remembered how to release, not as an act, but as a habit that's been waiting for years. The space beneath you, the bed, has become more than support. It's become a place where weight is accepted, not resisted. The mattress isn't fighting back with firmness or bounce. It's giving way in the places your body needs it to, not because of willpower, but because there's no longer any reason to fight. Your legs, your thighs, your calves are not holding themselves together anymore. There's no need to keep them straight, no obligation to stay upright. They're just lying where they are. The knees aren't locked, the ankles aren't tense, the feet beneath the sheets don't even know if they're touching anything. It doesn't matter. Their weight is not trying to claim space. They've stopped needing to be sure. The floor beneath you, the ground under the house, is still there, not far away, but not pressing up either. You don't have to reach for it. You aren't afraid of being too close or too far. The connection isn't about safety anymore. It's about continuity, like roots that no longer need to grow, just stay. There's a silence in the body now, not because there's nothing happening, but because everything is moving at its own pace. Not rushing, not fighting, just settling. Your arms across your chest are not holding you together. They're not keeping anything in or out. They're simply resting where they've landed, like two things that have found a place to stay without needing permission. The space between your hands, the small gap where the fabric of your shirt lifts slightly, isn't empty. It's full of stillness, not nothing, but something soft, something quiet, like air after rain has settled on grass and hasn't yet dried. You don't have to be asleep to feel this. You don't have to stop breathing to know it's real. The body is not trying to prove anything now. It doesn't need to be seen or heard or measured. There's no performance here. The nervous system, like a river that has stopped fighting its banks, is moving at its own pace again, not speeding up, not slowing down for anyone, just flowing. No one's in charge, no command is given. The brake isn't pressed, it just doesn't need to be. Your eyes are closed not because you're tired, but because they've remembered what it feels like to rest without needing to see anything. There's no need to scan the room, no reason to track movement or shadow. You don't have to watch for danger. It hasn't come, and if it does, the body won't respond with fear, not anymore. The breath continues, and so does this quiet, not as a practice, but as a place you've arrived at without knowing how you got here. There's no story behind it, no reason to explain why the arms are crossed or why the jaw is soft. It just is. Your skin, no longer alert for touch, isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't need validation. It's not seeking warmth or pressure. It's just there, sensitive without fear, alive without strain. The air in your lungs isn't full of worry, it's full of space, not too much, not too little, just enough to carry the body forward into stillness. There's no need to return anywhere. You aren't being called back from a dream. There's no destination you're supposed to reach before morning. You are allowed to be here, in this quiet, with your arms across your chest, with your jaw open just slightly to the air, with your breath moving like it has always wanted to move, slowly, without force. The body is not resisting sleep anymore. It's not waiting for permission. It doesn't need to earn rest. It's already here. And you are no longer trying to get there. You are just being. Not a version of yourself that has to be strong or awake or present. Just the one who has stopped fighting. The one who can finally stop holding on. There is nothing left to brace against. No threat, no demand, no need to stay ready. Only this, wait, stillness, breath. A soft release. A quiet presence. Depth without effort. And the body, slowly, deeply, beginning to believe that it can be safe just as it is. Not because it deserves it, but because it no longer has to earn it. Your hands rest now, not clenched, not gripping, not holding tight to anything they once thought they needed to protect. The fingers are soft, relaxed, no longer curled into fists of tension or hidden beneath palms like secrets too heavy to speak. They lie where they've landed, on the fabric of your shirt, on the weight of your arms, and there is nothing about them that feels urgent. No demand for action, no need to be useful, just resting. Like leaves that have fallen and are learning how not to resist the earth. The space between your palms isn't empty anymore, it's full of something else. Not absence, but presence. The quiet after a wave has passed, a pause where nothing is expected. There's no reason for them to touch or connect or press into one another. They don't need to prove anything by touching. They're not trying to close the gap between self and world. They're just here, 2 points of contact, gently resting on a surface that holds them without asking questions. Your chest, still covered, still protected by fabric, is no longer tight. It doesn't feel like armor or a wall. The weight across it isn't pressure. It's not punishment. It's not resistance. It's just the way your body has chosen to settle tonight. Like a bird that lands on a branch and decides not to fly again for a while, not because it can't, but because there's no need. And in that letting go, something shifts beneath your ribs. A softness spreads through the middle of you, not sudden, not dramatic, just slow, like frost melting from glass at dawn. There's warmth now where there was cold before. Not heat exactly, more like stillness with depth. The kind of quiet that doesn't need to be filled. Your breath continues, but it's different now. It isn't working anymore. It isn't trying to regulate itself or fix anything. It just is, moving in and out as if it has always known the rhythm, even when you didn't. In, a little longer than needed. Out, so slow, so deeply, like sinking into water that doesn't pull you under, but holds you gently. The air inside your lungs isn't full of anxiety anymore. It's not crowded with thoughts or memories or unfinished things. It's open space, like the kind between stars, where nothing presses down and everything floats free. And when you exhale, it's not a release for fear. It's an offering to stillness. You don't have to do anything with that breath. You don't need to make it deeper or longer or more intentional. It just happens, like wind moving through trees without needing to explain why. The body knows what it needs, even when the mind doesn't. And right now, the body is saying, this is enough. Your jaw, no longer clenched, no longer locked in place, is soft at the corners. Not floppy, not broken, but relaxed, like a door that has stopped resisting and finally lets itself hang open on its hinges. There's space behind your teeth now, not tightness, not pressure, but quiet. The muscles beneath your ears are still. Your tongue rests lightly against the floor of your mouth, no longer pressing forward or retreating. It doesn't need to speak, doesn't need to say anything at all. And in that silence, something else begins to move through you, slow, unhurried, like a stream under snow. Not pushing, just flowing. There's no goal here, no destination. You're not trying to get anywhere. You're already where the body wants to be, down, in, held. The weight of your arms across your chest isn't holding anything in. It's not keeping you together because you're falling apart. It's just a position that feels natural now, like how gravity settles into bones when no one's fighting against it anymore. You don't need to defend yourself from the night. There is nothing here to fear. The room around you, real and quiet, isn't watching, isn't judging, isn't waiting for your permission to exist. The walls are still. The ceiling hasn't moved in hours. The air doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just is, and so do you. There's no need to be alert anymore. No one is coming. No threat has arrived. The nervous system, like a dog that was once on guard and now realizes the house is still safe, has stopped scanning, stopped listening for footsteps, stopped tensing at every creak of wood or shift in temperature. It doesn't have to stay ready. And so it settles deeper than before. Your shoulders, no longer pulled up toward your ears, are sinking into the mattress like they've forgotten how to carry weight. Not collapsing, but yielding, letting go of years of tension that had no reason to be there, but still stayed because habit is strong. The space between them, the small hollow where skin meets muscle, is open now, not tense, not strained, just breathable, like a valley after rain has passed and the air has settled back into calm. You don't have to do anything with your hands. They're not supposed to be useful. They aren't meant to hold or push or fix. They can just rest, and they are. The skin on your arms, no longer tight from vigilance, is soft again, not fragile, just present, sensitive in a way that doesn't hurt anymore, like the surface of water when it's not rippling with wind but still smooth under moonlight. Your spine, curved slightly where it meets the bed, doesn't feel like it needs to be straightened or fixed. It just fits, like a riverbed shaped by time and flow, not force. There's no need to correct what is already resting in place. The muscles along your lower back, no longer braced against pressure, are softening too, not weak, just released, as if they've been holding their breath for years and now finally exhale with the rest of you. And down through your hips, into your legs, the weight begins to shift from tension to surrender. Your thighs no longer clench in anticipation of movement. Your knees, no longer stiff, are letting go of every past effort, every second where you stood too long, walked too far, waited too patiently. Your feet, bare on the bedsheet, feel the warmth beneath them, not because they're cold or seeking heat, but because the body has remembered what it feels like to be held by something solid. The floor is there, even if unseen. The mattress supports you without condition. You don't need to think about any of this. You don't have to believe it's happening. It just is, like rain falling on soil that doesn't ask why, just absorbs. There's no story here anymore, no performance, no proof needed. Just being. And in the quiet between breaths, the spaces where time slows, where movement stops before it begins, you begin to feel something deeper than comfort. You begin to feel safe. Not because you've earned it, not because you've done enough, not because you're finally asleep or finally still, but because your body has stopped fighting its own nature. Because for the first time in a long while, you are not trying to be better, stronger, more awake. You are simply here. And that is enough. The air around you isn't holding anything back anymore. It's not guarding against noise or shadow. It doesn't fear silence. It just moves gently, like it has always wanted to move, without urgency, without need. Your breath continues, and so does this quiet. Not as a practice, not as an effort. Just as the body's own way of resting when no one is watching. When nothing demands anything. When you are allowed to be exactly where you are. No adjustment needed. No permission sought. You're not waiting anymore. You're already home. Your hands lie open now, palms up on the surface of the bed, not reaching, not grasping, just resting in their own shape. The skin there is warm from blood moving slowly beneath it, like rivers shifting under dark earth after rain has soaked deep. No urgency to do anything with them. No reason to lift or press or hold against anything at all. They are where they belong, on the mattress, on air, on time that doesn't care how long you stay still. And your arms, not crossed now, but loose and resting alongside your body as if they've been released from a vow of protection. The muscles along the upper arms, once coiled like springs waiting to snap, are softening into their natural length, not limp, just settled, no longer braced against something unseen or imagined. They don't need to be ready for anything anymore. There's space around them now, not because they've made it so, but simply because there is nothing left to defend. The air near your face moves gently, just enough to brush the skin of your cheeks like a breath from another body passing through stillness. You don't notice it until you do, and then you realize that's what happens when alertness fades. The smallest shifts become felt things, not warnings, not signals, but sensations, like dust floating in sunbeams during afternoon hours, drifting without direction. Your jaw, no longer clenched under the weight of silence, has relaxed into its own shape again. Not slack, not broken loose by force, just let go, like a door that hasn't been shut for years, finally finding balance with its hinge. The muscles beneath your ears loosen as if they've forgotten how to tense. Your tongue rests at the base of your mouth without effort, not pushing up or pressing down, not even thinking about being there. The small bones behind your eyes, those tight little hinges that stay sharp when you're awake, are softening now. Not gone, but no longer guarding anything. The space around them isn't empty, it's full with quiet, like the inside of a cave after night has settled in and all sound has left the stones. Your breath moves through this stillness, not as an act, but as part of it, like air passing over stone that doesn't need to be shaped or polished. Long exhales lengthen naturally into pauses, then longer ones, each one carrying away something barely remembered. A thought, a name half formed in memory, the echo of someone's voice from earlier tonight. There is no goal here other than presence, no aim beyond continuing this slow letting go that started without your permission and now continues on its own. You don't have to keep it going. It doesn't depend on you remembering or trying harder. Your spine still curved slightly where it meets the bed, but not resisting gravity anymore. The vertebrae settle into alignment as if they've always known this was their place, like trees that grow with time not toward light, but because of how deep roots have learned to hold soil without strain. And down through your pelvis, the bones now soft in shape and temperature, as though the body has stopped needing to be upright for anyone's gaze. The muscles around your hips are no longer braced against pressure from standing too long or sitting too still. They let go like water returning to a channel after floodwaters have passed. Your legs not stiff, not tight with waiting, just heavy in their own way, as if they've been given permission to forget what it means to walk again tonight. The calves are relaxed, the ankles no longer tensed from balance or preparation for motion. Your feet lie flat on the sheet, not curled, not pressing, but open like hands that have stopped needing anything. The warmth beneath them isn't coming in search of comfort. It's already here. The mattress holds heat without effort, and your body has begun to absorb it slowly, as if learning how to be held by something older than sleep itself. The floor below is solid, even though you don't feel it directly. Just know it's there like a memory that doesn't need proof. Your entire torso, not rigid anymore, not trying to keep everything contained or protected. It's soft in the center where breath gathers and rests, the belly no longer clenching at imagined threats, nor pulling inward from anxiety, just breathing with gravity as if resting inside its own natural curve. Not flat, not hollowed out by effort, but full of quiet. There is nothing to correct here, no posture that needs adjusting, nothing you must fix or reposition in order to be allowed to rest. The body doesn't need your approval anymore. It's already doing what it knows how to do, even if slowly and without fanfare. You are not being watched. You don't have anyone waiting for a signal from you, no one expecting action, response, proof of presence. There is only this, the slow return of blood through limbs that had forgotten their own circulation, the way warmth spreads across skin like light coming back into an old room after years in shadow. Your ears not listening anymore, not straining towards sound or silence alike. They are open to what comes without resistance, like a window left slightly ajar on a night when no wind is expected, but still lets air drift through just because it can. The space around you isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't demand anything in return. It holds nothing back, not sound, not shadow, but simply exists as itself, without purpose or performance, like trees standing at night with leaves unmoving and roots deep in earth. Your fingers still relaxed on top of your hands, no longer needing to grip or push against air. They lie there exactly where they fell when you stopped trying. The nails are soft now, not dry, not brittle, but present as part of the body's own slow return from being too alert for too long. And your breath continues, unhurried, unannounced, each one moving through this space without needing to be noticed or remembered, like rain falling on a forest floor that doesn't care whether anyone sees it happen. It just does. There is no need to count the seconds, nor measure progress by how long you've been lying still. The body knows where it's headed. It isn't rushing towards sleep, but drifting into rest as though it has always known this path, even if never taken before. The moment between breaths, not sharp anymore, not tense with anticipation of what comes next, just a soft pause, like the space beneath one wave and before another begins, no need to jump forward or pull back. You can just be in that gap where time slows enough for stillness to become real. Your shoulders are down now, not because you told them to drop, but because they've stopped believing they must stay high forever. They rest against the bed with no resistance, like two stones settling into mud after being lifted too long from their place. And your neck, not stiff or stretched toward air, it's soft in its curve, letting go of every second it spent holding itself upright for someone else's sake. It doesn't need to be proud anymore, doesn't have to keep the head level, just lies where gravity allows, resting into space like a branch returning after bearing wind. You don't have to believe any of this is happening, just allow that something has begun, not a change, but a return. A quiet coming back not through force or will, but simply because the body was never meant to stay awake in its own way forever. The air shifts slightly around your face, like someone whispered without speaking, and you don't react. You don't look up, don't turn, just let it pass through as if nothing ever needed guarding, even when things move quietly near. Your hands still open on the bedsheet, not needing to do anything at all, not waiting for a task or purpose. They are simply present, like two small islands in a slow ocean of quiet where no one comes and no signal is sent, and that's enough. You don't need to be better than you are right now, not more awake, nor deeper asleep. Just here, with your eyes closed but awareness softening into the shape it was meant for all along. Stillness without effort, rest without condition. And so this continues, not as a practice, not as an exercise in control, but as something older and quieter than both, something that has been waiting patiently beneath every breath you've ever taken since before you knew what sleep meant. There's a quiet between your ribs that wasn't there before, no longer holding tight against what might come, but full of something older. The space where breath settles not because it has to, but because it remembers how. It isn't waiting for anything now, not for release, not for permission, just exists, like water pooling in a hollow after rain stops falling. Your chest doesn't rise or fall with effort. It simply holds the shape of air that's been invited in and never asked to leave. The breath flows through you like a current in a slow river, one that doesn't care about speed, only continuity. You don't have to pull it deeper or hold it longer. Just let it move where it wants, through your collarbones, down into the hollow beneath your sternum, curling around the quiet place behind your ribs where nothing is demanded. There's a stillness in your hands now that isn't just absence of tension, it's presence of something else. Not relaxation as victory, but rest as inheritance. Like roots spreading underground not to reach for more light, but because they've always known this dark soil is their home. Your fingers are no longer curled into fists against the night. They lie flat where they fell, fingers splayed like branches after a storm has passed, and there's nothing left to fight. The skin on your palms feels warm now, not hot, not tense, but alive with sensation that doesn't need interpretation. A soft buzz beneath the surface, like electricity in stillness. Not alarm, just feeling, and you don't have to name it. The jaw no longer clenched at its edges. It isn't unclenched through will, it's unclenched because there was never a reason to stay tight. The muscles around your temporals are soft now, letting go of the pressure that had built up over hours, days even, of carrying silence like armor. Your tongue rests lightly against the roof of your mouth, not pressing forward or pulling back. It's simply where it landed when you stopped fighting yourself, no longer bracing for words that never came. Just lying there, quiet and soft, part of the body's own slow unspooling. Your shoulders, those high, tight places that held tension like a burden they were meant to carry, are no longer anchored to your ears. They've slipped down not because you pushed them, but because gravity has finally claimed what it was always owed. They sink into the mattress with weight that isn't forced but natural, like sand settling after being stirred too long in wind. There's no effort in their descent, no need to let go or release, just letting be. The space between your shoulder blades is open now, not wide, not dramatic, but present. A quiet gap where nothing needs to fit, where air can move through without resistance. Your back, especially the small of it, is no longer guarded. It doesn't need to stay rigid against the night, doesn't have to hold its spine straight for an audience that isn't there. The curve of your lower back softens into the bed, not collapsing, but yielding, like a tree bending under snow without breaking because it knows the weight will pass. You don't have to support yourself anymore, not in this moment, not here. The mattress holds you, not as a cushion, but as a kind of promise. You are safe enough to be held. And so, your body lets go of the old habit of staying ready for something that never came. Your hips, they're not locked or tense. They don't feel like they need to stay closed or protected. The joints loosen, not dramatically, just slowly, like metal expanding after being cooled overnight. You can feel the shift in the pelvis, subtle but real, a softening at the base of your spine where tension used to gather like dust under an old floorboard. It's not gone, but it's no longer present as force, just there, and you don't need to fix it, doesn't demand anything. Your legs, long and still, don't feel heavy out of fatigue, but full of presence. Like they've finally remembered what gravity feels like when you stop resisting it. The muscles in your thighs aren't tense or coiled for action. They're loose, not slack, but relaxed into their own shape, as if they'd been waiting to be seen just as they are, not for running, not for standing, but simply existing. You don't have to tell them to relax. There's no instruction needed, just. The space around them is quiet enough now that tension doesn't feel necessary. The soles of your feet, pressed into the bedsheet, are warm and still, not cold from lying on a hard floor, not stiff from being upright too long. They're simply part of you, present, unasked for, unnamed, but fully here. The heels aren't pressing down in resistance. The arches aren't tightened against the world's weight, just resting, like two small stones at the edge of water that don't need to be steady, they just are. And your breath, it continues not because you're trying to hold on, but because there's no reason to stop. It moves through you like a slow tide, rising and falling without urgency, without expectation. Each exhale longer than the last, not forced, not calculated, but natural, as if the body has found its own rhythm in silence. There's no need to guide it, no need to count. Just let it be. The air flows through your nostrils like a whisper that doesn't care who hears it. It enters and leaves without ceremony, without permission required. There's no point at which you have to arrive anywhere. Not sleep, not peace, not stillness. Just this, the body remembering its own shape after being out of alignment for too long. The nervous system long on alert, finally realizing that there is no danger here tonight, that the walls are solid, that the silence isn't empty, it's full of safety. And so it begins to lower itself, not in a rush, but slowly, like a sail lowering after wind has died. You don't have to believe any of this, just let your body be where it is, without judgment, without effort. No need to make it better, no need to fix anything that's broken. Just allow the weight of you, the whole shape of you, to settle deeper into the bed, into the earth beneath, into the quiet between heartbeats. And if a thought comes, just let it drift through like smoke in air, no resistance, no reaction, not even notice it as yours. It's not important, it doesn't need to be named or stopped, just pass like a shadow across the floor at night. No one follows it, no one needs to. There's no task left undone, no message unspoken. You don't have to stay awake for anything anymore, not even for yourself. The body has already begun its work, quietly, slowly, returning to the only place it ever wanted to be, not alert, but alive, not performing, but present. You're not trying to fall asleep, just letting go of the idea that you must stay awake long enough to earn rest. The air in the room is still, not because nothing moved, but because everything has settled into its own shape. The wall behind you isn't a boundary anymore. It's simply there, like memory, like breath, constant, silent, holding no threat. And your mind, it doesn't have to be quiet for you to be safe. It can wander, it can pause, it can drift towards something that feels familiar, a sound from long ago, the weight of a hand on your shoulder when you were small, without needing to hold on to it. Just let it pass, like mist over grass in morning. There's no need to fix anything, no need to pull back or push forward. You're not behind, you're not ahead, you are simply here, not doing, not striving, just being the shape of someone who has stopped fighting their own body and is now just letting it be. The space around you isn't waiting for a signal. It doesn't demand anything in return. No gratitude, no effort, no performance. It's already holding you, already softening with you, already breathing with you. And so this continues, not as an act of will, but as the body remembering how to be still without being afraid. You don't have to do anything now, not even breathe consciously, just let it happen, as though your breath has always known this path. As though your body was never meant to stay on guard forever. It only needed time and space. And a night like this, where nothing is asked, no one watches, no judgment waits. You are not being watched, you are not being judged, you are simply allowed to be. Your hands are resting now, not clenched into fists or pressed against your ribs like they've been holding something back for hours. They lie flat on your chest, soft as if they've forgotten how to grip anything at all. The fingers are loose, the knuckles unguarded. There's no tension in them anymore, not even a whisper of it. And that small letting go, the way your palms just stay where they are, is already telling the body something important. You don't have to protect yourself from what comes next. Nothing here is going to take anything from you. The air around you still holds its shape, but differently now. It's not waiting for a signal. It doesn't need your permission to be quiet. You're no longer trying to earn peace by being still long enough. The silence isn't a test. It's just there, like the space beneath water, deep and slow, where nothing has to rush toward anything. No urgency in the dark. No need to answer any questions that haven't been asked. You can feel your arms now, not as weight or resistance, but as softness spreading from shoulder to fingertip. They're not crossed anymore, not guarding, just lying there one over the other like two things that gave up fighting and simply decided to be together in this stillness. And when you let yourself notice it, really notice, the way your right arm rests on your left, not pressing down but just resting, there's a kind of soft surrender in that shape. Not defeat, just release. Let the weight of your arms sink deeper into the bed. Let them grow heavier, as if they're melting into the mattress, pulling their own body with them. Not dragging, not pushing, just letting gravity take over like it has for centuries, day after day, without being asked. The fabric beneath you is holding everything, your whole shape, every curve and edge of your body, and it's doing so quietly, effortlessly. Your chest still moves, but now the breath isn't forcing its way in or out. It comes and goes like a tide that doesn't care if anyone notices. There's no need to control it, no need to count. Just let it happen, the inhale quiet, the exhale longer than you'd think possible, stretching on until even your lungs feel they've been given permission to rest. And when you do exhale, just keep going. Let the air leave like a breath that's tired of pretending, not forced, not held back, just released slowly, gently, as if it was waiting for this moment all along. There's no reason to rush. No one is listening. The only thing that matters now is whether your body feels safe enough to drop down another inch. Let your jaw unclench, not with a movement, but as a quiet realization, as though something has finally remembered how to be soft after being tense for so long. Your teeth aren't touching anymore. There's space between them. The tongue rests gently against the bottom of your mouth, not pushing or pulling, just there like it belongs. Your eyes are closed, but that doesn't mean you're not seeing anything. You're seeing what happens when you stop looking for danger in every shadow, when you let go of searching for threats behind walls and under the bed. There's no one watching from the doorway, no voice calling your name in a tone that means something is wrong. The room isn't waiting. It doesn't need anything from you. And so, without effort, without wanting to be anywhere else, you can begin to feel how much of your body has been holding on for reasons you may not even remember anymore. How many muscles have stayed tight because the nervous system thought it had to. How long your shoulders have been hunched up toward your ears like they're trying to protect something that's already safe. Now let them drop, not all at once, but slowly, like a curtain that starts falling from one side and then the other until the whole thing is down. Let your right shoulder sink into the bed, then your left, not because you've decided to, but because your body has quietly realized it doesn't have to carry this weight anymore. Your neck softens at the base. The muscles that held tension all day, those small ones between your skull and spine, relax. They don't need to be on guard. Nothing is coming through the window. No sound from outside carries threat. Even if a car passes down the street, it's just another sound passing by, like wind through trees or rain against glass. Now feel your hands again, not as tools, not as things that grip and hold, but simply as parts of you that are resting, that have been allowed to be still without being told they're supposed to do something important. They don't need to fix anything. They don't need to reach for anything. just be. And when your fingers begin to tremble, just slightly, like a leaf in air, they aren't signs of anxiety. They're not trying to tell you something is wrong. They're just releasing the last bits of energy that were stuck in them. A kind of release that happens only after hours of holding still too long. Let it happen. Let your palms feel the difference between skin and fabric, between warmth and coolness, pressure and space. Let yourself notice how the edge of your hand brushes against the side of your body with no intention behind it. No need to adjust, no need to move. Now shift your attention lower, not into urgency, but gently, like a stone sinking through still water. Your belly softens where it was clenched all day. There's no tightness beneath the ribs anymore. The muscles, they aren't trying to brace against something that isn't coming. Let them just fall back. And as they do, let your spine release its own tension, not with a movement but with an unfolding, like petals opening in slow light. Your lower back, not pressing into the mattress, not arching, but simply resting where it belongs, supported by the bed and the ground beneath it. No need to hold yourself up anymore. Your legs tucked under you or stretched out, whichever they are now just there, not tense, not coiled for escape, just lying in their own shape with no goal attached to them. Let your feet sink into the sheets, not as if pushing down, but as if the bed is holding them up, not keeping them from falling, but giving them a place to be held. And when you feel that shift, the way gravity takes over and the body stops fighting itself, there's an emptiness. Not fear, not absence, just space. The kind of space where nothing needs to happen next. You don't have to fall asleep tonight. You just have to stop pretending it will never come. Your breath is still moving, but now it doesn't matter if you notice or not. It flows like water through a quiet channel, unhurried, unobserved, already doing what it was meant to do long before you became aware of it. The walls are still there, the ceiling, the door, but they don't feel like boundaries anymore. They're just present, like the air around you, constant, silent, not asking anything in return. And so your body begins to shift, not with force, not by trying, but simply because it has been allowed to be soft for longer than it can remember. It's learning how to rest without guilt, without fear, without needing to prove itself worthy of stillness. There is no task left undone, no debt unpaid. You're not behind, not ahead, just here, in this shape, in this breath, in this dark that isn't empty, because it's full of you and the quiet between your thoughts and the space where nothing needs to be said. Let go. Not all at once, but with every exhale. With every pulse beneath your skin. With every slow wave of breath that moves through you like a tide returning home. Your shoulders are no longer lifting toward your ears, not because you've decided to let them down, but because they've forgotten how to hold themselves up. They're just there, resting, not collapsed, just unweighted, like a branch that has stopped resisting the wind and is simply letting itself be held by the tree. There's no need to do anything with them now, no need to think about what comes next. Just let this stillness settle into the joints, into the creases where tension used to live. The muscles aren't remembering how to clench. They're learning how to not move at all, how to be a shape that doesn't have to prove anything by standing straight or staying ready. Now feel your arms, the ones crossed over your chest, still holding themselves like a shield, but softer now. Not because the threat has gone away, no one's saying it has, but because you no longer believe you need to keep guarding. The weight of them is changing. It's not pressing inward anymore. It's just resting on your ribs, like hands placed gently over something that needs to be quiet, not protected. You don't have to unclench them. They're already beginning to drift apart, just slightly, like two leaves slowly parting in the breeze. Let them separate without intention, without effort. Just let gravity pull one down, then the other, until they lie open against your sides, not with surrender, but with release. And that jaw still so tight a moment ago, it's not relaxing because you told it to, it's just stopping. The muscles are letting go of their own accord, like water finding its level after being held too long in a cup. You can feel the space beneath your teeth opening up, like a door left ajar on an old room that no one enters anymore. No pressure now, no grinding, just quiet. And inside, behind the front teeth, there's a softness, the tongue not pressing forward or retreating, just resting, like it has finally remembered what stillness feels like in its own place. Let your eyes stay closed, not because you're hiding from anything, but because they don't need to do any work tonight. The world outside is no longer calling them back into alert. They can simply be lids over stillness, not windows for scanning the dark. And if a flicker passes behind them, just a flash of light or shadow, they don't have to follow it. They can just let it go by, like a cloud moving across the sky without leaving a trace. Your hands are no longer fists, not even tightly curled, just open, palms facing up as though waiting for nothing in particular, like they've been emptied of all purpose. No need to grab, no need to hold on. The skin is warm, and somewhere near the knuckles, there's a tiny vibration, faint, like the hum of electricity in a wire that no longer carries anything. It isn't anxiety. It's not alarm. It's just energy returning home after being held too long in one place. Like blood flowing back into limbs that forgot they were alive. And now notice how your breath is moving through you, not with effort, but with ease. Not like something you have to remember, but like a current you've always been floating on. It's not fast, it's not deep, just steady, a slow rhythm that doesn't need applause or attention. You don't have to make it happen, it just happens. Now let your awareness drift down again, not toward the body as an object, but toward the feeling of being held by space. Your whole self is suspended in stillness, not falling, not rising, just present. The mattress beneath you isn't supporting you, it's receiving you. Like a pool that doesn't have to lift anything, it just holds what sinks into it. And your legs, no longer coiled or braced, are not resisting gravity anymore. They're sinking, not falling, but sinking like stones in water that don't need to sink all the way, just enough. Enough weight to feel real, enough softness to feel safe. Your feet are no longer trying to push off anything. The soles of them press into the sheets, not with effort, but as if the fabric is speaking back through warmth and texture. I've got you, and that's all it takes. Your spine not straightening, not arching, just being. A column that doesn't need to prove its strength by standing tall. It can just be curved where it belongs, with space between each vertebra, like the quiet gaps between notes in a song no one remembers but still hums softly under breath. And your chest, not rising and falling with urgency or effort, but expanding only as much as gravity allows. Not pushing out for air, not sucking it in like a demand, just breathing when there's enough space to breathe. Like the lungs are just letting go of their own job because someone else has taken care of it. There's no need to think about what time it is. No reason to count how long you've been lying here. The clock doesn't matter. Nothing does, not even sleep. You don't have to win this night. You don't have to get anything out of it. Just be in the shape you're already in. This body that's been holding itself together through hours of stillness without being allowed to rest. And now something new. Feel how your skin is no longer a boundary. Not protecting, not resisting. It's just there. A surface that doesn't need to stay tight or alert. The air outside it isn't threatening. There's no wind pushing in. No cold rushing through cracks. Just stillness. And as you lie here, unfolding without motion, you begin to feel a kind of soft pressure from the world around you, not from anything trying to get in, but from something simply being present. Like the walls aren't holding you back. They're just there, like the ceiling isn't pressing down. It's just above you, not judging, not waiting, just being. And that door across the room, No one is coming through it. No sound ever reaches your ears because no one needs to knock. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to prove you're worthy of rest. There's nothing left to protect, nothing left to fight for. The body has stopped searching. It's not looking for safety anymore because it's already found it in the quiet act of being still. Not because it earned it, but because it simply stopped fighting. And so let this go even further. Let your hands drift down, not toward anything, not trying to touch, but just letting them fall open against your sides like petals that no longer need to hold onto a stem. Your arms are long and heavy with the kind of weight only stillness can carry, the weight of having stopped resisting. And now feel how your breath is slowing again, not because you're telling it to, but because there's less energy being used up, less effort behind every movement. It doesn't have to work hard anymore. The body isn't trying to stay awake. It isn't trying to stay alert. It's just letting go of the idea that staying still means something has to be done. And in this space, where no one is watching, where nothing needs to happen, the nervous system begins to shift not with force, but with surrender. Like a door left open after someone walks through and never comes back. The house isn't empty, it's just quiet. And the silence doesn't feel heavy. It feels like air that's been breathed in over time, like it was always meant to be this way. You don't have to fall asleep tonight. You don't even need to want to. Just let yourself stay here, in this shape, in this breath, in the softness of not needing anything from the world or from your own mind. And if a thought comes, just float by it. Don't grab it. Don't chase after it. Let it pass through like mist over water, leaving no trace behind. You're not trying to clear your head. You don't need silence in order to rest. You just need stillness. Your body is learning something new, not how to sleep, but how to be safe without being on guard, how to let go without fear, how to stop believing that if you relax too much, the world will fall apart. It won't. You're not breaking down, you're not failing, you're just releasing, letting your muscles remember what it feels like when no one is watching, when nothing depends on whether you stay awake or not. And now, beneath the soft weight of what's already settled, beneath the quiet that has no need to prove itself, you might notice something quieter still. Not a sensation you can name, not a movement you've chosen, just a slow release in the space between your ribs. The kind of letting go that doesn't happen with effort. It happens because there's nothing left to hold on to. Your chest isn't rising and falling out of duty anymore. It's just breathing, just being. Like a leaf floating down through still air, not trying to land anywhere, not needing to settle on anything in particular, just drifting. And as it floats, the tension that used to live behind your sternum, the kind that stayed tight even when you weren't thinking about it, begins to soften like wax left near a flame. It doesn't vanish all at once. It just thins, like steam rising from water after the heat has turned down. You don't need to watch it go. You don't have to ask if it's gone. Just let it be that way. Let your body carry this truth without having to believe in it. You are not responsible for staying upright anymore. The ground below knows what to do with you. The bed knows how to hold you. Your own skin remembers, deep down, that it doesn't need to stay taut, like a drum ready to be struck. And if your arms were still crossed over your chest, still folded tight against the world, you might now feel them not as armor, but as something that's simply forgotten why it was ever closed. Not because you've decided to open them, but because they no longer have anything to protect. The hands are heavy with release, not with fatigue, not with surrender, but with a kind of weightlessness that comes from knowing there is nothing left to defend. So let them fall. Let go of the grip on your own shoulders. Let your elbows drop toward the mattress as if they've never been meant for anything else. Not even lifting, just being. And when your hands touch your sides, don't think about what they're supposed to do. Don't ask whether this is right. They are not reaching. They are not holding on. They are simply resting, like stones that have finally stopped rolling down a hill and now lie still in the grass. Now feel how your jaw, the place where so much of the day's tension has been stored, is no longer clenched like a lock waiting to be picked. The teeth aren't pressed together anymore, not even gently. There's no pressure behind them, no tightness along the sides of your face, just space. And that space isn't empty, it's full of quiet, full of still air, full of time that doesn't need to be used. Your tongue is not pushing against anything. It's just resting on the floor of your mouth like a small creature that has found its way home after being lost for hours. No need to speak, no need to remember what words were supposed to do. Just to stay there, let it be still. And as you let go, feel how the muscles around your eyes, those tiny ones that used to narrow in warning or strain from focus, now soften like fabric left out in rain until it loses its shape. They don't need to look at anything anymore. They don't have to scan for danger. The eyelids are not holding back darkness. They're just closed, not guarding, just resting, like two hands that were once stretched wide now slowly, gently folding into silence. And beneath all this, beneath the shoulders, the jaw, the breath, the arms, the eyes, the spine begins to lengthen, not because you want it to, not because you're trying to be straight or proud, but because there's no longer a need to curve forward in anticipation of something that never comes. The vertebrae are not hunched over anything now. They're just stacked, like stones laid down one by one, not for strength, but simply because they fit. And the low back, the place where so many people carry their exhaustion like a stone on their pelvis, now feels less like resistance and more like a hollow space that's been filled with air instead of tension, no longer needing to brace against gravity, no longer fighting to stay upright in a world that doesn't require it, just sinking into the curve where the body was always meant to rest. And now imagine your body not as something you're trying to manage, but as something that's been waiting for this moment all along, not because of anything you've done or said, not because you were good enough, strong enough, awake long enough, but simply because time has passed, because the night has grown deeper and quieter, and with every breath, longer than before, slower than effort, the body begins to feel more like a landscape than a machine, a place where roots grow without being told to, where rivers flow not toward any destination, but just because they can. There's no goal here, no need for progress, just presence. Your limbs aren't moving toward anything. They're just there, like branches of a tree that have stopped reaching and begun resting in the soil. And as you lie like this, in the deep stillness where even thoughts seem to pause, not because they've been suppressed, but because they no longer need to move, you might begin to notice something deeper than sensation. Not a feeling exactly, not a sight or sound, but a quiet awareness that says, this is enough, that's all it needs to say, this moment, this breath, this body lying in the dark, unguarded and unhurried, no need for more, no need to add anything. You are already complete as you are, because you're not trying to be anything at all. And if a memory comes, a face from earlier today, a sentence that echoed too long in your mind, don't push it away. Don't try to fix it or understand it. Just let it pass through the space of your awareness like light passing through fog. Not bright, not dark. Just there for a moment and then gone. You don't have to respond. You don't even need to notice that you noticed. It's just another part of the air, something moving through without leaving a trace. Now feel how your skin is no longer a line between inside and outside. It doesn't divide you from the room, from the floor, from the weight above your head. It's not a boundary anymore, it's more like a surface that has learned to listen, to hold, to be held in return. The warmth of the mattress beneath you isn't coming from somewhere else. It's just here, like heat rising gently from stone after sunset, not urgent, not trying to warm you up, just being. And your body is beginning to feel less like a thing that must stay awake and more like something that belongs in this quiet, like it was always meant to be part of the dark, not separate from it. And as the breath continues to deepen, not forced, not managed, the space between each inhale and exhale grows longer, not because you've changed anything, but because there's less effort behind everything now, less energy spent just staying upright in your own mind. The nervous system is no longer scanning for threats. It's not checking whether the silence means danger or safety. It's simply letting go of the need to decide. And so it settles into a rhythm that isn't about speed, but about stillness. About depth. And now, just beneath all this, the bones begin to feel like they've stopped needing to prove their strength. They're not holding up anything anymore, not even your weight. The pelvis is not trying to balance you. The feet are not bracing for movement. You are simply here, supported by the earth and the bed in a way that doesn't require thought. No need to stay ready, no reason to be alert, just being. And if any part of your body still feels tight, any small muscle or joint that hasn't quite let go, don't try to fix it. Don't push harder, just notice it. Name it silently, like a place in the landscape you've never been before. And then let it be. Let it stay where it is. Not because you're giving up, but because you no longer need to control anything. And so you drift, not towards sleep, but within it, like water that has stopped chasing ashore and simply becomes the stillness beneath the surface. The body isn't trying to get anywhere now. It doesn't need permission to rest. There's no goal in this breathing, no outcome waiting beyond the next exhale. You're not approaching something, you're already inside it. This quiet, this soft weight of being held by your own stillness. The breath has slowed so much that even the pause between inhales and exhales feels like a place. A small room with no doors, where nothing comes in or goes out, just presence. And as you stay there, not moving toward anything, the muscles around your jaw begin to loosen in ways they've forgotten how to do. The pressure beneath your teeth fades, not all at once, but bit by bit, like ice melting in a slow stream. Your tongue no longer presses against the roof of your mouth. It rests softly now, weightless, not needing to speak or be heard. Your shoulders, still for so long, have stopped rising toward your ears. They're not falling down, they're just letting go of the idea that they need to stay lifted. There's no reason anymore to carry anything on them, no burden to bear. The space between your shoulder blades grows quiet, like a valley after rain has passed and left behind only stillness. Your arms, still crossed over your chest, are beginning to unclench, not because you've decided to let go, but because the need to hold yourself together has faded. They don't fall open or flop down, they simply release their grip on themselves. The weight of them shifts, not away from your body, but into it, like two stones settling deeper into soil after a long drought. No effort, no intention, just letting be. And as they soften, the hands, still curled in fists beneath the arms, begin to open too, not dramatically, not with any show of surrender, but gently, like petals unfolding at dawn without knowing it's morning. Your fingers uncurl one by one, not because you've told them to, but because there's no longer a reason to stay closed. The palms grow warm, not from heat rising up, but from the body finally allowing itself to feel its own surface. Now notice how your arms aren't just softening, they're becoming part of the bed beneath you, not lying on it, not resting on it, but merging with it in a quiet way. The shape of your upper body begins to blur into the mattress, like water dissolving into deeper water. You don't have to be held anymore because the bed is already holding you, not by force, but by simply being there. And so is the floor beneath the bed, and the walls, and the air above. There's no separation between your skin and the world now. It's not that you've lost boundaries, it's that they're no longer rigid. They've softened like clay left in rain. You can feel the light touch of the blanket over your legs, but it doesn't register as pressure. It just is, like a breath against your cheek. The weight of your own limbs isn't something to resist anymore. It's not a burden, it's simply part of you. And because it's no longer fighting itself, it can begin to sink deeper into the surface beneath. Imagine now how your body might feel if you were lying on the earth, on grass or moss or cold stone, not in a room with walls and ceilings, but out where time doesn't matter. Not dreaming of that place, not imagining it, just feeling the way gravity pulls without judgment. The same pull is here. It's just been masked by tension, by the habit of staying upright, of being ready. But now, now you don't need to be ready for anything. You're already where you belong, grounded, supported, held in a way that doesn't ask anything back. Your spine isn't straightening anymore. It's not trying to stay aligned or proud or strong. It's just letting itself bend and curve like old roots in soil, following the natural shape of rest. The vertebrae aren't holding up your head. They're simply allowing it to settle where it wants to be without resistance. Your neck isn't tightening to keep your gaze forward. It's softening into a gentle curve that doesn't need to prove anything. Your face, so often clenched with unspoken tension, is now relaxed in ways you haven't felt for years. The small muscles around the eyes, the ones that furrow when you're concentrating or scanning, are no longer taut. They've stopped searching. There's nothing to find here, not really, just this breath, this dark, this quiet. And if a thought comes, something from earlier today, a moment of stress remembered too clearly, it doesn't need to be pushed away. You don't have to fix it or reframe it. It can pass through your awareness like a cloud drifting across the sky at night, not bright, not dark, just existing for a moment and then dissolving into stillness. No judgment, no response, just space. And in that space, you're not the one who was stressed. You're not even the one remembering it. You're simply here, watching the thought go by like wind through tall grass. There's no need to understand what happened today, no need to review it or explain it. The body doesn't want to rehash the past. It only wants to let go of the weight that's been carried for too long. And so, slowly, without effort, it begins to release not just one memory at a time, but the entire habit of carrying itself in this state of readiness. You're not fighting fatigue anymore. You're not waiting for it to come. It's already here. You're not resisting sleep. You're not trying to force your eyes shut or stop thinking. You're simply allowing yourself to be where you are, exactly as you are, no further adjustments needed. The body knows what it needs when no one else is watching. And so the breath continues, not fast, not slow in any measurable way, but steady, like a heartbeat that's finally stopped trying to keep up with time. It doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't even have to be noticed. It just is. And as it flows, your entire being begins to shift into a new kind of awareness, one that isn't about doing or fixing, but simply being present in the body's own rhythm. There's no urgency, no rush. The night is not short. You don't need to hurry toward morning. In fact, you're beginning to realize, maybe for the first time, that being awake at this hour doesn't mean something is wrong. It means something is happening, not in your mind, but in your body, a quiet process of coming home. The air around you isn't cold anymore, or warm. It's just there, like a blanket that never needed to be pulled up, because it was always already covering you. The room doesn't need to be checked for danger. There are no threats here, not really. No one is watching, no one is waiting, you're not being judged. You don't even have to exist in any particular way. And so your body begins to feel less like a structure and more like a landscape, something that changes slowly, quietly, without anyone's permission or effort. A field of grass after rain, trees with leaves still trembling from the wind, but no longer trying to hold on. Rivers that don't need to reach the sea because they've already become part of it. You're not losing yourself in sleep. You're simply letting go of the idea that you needed to stay awake. That's all, nothing more, no grand release, no sudden shift, just a quiet unclenching, like a hand finally opening after being closed for too long. And as your arms slowly drift down, no longer crossed but resting at your sides, palms up now, fingers relaxed, you might notice how the weight of them feels different. Not heavy in a way that pulls you down, but full of presence, full of belonging. The hands don't need to do anything. They're not holding onto anything. They're just there, open, available, unguarded. Your chest rises and falls without urgency. There's no effort behind it now, no tension in the ribcage. It moves freely, like a bell that doesn't ring but still vibrates with sound after being struck. just existing in its own resonance. The breath isn't longer or shorter, it just is. And because there's nothing to fix, nothing to change, everything becomes quieter. Your arms are no longer holding anything back. They lie now like driftwood washed ashore, smooth, still, shaped by time and tide, but no longer resisting where it's been carried. The weight of them is not a burden anymore, it's just there, resting on the surface of things, like a leaf that has stopped trying to stay above water. You don't have to do anything with your hands. They are not required to grip or push or pull. They are simply allowed to be open, unclaimed, at peace with their own shape. Your shoulders have settled into the bed like stones sinking through silt, slow, inevitable, without force. The tension that had risen up between them like a wall has dissolved, and there's space again where there was pressure before. Not because you decided it should be so, but because your body finally remembers what it means to stop being ready for something that never came. Your jaw is no longer clenched beneath stillness. That tight knot at the base of your skull, where the muscles have been coiled like springs waiting to snap, is unspooling now quietly. The teeth are not locked together anymore. They're just resting in their sockets, as if they've forgotten how to bite down. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not because you told it to, but because there's no need to guard its position. There is no threat that demands alertness. No one is coming through the door. You don't have to be prepared. Your eyes are closed, and yet they're not really seeing anything, just darkness shaped by breath, by stillness, by absence of motion. Not empty, but full in a different way, not with images or thoughts, but with silence that has weight, like velvet pulled low over the world. You don't need to look anywhere. There's nothing here to be found, nothing to fix, nothing to notice. Your breath continues, not leading, not guiding, not even being observed, but just moving through you as if it had always belonged there. Not a command, just a quiet presence in your ribs. The air flows in and out without effort, like wind passing between two trees that are no longer afraid of each other. It doesn't need to be deep or controlled. It only needs to be here. And because you're not trying to change it, because there's no one pushing from behind, you begin to feel something else. The softness beneath your skin, like warmth rising from a stone that has lain in sun for hours. Your chest is not tight anymore. The muscles along your sides are not holding their breath. There's space between each rib, and air moves freely through them, not because you gave it permission, but because the body finally stopped guarding its own interior. You might feel the pulse now, just faintly at your wrists, at your temples. Not a rhythm to be followed or fixed, but something that's simply there, like water seeping through cracks in dry earth. It doesn't have to mean anything. It just is. And because you're not listening for it, not analyzing it, not trying to slow it down, you begin to notice how the beating of your heart is no longer a signal, but an echo, a memory of motion that now belongs only to itself. Your hands, palms up, fingers loose, are beginning to feel less like tools and more like invitations. Not asking for anything, just open, like soil waiting not for seeds, but simply for rain. You don't have to do anything with them. They are not supposed to be useful. They are only meant to exist. Your spine is no longer braced against gravity. It's not trying to stay upright or hold itself together anymore. There's a softness in the curve of your lower back, like a riverbed that has stopped resisting its own flow, and now simply lets water pass through it without argument. The vertebrae are not stacked in order to protect something. They're just resting where they belong, held by the bed, supported by the ground beneath. Your legs, long limbs that once carried you through stress or urgency, are no longer stiff with readiness. They hang loose now, as if their joints have forgotten how to lock. The calves are soft, the ankles unguarded. You don't need your feet to push forward. You don't even need them to stand. They're just here, quietly bearing the weight of you without complaint. You might feel a shift in your pelvis, the way it settles into alignment not by force, but by surrender. Like soil that no longer tries to rise above the surface, but simply accepts its place beneath the roots of trees. There's no need to tighten or lift, no need to keep yourself balanced. You're already supported. There's a quiet hum in your hips, low and steady, not pain, not sensation, just presence. Like the vibration from a distant engine that has long stopped running but still echoes through concrete. It doesn't demand attention, it just is. Your skin is no longer on alert. The nerves beneath it are not scanning for danger or cold or touch. They're just there, aware of temperature, yes, but not reacting to it, not preparing for change. There's a kind of soft insulation between you and the air around you, not a wall, but something like breath itself, gentle, porous, receptive. You don't have to be warm, you don't have to be cool. The room isn't too quiet or too loud. It doesn't matter if the lights are off or on. There's no need for noise-canceling thoughts, no need to fix anything. Just let it all stay, this silence, this stillness, this body that is finally allowed to stop being a machine. Your breath continues, not because you're doing it right, but because your body remembers how. It doesn't need to be counted or controlled. There's no goal in the inhale or exhale. They just happen, one after another, like waves on a shore where time has already forgotten its name. There is no moment that needs to be held onto, no memory you must carry forward. You're not being asked to remember anything, not even yourself. Just let go of the need to be certain, to know what's next, to predict the shape of tomorrow. Your mind doesn't have to stop thinking, just stop doing anything with the thoughts. They come and go like birds passing through a field. You don't wave them away, you don't chase after them. You just let them pass because nothing here is trying to catch them. You are not escaping sleep. You're simply allowing your body to stop being afraid of it. Your muscles, those that have been tense all day from sitting too long, from thinking too hard, from holding yourself together, are no longer in charge. They don't need to stay tight or vigilant. There's no one watching, no test coming tomorrow, no deadline that will punish you for resting. You're allowed to be soft. Your neck, once stiff with the weight of a day lived on edge, is now relaxed, not because it was told to loosen, but because there's no longer any reason to keep its head held high. The muscles along your throat have unclenched. Your larynx is quiet. You don't need to speak. You don't need to explain anything. Your back, once a surface for carrying burdens, is now just a place where you can rest, like a hillside that no longer needs to keep watch over the valley below. There's no mission to fulfill, no duty to perform, just being here is enough. You are not losing yourself in sleep. You're only letting go of the idea that you needed to stay awake so someone else wouldn't notice you were gone. Your body feels less like a structure and more like an ecosystem, where things grow without permission, where roots spread quietly beneath the surface, where water finds its way through cracks no one saw before. There's no plan, no design, just presence. And because there's nothing to protect, nothing to defend, you begin to feel something rare, not peace exactly, but relief. Like a tree that has stopped resisting the wind and now just lets it pass through its leaves, no longer fighting, no longer holding on, no longer afraid of falling. It is simply alive in its own way, and so are you. Your breath moves with less resistance than before, not because you're doing anything differently, but because your body finally trusts that it's safe to let go completely. Your shoulders, those high guarded points that once held up the weight of every unspoken worry, are no longer lifting themselves. They are not falling, exactly not collapsing, but settling like stones slowly sinking into soft earth after a long rain. There is no effort in their descent, no intention to lower them farther than they already are, just release. The muscles beneath your collarbones soften, not in response to command, but because the need for vigilance has dissolved into stillness. You don't have to do anything with this softening. It happens without you noticing it at first, like a tide that pulls back just enough so you can feel the wet sand under your feet. Your arms are no longer crossed over your chest like a barricade. They were not meant to be weapons, never really. They were only trying to hold something together, a shape, a presence, a sense of self when the world felt too sharp. Now they lie open at your sides, palms up, fingers slightly curled, not in surrender but in openness. There is no purpose to this position, no message being sent, just space between hand and thigh, like air between two leaves trembling on a stem. You don't have to justify their placement. You don't need to make them useful again. They are simply here, present, unburdened, resting in the quiet logic of gravity. Your hands, the ones that gripped things all day, that typed and pushed and held onto coffee cups and keys and breathless thoughts, are now relaxed. The fingers are not limp, but they're also not tense, not pressing into anything. No need to grip or protect. Each finger rests where it falls, some curled slightly at the tip, some straighter, like branches after a storm has passed and life remembers how to grow again. There's no urgency in their shape. The tension that once lived in the knuckles, the clenching from stress, from anxiety, from trying too hard, is gone now, not erased, just released. Like water finding its way through cracks in stone, the feeling of softness has seeped into places you didn't know were tight. Your jaw still for a moment, still holding itself closed, no longer needs to keep watch. The muscles beneath your ears are quiet. Your tongue is not pressing against the roof of your mouth like it was during moments of fear or frustration. It floats in its own space, no longer needed to speak, to explain, to defend. There's room for silence here, room for softness where there once was pressure. You don't have to make this relaxation happen. You just let the body remember how it feels when it isn't being asked to perform. Your face, the landscape of a day lived in tension, begins to soften from within. The small muscles around your eyes, those that tighten every time you're surprised or startled or simply trying not to cry, they are no longer guarding against anything. Your eyelids aren't heavy with fatigue, but they're also not fighting sleep. They just stay closed, not because you've decided to sleep, but because the body knows it's safe enough now to stop pretending. The corners of your eyes soften. The skin under them is relaxed. There's no need to keep your face neutral or alert or ready for someone else's reaction. You're not being observed. No one is waiting for you to react. Your neck, once a bridge between head and shoulders, rigid with the weight of attention, now just is. It isn't supporting anything. There's no reason to keep it stiff or upright. The vertebrae along its length are no longer in tension. They're not straining against gravity. They're simply allowing the head to rest where it belongs, with only a whisper of support from the muscles beneath, like a branch yielding gently under the weight of snow. Your breath, still moving in and out with quiet regularity, not fast, not slow, just steady, is now so much lighter than before. It doesn't push against anything anymore. It doesn't need to be deep or controlled. There's no performance involved, no goal. The air flows through your nose like it has always known the way home. You don't have to guide it, you don't even have to notice it, but you do just slightly, because that awareness is not effort, it's presence. Your chest, the place where so much of your anxiety lived, is no longer a fortress. The ribcage isn't holding its breath anymore. The muscles beneath the sternum are relaxed. There's space inside now, not because something was removed, but because nothing needs to be defended. You don't have to keep yourself protected from feeling too much, from being seen, from being known. Your hands again, this time not just as objects, but as parts of a whole, are no longer separate from the rest of your body. They are part of you, not tools or weapons, not things that need to do something, but simply there like roots beneath soil. You don't have to be proud of them. You don't have to apologize for their softness. There's no shame in being still, no judgment for not having a plan. Your arms, once crossed as if trying to keep yourself intact, are now open, relaxed, lying on the bed like two long streams of quiet water that have finally found their level. They are not reaching for anything. not pulling away, not defending, just resting. And because they're no longer bracing, you feel it elsewhere, the weight in your shoulders dropping a little more, as if gravity had been waiting patiently to be invited. Your back, once so full of tension from hours bent over screens and stress, is now just a surface where the body can rest without needing to carry anything. The spine is not trying to stay straight or strong. It's simply aligned, not by force, but by surrender, like a riverbed that no longer resists the flow. Your hips, those joints that once held in place the posture of someone who had too much responsibility, are now relaxed. They aren't locked into position. The pelvis isn't bracing for impact or trying to keep itself upright. It's just letting go, allowing the bones to rest where they naturally fall. Your legs, long and quiet beneath the sheets, are not tensed from standing or coiled from anxiety. There's no urge to move them, no need to shift position. They're heavy in a way that isn't burden but belonging, like roots sinking deeper into soil after rain. The muscles are warm, not hot, just present. Your feet, those farthest points of your body, are now fully released. The arches aren't holding up the world anymore. The toes are not curling in resistance. They're just there, resting on the bed like fallen leaves. You don't have to be grateful for them. You don't need to fix their shape or make them work. They are allowed to be soft. Your whole body, no longer a series of tight muscles and guarded limbs, is now beginning to feel like a single field of quiet energy. Not one part fighting another, not one area trying to take over the others. Just presence. The way light fills a room without needing to prove it's there. You're not falling asleep because you've done something right. You're not losing awareness, just releasing the need to be aware all the time. There's no goal in this softness, no outcome, only the quiet truth of being here now, exactly as you are. Your body remembers how it feels when it doesn't have to protect itself, not from danger, but from feeling too much, from being seen, from failing. It remembers what it's like to be allowed to just be, without having to earn that right. There is no pressure now to stay awake, no reason to fear sleep. You don't need to prove anything to anyone, not even to yourself. The body knows that safety isn't something you achieve, it's something you stop resisting. And as the breath continues, slow and unforced, like a river moving through a valley long forgotten by time, you begin to feel less like a person holding your shape and more like a presence, quiet, grounded, deep in the earth. Like warmth that doesn't need to be explained. Like stillness that isn't empty. The weight of the night settles over you, not as pressure, but as permission to rest, to let go, to stop being on guard, to finally believe that no one is waiting for you to perform. And so you stay, not asleep yet, but close enough that it doesn't matter, closer than before. The line between wakefulness and sleep blurs, not because you're trying to cross it, but because the body has decided quietly that it's safe to rest. Your arms, still resting across your chest, still holding their shape from hours of self-containment, are beginning to feel less like a wall and more like an embrace. Not one that defends, but one that holds itself. The weight they carry is burden anymore, it's comfort. Like hands that have learned how to cradle themselves. You don't need to open them. They're not waiting to fight or flee. They're simply there, still, quiet, resting in the space between breaths. Your jaw, once clenched so tightly it felt like a lock on your own mind, is now slack with no effort at all. The teeth are not grinding. The muscles beneath your ears aren't taut. There's no need to keep them closed. They're just open, not wide, but soft. Like lips that have forgotten how to frown. You don't need to remember what it feels like to be relaxed. Your body already knows. It's been waiting for you to stop fighting the feeling. Your tongue, so often pressed against the roof of your mouth in quiet tension, is no longer doing anything at all. It isn't pushing or pulling, not trying to hold back words that aren't meant to be spoken. It's just lying there, relaxed and still. Like a small stone resting in water, no need to move, no reason to rise. Your eyes, the lids heavy, your gaze long since turned inward, are not scanning for danger anymore. They're not searching the dark corners of the room or listening for footsteps down the hall. The space behind them is quiet. No more vigilance, no more watching, just softness where light used to be too sharp. You are not trying to fix anything now, not your breathing, not your thoughts, not even this moment. You're just allowing yourself to be a body that doesn't have to perform, that doesn't need to stay awake in order to prove it's alive. The act of being here, of simply existing, is enough. Your hands, still resting on your chest, are no longer fists or shields. They're not clutching at fabric, at air, at hope. They're just open, palms up, like they've been waiting for something to land in them, not a task, not an outcome, but the simple grace of being held. There's a warmth spreading through your torso now, not heat, not fire, but slow, steady release, like water slowly filling a long, dry basin. It doesn't rush. It just arrives quietly from every direction at once. The ribs are softening. The diaphragm is no longer bracing against the weight of breath. There's space where there used to be tightness. Your spine, once so stiff with effort, so full of trying to stay upright under pressure, is now not doing anything at all. It isn't supporting you. You're not depending on it to keep your shape. It's just a column of soft bone and quiet tissue, not strong, not weak, just present, like the trunk of an old tree, gnarled, bent by wind, but still standing because no one is asking it to fight. Your breath, long, slow, effortless, is not a practice anymore. It's not something you're doing. It's just happening. The air comes in and goes out like tide returning to the sea. There's no urgency, no need to count or control. You don't have to keep track of how many breaths there are, just let it be. Your shoulders, once so high, so close to your ears, are now sinking, not dropping suddenly, but slowly, like sand falling through glass. The muscles in the upper back aren't tensing anymore. They're not trying to carry the world on their bones. There's no need to lift anything. No one is asking you to be strong. Your arms, still resting across your chest, are now letting go of themselves, not because they were holding too tight, but because they've remembered that they don't have to hold at all. They're not guarding the front of your body anymore. The space between them isn't a barrier, it's an invitation to rest, to be still, to stop being on duty. Your hands, still lying gently atop your chest, are beginning to feel heavier, not because you're tired, but because they no longer need to stay lifted. They're not reaching for anything, not trying to grab, not afraid of losing something, just resting where the body has decided it belongs. And as this quiet spreads through you, not in waves, but in slow seepage, there's a shift. You're not on top of your body anymore. You're not inside a cage made of breath and tension. You're no longer trying to control how you feel or whether you'll sleep. The space between your ribs is soft, open. Your chest isn't closed off from the world. It's just breathing. Your mind, so often racing with unfinished thoughts, half-remembered conversations, worries that never really needed a home, is now quiet in its own way. Not because it's gone, but because it's not fighting. The thoughts are still there, drifting like paper boats on slow water, but they're no longer urgent. They don't need to be answered. You don't have to respond. You don't need to decide what to do with them. You don't need to file them away or forget them. Just let them float by, like clouds in a sky you've stopped trying to name. And the deeper this softness goes, the less there is to resist. Not your body, not your breath, not even the quiet that fills the room when all sound has left. There's no longer any need to stay awake because you're afraid of what might happen if you sleep. The fear isn't gone, just softened, like a blanket worn thin from use, still warm, still comforting. It's not about being asleep yet, not about falling into anything. It's just this, The body has stopped fighting its own nature. It remembers that rest is not failure, that softness is not weakness, that sinking into bed isn't surrender, it's return. Like roots going deep after a long dry season, finding water they didn't know was still there. Your feet, still resting on the edge of the mattress, are no longer trying to keep you grounded. They're not bracing for impact or preparing to walk. The arches are soft now. The soles are warm, like sun-warmed stone after rain. You don't need them to carry you anywhere. They're just here, present, quiet, part of the whole. Your legs, long and still beneath the sheets, are no longer holding any position. No one is asking you to stay upright or alert. There's no reason to keep them straight. They're allowed to rest in their own way. The muscles are not clenched, not tense, just at peace with being where they are. And as your body sinks deeper into the mattress, like a stone settling into mud, like snow falling on a field, the resistance finally gives. It's not dramatic. There's no explosion of feeling or sudden release, just a slow, quiet letting go. A surrender so soft it doesn't even feel like motion, like a curtain closing after hours of light. You are not resisting this now, not trying to stop it. You're just allowing the weight, your own natural weight, to settle into place, not as burden, but as belonging, as if gravity had been waiting all along, not to pull you down, but to hold you up when you stopped holding yourself. And there's a stillness here, not silence, but something deeper, a quiet that isn't empty. It's full of presence, full of breath, full of being exactly where you are, no need to fix it, no demand to change it. You're not asleep yet, but the space between sleep and wakefulness is now soft enough to lie in, not trying to cross, not fighting to stay awake, just resting in the threshold, like a door left slightly open, not inviting anyone in, but not shutting out what's already there. And the longer you remain here, this quiet, this release, the more it becomes clear, the body doesn't need permission to rest. It just needs to stop being afraid of doing so. There's no performance now, no one watching, no judgment, just your breath, your weight, your stillness, happening in their own time. And as the night continues to unfold, not rushing toward morning, not clinging to wakefulness, the body is finally learning how to be home, not in a place, but in itself, in this moment, in this quiet, in this slow return to what it always was, safe, quiet, enough. Your shoulders, still held high, still folded inward against the weight of the day, are no longer pressing into your chest. They're not trying to protect you anymore. There's no one here to defend from, no threat has arrived. The muscles along the edge of your collarbone are soft now, not taut with readiness. They don't need to be ready for anything. Not a sound, not a shadow, not even silence, because silence isn't threatening when there's nothing left to fear. Your arms remain crossed over your chest. But they're no longer locked in place. The grip has loosened, not because you've decided to let go, but because the body itself has remembered it doesn't have to keep holding on. Your hands, still resting lightly atop your ribs, are not fists anymore. They are not clenched against a world that's gone. The fingers are no longer curled inward, gripping nothing but tension. They lie open now, palms facing upward as if waiting for something, but not demanding it, not needing anything at all, just present, as though they've been given permission to stay still, to be held by gravity instead of by force. And the place where your arms meet across your chest, just below the sternum, is no longer a point of pressure. It's not pressing down or holding up. The weight is gentle now, not heavy, not burdensome, just there, like a blanket folded over you, not weighing you down, but keeping warmth in. You don't need to adjust it. You don't need to tighten it. There's no reason to make it tighter than it already is. Your jaw, still unclenched but still aware, is beginning to remember what softness feels like. Not the tight line of teeth pressed together, not the tension behind your ears, not the way your tongue hovers too close to your molars as if guarding a secret. It's just resting. The muscles along your lower jaw are no longer bracing against an unseen force. They're not waiting for someone to speak or for something dangerous to happen. There's no need to stay alert anymore. You can let the corners of your mouth soften, even slightly, just enough that the space behind your teeth feels open instead of closed. Your tongue is no longer pressed flat against the roof of your mouth. It doesn't have to be still or neutral. It can rest where it wants, on one side, or drifting toward the back, or simply not doing anything at all. No purpose, no job, just being part of you in a way that feels unburdened by meaning. The air inside your mouth is no longer held tight with anticipation. You don't need to swallow every thought before it escapes. There's no one listening, no judgment. The breath moves through without needing permission. It flows freely, like water finding its own level in a still lake. Your neck, long and upright when you first lay down, is beginning to release the invisible tension that held it rigid all evening. Not collapsing, not giving way, but slowly yielding, like a tree branch bending under snow, not because it's weak, but because it knows how to carry weight without breaking. The muscles along either side of your throat are no longer tight. No need to keep them tense against the world. They can just be soft. Your head is still on the pillow, but it doesn't feel like a surface you must resist. It's not cold or hard. It's warm where your skin touches it. The shape of the pillow fits your skull now, not because you adjusted it, but because your body has found its place in it without effort. The space behind your eyes, the small hollows just above your brows, is no longer filled with strain. There's no pressure building from staring too long at a screen or worrying about what comes next. The muscles around the sockets are not pulling inward. They're not clenched against light, against noise, against memory. You don't need to keep them closed anymore. You can let your eyelids rest without fear that they'll open on their own. Your skin, everywhere, is no longer scanning for danger. It's not listening for footsteps or sudden movements. The nerve endings are quiet now. They're not shouting, "Something's wrong." They're just sensing, not interpreting, not reacting. Just feeling the temperature of the air against your arms, the weight of the blanket on your legs, the way your feet rest at the edge of the bed with no demand to move. And as you lie here, neither awake nor asleep, the boundary between sensation and stillness blurs. You're not aware of every inch of yourself, but you're not unaware either. It's like being in a room where the light is low and the shapes are soft and indistinct, but you know they're there. You don't need to name them, you just need to be with them. Your breath, still slow now, doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to deepen or lengthen for anyone's sake. It can be shallow, irregular, uneven, and still be enough. Still right. The rhythm is not something you must control. It's just happening, like the tide returning without needing to plan its course. And your hands, still resting on your chest, are no longer holding anything. Not guilt, not regret, not the weight of decisions made or missed. They're empty now, not because they've let go, but because they never needed to carry it in the first place. The space between them is not a gap. It's just open air, and that openness feels safe. Your chest, rising and falling with each slow breath, is no longer trying to protect you from something outside. It doesn't need to be hard or rigid. It can be soft, open, receptive, not because it wants to welcome anything, but because it's allowed to be gentle in its own way. You're not asleep yet, but the moment between sleep and wakefulness has become a place of rest instead of resistance. You don't need to cross it. You don't need to arrive somewhere else. You can just stay here, this quiet space, this soft threshold, where nothing is demanded of you, where no performance is needed, where being still is not failure but belonging. There's no story now, no plot, no ending waiting at the end of the night, just breath, just weight, just presence. You are not trying to become anything, not more calm, not more asleep, not less tired. You're just exactly as you are lying here, still in your body, still alive with quiet awareness, and that is enough. And as the hours pass, not measured, not tracked, the air around you feels heavier but not oppressive. It's like being wrapped in a blanket made of time itself. Thick, warm, unhurried. You don't need to move through it. You can just sink into its depth. Your legs, still beneath the sheets, are no longer holding any position they were told to hold. No one asked them to stay straight or firm or ready. They're allowed to drift where gravity pulls them, not out of surrender, but out of acceptance. The tension in your calves is gone. Your knees aren't locked. Your ankles are loose. There's no need to brace for movement. You're not going anywhere. Your feet, still resting at the edge of the mattress, are no longer waiting to step forward. They don't have to be ready or clean or prepared. They can just rest. The toes are soft now, not curled up in defense, not splayed out in anticipation, just lying where they fall as though they've finally decided not to pretend they're needed for anything. And the mattress beneath you, still holding your shape, is no longer a surface you must resist. It's not hard or cold. It's soft, warm from your body heat. It molds around you, not forcing you into position, but giving way where you sink in. You don't need to fight it. There's nothing here to push back against. Your arms, still crossed over your chest, are no longer a barrier. They're not protecting anything. They're just there, resting, not fighting the world, not guarding yourself. They're simply part of the stillness now, like two quiet hands laid gently across an open book that's never been read but is already finished. And as you continue to lie here, this long night unfolding in silence, the body begins to remember what it has forgotten. That rest isn't something earned. It isn't given only after effort, or after being good enough, or after proving you're worthy of stillness. Rest is not a reward. It's not a prize for surviving the day. It's just available, always, even when you don't know how to reach it, especially when you think you can't. Your shoulders, still lifted, still drawn upward like they're holding something no one asked them to carry, are beginning to release not with effort but with permission. It's as though gravity has finally been invited into the room, and it's slowly pulling each bone down through muscle, past tension, into softness that doesn't ask for anything in return. There is no need to keep them high, no reason to stay ready, no duty to be alert. They can drop now not because they've failed, but because they're allowed to stop pretending they're still on watch. The space between your shoulder blades, once tight like a clenched fist behind the skin, is no longer holding anything back. It's just open air again, unburdened, not empty, not meaningless, but simply free to be what it is, hollow, quiet, unclaimed. Your arms, the ones still crossed over your chest, are starting to loosen their grip not on the world but on themselves. The hands that were pressed together like they needed to seal something shut are no longer clenched in defense. They're soft now, not limp, never limp, but resting with a kind of quiet dignity, as if they've decided they don't need to do anything anymore except be where they are. The skin on your forearms, still warm from your body heat, is no longer stretched tight against the bone. It's not hiding, it's not guarding, it's just there, real, present, not pretending it's something it is. And your chest, the one that held so much pressure all evening, like a drum waiting to be struck, has stopped trying to stay firm. It doesn't need to rise and fall in defense now. The breaths are no longer shallow or sharp. They're deep enough to sink past the ribs into the hollow where the heart lives. You don't have to hold your breath anymore just to keep yourself from breaking open. You can let it out slowly, completely, no rush, no need to catch up. No one's listening. The silence is not judgmental. It doesn't care if you're still awake or already asleep. It only holds space. Your jaw, the one that has been clenched for hours, like a door locked against the night, is beginning to unseal itself without force. Not with a snap, not with a release, but slowly, as though the muscles have forgotten what tightness feels like and are rediscovering softness by accident. The teeth aren't grinding anymore. They're just still, resting in their sockets, no longer pressed together to keep fear out. The tongue, once stiff against the roof of your mouth, is no longer holding position. It's not waiting for a command, or an apology, or a lie to be spoken. It's just lying there, heavy and quiet, like it finally remembers how to be still. And your eyes, closed now but not shut in resistance, are no longer straining against the dark. They're not scanning, not searching. There is no need for vision here. No one's watching. Nothing needs to be seen. The darkness isn't empty, it's full of something else. Silence that doesn't demand anything. It doesn't ask you to find meaning in it. It just exists, like breath, like weight, like the slow, steady pulse beneath your skin. Your hands, still resting on your chest, are starting to feel like they've forgotten how to do anything useful. Not useless, but no longer needed for control. They're not reaching out. They're not holding back. They don't need a reason to be where they are. There's nothing to grab, nothing to push away, just warmth, just stillness, just the quiet hum of blood moving slowly through veins that don't care about tomorrow. Your breath, still flowing in and out, is beginning to change its rhythm, not because you're trying to fix it, but because your body has decided it can afford to slow down. It's no longer racing towards some distant end. There is no finish line, no test to pass. The next exhale doesn't have to be deeper than the last, it just needs to be true, and so it is. Your spine, curved slightly under you, not in tension but in surrender, is beginning to feel like a riverbed that's stopped fighting the current. It's not trying to stay straight or upright anymore. It's not holding up your head with pride. It's just letting itself be shaped by gravity, by sleep, by time. The vertebrae aren't rigid now, they're soft in their alignment. Not broken, not weak, just unforced. And the space beneath you, the bed, the mattress, the floor, is no longer a surface to resist or measure against. It's just there, solid but yielding, holding you without asking for anything in return. You don't have to prove your worth by lying still. You're not being tested on how well you rest. The ground doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to receive. Your legs, still beneath the sheets, are no longer fighting their own weight. They aren't trying to stay straight or tense or ready for movement that will never come. They're not holding position because someone said so. They've stopped pretending they have a purpose beyond being where they are. The knees don't need to be locked. The thighs can relax into softness. The calves no longer feel like steel cables waiting to snap. Your feet, still at the edge of the mattress, are beginning to drift, not with intention but with release. They're not trying to step forward anymore. They don't have to be clean or prepared or presentable for anything. They can just lie there, no need to do a thing. The toes are not curling in fear. They're not splayed out in anticipation. They're simply resting, letting go of the idea that they must mean something. And your arms are still crossed, but now it feels less like defense and more like closure. Not shutting anything off, but closing a chapter without fanfare. The hands aren't holding on to anything anymore. They're not protecting you from harm. They're just resting, like two quiet witnesses who have seen enough and decided not to speak. Your chest, rising softly with each breath, is no longer a fortress. It's not keeping out the night or fear or pain. It's just breathing, not trying to be strong, not pretending it's okay when it is. Just being open to air, to silence, to whatever comes next without needing to name it. Your body, still lying here, is beginning to remember that stillness is not failure. That rest is not surrender. That softness is not weakness. It's just the truth of being alive in a world that doesn't need you to perform anymore. And as this long night unfolds, the hours passing without clocks, without names, the air around you feels less like space and more like something you're slowly becoming part of. Not moving through it, but sinking into it, like water soaking into soil, like time learning how to be slow. There's no need to reach the end. There's nothing waiting for you at the far side. The only thing that matters is what is happening now, this breath, this weight, this stillness, And that is enough, not because it will fix anything, not because it means you've won, but because it's real. You don't need to become asleep to be allowed to rest. You don't have to prove yourself worthy of quiet. You're already here, already present, already softening in your own way, without a story, without an agenda. And so the body continues, quietly, patiently, to let go, not all at once, but little by little, breath after breath, moment after moment, until even the idea of effort begins to fade, until even the need to be something fades, until there's nothing left to do but be. Your breath has become a slow tide, neither pushing nor pulling, just moving in and out as if the air itself remembers how to be still. There's no urgency behind it now, no need to fill space or prove you're alive. It comes easily, like dust settling after wind stops blowing, and when it does pause, that silence isn't empty. It holds something older than sound, the quiet between heartbeats, the hush just before a word is spoken but never said. That kind of stillness doesn't ask anything of you. The weight in your arms, still crossed over your chest, is not heavy anymore, not like it was earlier when every muscle held its breath. Now it's more like a blanket folded gently across skin that no longer needs to shield itself. The fingers are soft, the wrists relaxed. Even if they don't move yet, there's space around them, the kind of room where nothing has to be done. And your jaw still not quite open, but the pressure beneath it is gone. No more clenching against silence or waiting for danger that never comes. Just this, a softness behind the teeth, like muscles remembering they were meant to rest when not chewing or speaking or guarding. The tongue isn't pressing into the roof of your mouth anymore. It's just resting, quiet and warm, barely touching anything at all. Your shoulders have slipped down, not dramatically, but slowly, as if gravity has finally convinced them that standing on edge is no longer required. They're not trying to hold up the world or shield you from what might happen tomorrow. The muscles along your collarbones aren't straining anymore, not taut with tension meant for emergencies that never arrived. Instead, they're sinking into a kind of peace, like cloth loosening after being tightly wrapped around something too long. The small area just below your eyes, the space where frowning lives, has softened too, not because you've decided to smile, but because the body finally stopped preparing for trouble. The skin there isn't pulled tight anymore. It's not braced against a future that won't come. You don't need to squint at shadows or read danger in stillness. Your hands are no longer fists wrapped around nothing. They're open, not waiting, not holding on, but simply present, like two small things placed gently onto the surface of your chest, accepting their own weight without resistance. No judgment about what they should be doing, just being where they are, with no demand to become anything else. And still, you don't have to do more than this. You're not required to relax on command. There's no checklist for safety or surrender. The body knows its way home even when the mind is lost in noise. And right now, this breath after another, the nervous system has found a path it forgot existed, one that doesn't require effort, only presence. The air around you isn't just still. It feels like it's breathing too, slowly, evenly, with no agenda, not trying to cool or warm your skin, just being there, like the quiet of an old room after everyone's left. No footsteps in the hall, nothing waiting behind a door. The silence doesn't feel hollow because you're not inside it. You've stopped resisting its shape. You don't need to control how long this lasts, nor when it ends. There is no end here except what your body decides, and right now, it's deciding to stop fighting itself. The sensation in your ribcage isn't tight anymore. It doesn't feel like a cage built to keep pain out or strength inside. It feels more like an open space, capable of holding air not as armor, but as invitation. The lungs aren't working hard, just moving the way they were meant to when no one's watching. And your chest, not rising with anxiety, nor falling from exhaustion, but simply floating in rhythm with time itself, breathing because it doesn't need a reason anymore, like water flowing downhill without needing to explain why. The place where you used to feel tension between breath and thought is quiet now, not blocked off or erased, just no longer occupied by noise. It's not empty, but full of something else. Space that wasn't there before, the kind that comes when the mind stops speaking so loud it drowns everything quieter. Your arms are still folded, but they're beginning to unclench like hands slowly letting go of a dream they forgot was real. Not because you decided to release them, but because your body has realized there's no one here to defend against anymore. And the weight in them, still present, yes, is not heavy with resistance. It's just weight, the honest kind that doesn't pretend to be light or purposeful. Like stones left on a riverbed after floodwaters recede. They don't have meaning beyond being where they are, and even then, they're only part of the earth now. Your arms aren't holding anything, not fear, not expectation, not pride in how long you've managed to stay awake. Nothing needs protecting anymore because nothing is under attack. Even your spine, curved slightly from lying too long in one position, has stopped trying to correct itself. It's not fighting gravity, nor posture, nor the idea that it should be straight or strong. The vertebrae are just aligned as they happen to be, not perfect, but okay, enough. There's no need for adjustment, no reason to fix what isn't broken. And your hands, still resting on your chest, are not reaching for anything outside of this moment. They don't want to grab or push away or pull closer. Just rest, like two small stones at the bottom of a slow-moving stream, the kind that have stopped moving because they've found peace in stillness. There's no need to become asleep yet, but you're getting there not by trying, but through letting go of wanting it so badly. The idea of falling isn't frightening anymore. It doesn't feel like failure or losing control. Instead, it feels more like sinking into soft soil after a long walkie where the ground accepts your full weight without hesitation. You don't have to be anything special for this body to stop bracing itself. You're not required to earn stillness by being good enough, strong enough, awake enough. This isn't performance, it's not even effort. It's just what happens when you finally stop fighting the fact that you've been tired all along. And so, without any announcement or fanfare, the weight begins to settle deeper into your bones, not falling through them, but slowly seeping inside, like a quiet rain soaking deep into dry earth. No rush, no demand for results, just depth and softness spreading inward from the center of you. The edges of your awareness aren't sharp anymore. They're blurred slightly, like light passing through fog. You don't need to know where one part ends and another begins. The boundary between body and air is softer now, not hard, not fixed, but porous in a way that feels safe. There's no urgency behind the breath, just continuity, one outflow after another, with time stretching gently beyond each pause, not counting seconds, but letting them be what they are, moments of nothing special, yet full of peace because there's nowhere else to go. Your body is not trying to fix anything now. It's not preparing for tomorrow or mourning the past. It doesn't need answers, explanations, reasons why it feels this way. It only needs one thing: to be allowed simply to rest. And so you are, no conditions, no exceptions, just being exactly where you are, with nothing to prove and nowhere left to run. The air around you is not cold, not thin. It's warm in the quiet way that comes after a long night has passed through its full length, when even darkness feels kinder than before. There's no need to open your eyes or speak. No reason to check if time moved forward or backward or stayed still. You're already where you needed to be. Not because of effort, not because of willpower, but simply because the body finally stopped resisting itself long enough to fall into its own quiet rhythm. And as this slow motion continues, breath after breath, moment after moment, there's nothing left to do. Not even that. Just being. Your breath moves like water through roots, not needing to reach anywhere, just passing through where it's already been. The air doesn't carry urgency anymore, no signal sent, no demand made. It simply is. And in that stillness between one outflow and the next, something shifts, not with force, but with weightlessness, as if your chest has grown light not from letting go of tension, but from realizing it never belonged there to begin with. The arms stay where they are, crossed over your ribs, but their shape is changing, not relaxed yet, just softer in its hold, like a hand that once gripped too tightly now only rests on the surface, no longer trying to keep anything out or in. There's space beneath the skin of your forearms, the kind that opens up when you stop fighting the way gravity pulls down. No need to resist it. You don't have to be strong enough for this moment. The muscles aren't holding because they're afraid, they're just letting go slowly, like water seeping through cracked earth after a drought. Your jaw is not clenched now, not exactly loose, but the pressure has stopped. It's no longer pressing forward against silence, no longer guarding what it thinks must be protected. The teeth aren't touching anymore, not by design, but because they don't have to. The tongue rests flat in your mouth, like a quiet traveler who finally finds the right path and stops looking ahead. There is no mission here, no destination hidden behind the next breath. Just this, the soft hum of air moving through your nose. Not trying to control it, not measuring its length or depth. It flows, and then it doesn't flow anymore for a moment, just stillness between two rhythms. That pause isn't empty, it's full in a way that feels like safety. Your shoulders are no longer climbing toward your ears. They've stopped the slow march upward that began sometime today, maybe yesterday, or even earlier, not from fatigue, but from habit. The body doesn't need to be alert all the time. It doesn't have to stand ready for attack when there is none. So now they drop, just a little at first, like stones released in warm water, and then again deeper, not falling, just settling into where gravity has always wanted them to be. No correction needed. No adjustment. The space between your shoulder blades isn't tight anymore. It's open, not from effort, but because the body no longer needs to keep itself upright against a threat that doesn't exist. Your hands, still resting on your chest, are beginning to feel like they belong there, not as weapons or shields, not as tools for pushing away pain or pulling in comfort. They are just hands, warm where they touch skin, soft at the edges of the fingers. The nails aren't pressing into anything. The palms don't need to grip. You can feel each fingertip now, not because you're trying to notice them, but because your body has stopped resisting awareness. And in that unforced attention, there's a new kind of quiet, not silence, but stillness so deep it feels like soundless movement, like the slow rotation of something ancient beneath the surface, something that doesn't care about time or effort. The back of your neck is soft now, not because you've changed anything, but because the muscles have stopped remembering what they were supposed to do when danger came. They aren't scanning for threats behind you anymore. The skin there isn't tense against imagined eyes watching from a distance. It's just warm and still and accepting. No need to stay alert. No reason to tighten around the base of your skull like it's holding up an entire structure that no longer needs propping. Your ribs, they aren't rising or falling with any urgency now. They're not trying to lift you into air nor press down against some imagined weight. The breath moves through them gently, like wind passing over a hillside after rain has passed through. Not loud, just present. And in that gentle motion, there's no need for control, no effort to expand or contract. It just happens, like clouds moving across the sky, not because they want to go anywhere, but because it's what they do when left alone. Your belly, once clenched tight from all day of holding on, is now soft and open, not empty, not hollow, just settled in its shape, like a bowl that no longer needs to guard its contents. The muscles have stopped curling inward against fear or expectation. There's nothing inside to protect, nothing outside to push away. It simply is, warm where the breath touches it, loose beneath your hands, as if they're resting on something that doesn't need fixing. The lower back, you can feel it now, not with a tension, not because you're trying to fix anything, but just sensing its presence in the way a stone feels when it's been lying still for years. It's not arched or strained anymore. It's not pressing into the mattress like it has to be supported by something solid. It's simply there, aligned as it is, with no need to adjust. The vertebrae aren't trying to find their place in a perfect line. They're just resting together, one on top of another, like bricks that have finally stopped being afraid they'll fall. Your legs are long now, not stiff or tense, but stretched out into the shape they've been waiting for all night. Not because you asked them to be straight or relaxed, just allowed. The feet aren't curled up or pressing against anything. They're flat on the bed, not trying to push off, not needing to grip ground that isn't there. There's no need to brace yourself against a surface that doesn't exist. You're not in danger of falling, not even close. And beneath you, the bed holds your entire weight without effort. It doesn't strain or complain, it just supports. Like soil under roots, like the earth under mountains, it accepts you exactly as you are. No demand for perfection, no need to be lighter or stronger or more awake. The mattress isn't trying to change you, it's not pushing back, it's not resisting your presence. The air in this room, still and warm, isn't cold with judgment. It doesn't carry echoes of earlier thoughts, regrets, demands, it just is. And because it is, there's no reason to leave it behind. No need to move away from where you are. You're not trying to escape into sleep. Sleep isn't something to reach for anymore. It's not a place to arrive at. It's already here, already in your bones, in the way your hands feel on your chest, in how your breath moves like water through roots. There is no destination now, no goal, no finish line marked by wakefulness or rest. Just continuity, the slow unspooling of tension, not with force, but with time, with patience, with permission to be exactly what you are, tired and enough. Your body isn't trying to heal itself. It's not fixing anything. There's no mission now, no performance, not even a desire to sleep. Just the quiet unfolding of something that has been waiting longer than memory for this moment when it can simply stop resisting. And so you don't have to do anything at all. Just keep breathing and letting go and being as you are. Not because you've earned it, not because you're doing well, but because the body has finally remembered what it's always known. That rest isn't something you achieve. It's something you allow. And this soft, unforced sinking into stillness is not failure. It is not weakness. It is not surrender. It is simply safety returning, slowly, gently, without fanfare, after a long night of standing at attention in the dark, when all that was asked of you was to stay awake. And now you don't have to anymore. Your breath moves through you like wind through an empty barn, slow, unforced, not seeking anything but its own path. There's no need to guide it, no instruction needed. It just flows in and out as if the air already knows where it belongs. And your body isn't holding a position anymore, not upright, not alert, not bracing against an unseen threat. It's simply letting itself be held by the bed beneath you, each curve of spine, each line of limb cradled without effort. The weight of your arms across your chest, it wasn't meant to keep anything out. It was just a reflex, a memory of protection from earlier hours when things felt fragile. But now, the hands are no longer gripping. They're not pressing down like they need to prove something. They're resting like two stones that have finally stopped being afraid of rolling away. And your jaw, you can feel how it's unclenched at last, not because you told it to, but because there's nothing left to defend against. The muscles around your mouth are no longer tight with anticipation. Your tongue isn't pressing up against the roof of your mouth as if trying to stay awake. It just lies still, soft, like a thread that has finished its work and now rests in silence. There's no tension behind the eyes anymore, no pressure behind the brows, no flicker of sharpness from past thoughts. The small muscles around your eyelids are not straining against sleep. They're simply closed, not shut tight to keep things out, but soft, like petals folding at dusk. Your shoulders, they've dropped down from their usual place near your ears, where they lived all day, waiting for the next demand. Now they just rest, not because you made them fall, but because there's no reason to hold them up. The space between shoulder and neck is open again, the way it felt when you were a child, before weight began to settle into bones. No need to carry anything anymore, not even memory. Your hands, still on your chest, are not trying to protect the heart. They're just there, warm, quiet, resting. The skin feels thin, almost transparent with ease. You can feel the pulse beneath it, not racing, not frantic, but steady, like a slow drumbeat in distant woods. Not urgent, not demanding anything of you, just being. And your belly, it's soft now, not tight with worry or anticipation. It doesn't need to be flat or hard or full of purpose. It just is, expanded slightly as the breath passes through, not resisting, not holding back. The muscles aren't bracing against a storm that isn't coming. They're letting go one by one, like leaves falling from a tree too tired to keep them. Your lower back, you can feel it now, not as a place of strain or effort, but as something quiet and present, like soil after rain, accepting the weight without complaint. The vertebrae aren't trying to align perfectly anymore. They're just resting in their natural order, not because they've passed inspection, but because no one is watching. Your legs, you can feel them stretching into the shape of themselves, long and relaxed, not stiff with tension from hours of sitting or standing still. They're not coiled for action, not waiting to push off, just lying there in their true form. The calves are soft, the ankles aren't locked, the toes don't curl inward as if trying to grip something that isn't there. Your feet flat on the bed, not pressing down, not needing resistance. They're just present, like stones left at the edge of a stream, no longer needing to be anchored, not afraid of sinking, not worried about slipping away. And beneath you, the mattress holds you like an old friend who remembers every scar and curve without judgment. It doesn't expect you to wake up faster or sleep deeper or be lighter. It just accepts the full weight of your being, every inch, every breath, every unspoken moment. No demand for perfection, no need to change. The air in this room, it's not thin with silence. It's thick with stillness, not empty but full. Full of what isn't happening, no alarms, no voices, no urgency, just quiet, deep and warm like the space between heartbeats, not cold or sharp, not waiting to be filled. It just is a place where nothing needs to happen. And so you don't have to do anything at all, not fix, not calm, not change. There's no task, no checklist, no performance required for safety. You're not being tested on whether you can rest. The body knows how. It's been waiting quietly for this moment when it could stop trying. The nervous system isn't fighting anymore. It doesn't need to be alert, scanning the horizon for threats that aren't real. There's no danger here, not in the walls, not in the ceiling, not even in the silence itself. The body has finally remembered. Safety is not a state you earn. It's not something you achieve through effort. It's simply being allowed to be. And so your attention, your awareness, isn't searching for anything now. Not for sleep, not for calm, not for peace. There's no need to find it because it's already here, in the way your fingers rest on your ribs, in how your breath lingers at the end of each out-breath, in how your body is sinking deeper into the bed, not falling, but settling. You're not drifting away from yourself. You're just returning, slowly, gently, to a place you've always known. That being tired isn't failure. That stillness isn't emptiness. That letting go doesn't mean losing control. It means surrendering to what is, And in that surrender, there's no more weight. There's no need to resist the quiet now, no reason to cling to wakefulness as if it were a prize. The body has been holding on for hours, tightly, quietly, but now it can let go, not all at once, not with drama, just one soft release after another, like water flowing through cracks in stone. And the breath, it's not trying to be deep or long anymore. It just moves quietly, evenly, like a slow tide that doesn't care if anyone watches. In and out, not fast, not slow, but just right. Not because you're doing it well, but because your body knows how. There's no need to stay awake for the sake of being awake. No obligation to keep thinking, to remember, to prepare. The night isn't asking anything of you now. It doesn't care if you're productive or present. It just lets you be exactly as you are, tired and safe and enough. You don't have to make peace with sleep. You don't need to convince yourself it's time to rest. The body already knows what it needs. It doesn't ask for permission. It simply allows itself to stop resisting. And so your hands stay where they are on your chest, not guarding, not holding back, but resting like two small weights that have finally stopped trying to keep something from escaping. Like stones at the bottom of a pond, still heavy without effort. Your mind isn't quiet because you've cleared it. It's quiet because nothing is asking for attention anymore. No thought demands space. No memory tries to pull you back. The past doesn't shout. The future doesn't whisper. There's only this, the warmth of breath in your nose, the softness beneath your skin, the deep, slow sinking into being. And when the next exhale comes, it isn't a signal that something must happen. It's just another moment passing, like one grain of sand falling through an hourglass that doesn't count, not rushing, not trying to reach anything. You're not reaching for sleep. Sleep is already here, in your bones, in your breath, in the way your body is no longer fighting its own weight, but letting it be carried. There's no goal now, no finish line. Just continuity, the slow unfolding of release that doesn't need a name. And so you stay, just staying, with nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to prove anything to, not even yourself. The night isn't judging your restlessness. It's not measuring how long you've been awake. It's simply holding space for what is. And in that space, you don't have to be anything but tired. Not brave, not strong, not disciplined, just tired and allowed. Just as you are. Without demand. Without condition. Without effort. Your body isn't trying to heal itself tonight. It's not repairing, recharging, resetting. It's just resting. And in that rest, there is no failure. No shame. No need to be more than what you've been all along. You're not broken, you're not behind. You're simply here, alive, heavy, present, and the world holds you exactly as you are. Your shoulders are no longer hitched up toward your ears, not because you've told them to lower, but because they've simply stopped remembering how to hold tight. The space between your collarbones is soft now, not hollow. Not empty, just open, like a doorway that was never meant to be closed. There's no need to keep the chest guarded anymore. The breath moves through it easily, no resistance, no friction, just a quiet passage of air that doesn't care if you notice it or not. It comes and goes as it always has. Only now, there's space for it to move without urgency. Your arms are still folded across your torso, but the tension in them has softened like wax left too long near heat. They're not stiff anymore, just resting, heavy with their own weight, not burdened by purpose. You don't need them to protect you tonight. The air around you isn't hostile. The walls aren't closing in. The silence isn't waiting for something to break it. It's just quiet, and that's enough. Let your fingers uncurl slowly, like petals opening after a long night of rain. Not fast, not urgent, just letting go, Each fingertip releases one by one, as if the body is remembering how to give up control without panic. The palms are flat now, not pressed into each other, not clenching, but resting on your chest like two small stones that have forgotten they were ever meant to be clenched. There's no need for them to do anything. They don't have to hold on to you or keep the world out. They can just be. The weight of them is there, not light, not heavy, but steady. Like a quiet promise, this body knows how to settle. It doesn't need to prove it. Your jaw still holds its shape, tight at the edges, but even that has softened in places. Not gone entirely, not yet, just thinner, less fixed. The muscles beneath your ears are no longer taut with readiness. The back of your throat isn't clenched against something unspoken. You don't need to keep your mouth shut to protect yourself from what's inside. There's nothing dangerous in the quiet, nothing threatening in stillness. Let the tongue rest, not pressed to the roof of your mouth, not tucked behind teeth, but just there, soft, unclaimed by thought or feeling. It doesn't have to be useful. It doesn't need to speak or taste or judge. It can simply exist, like a small riverbed that stopped running and is now only waiting for rain. Your eyes are closed. That's all they're doing, not searching, not watching, not trying to find anything in the dark. They aren't scanning, they aren't guarding, just resting, like two